Excerpt from Abstract of the Massachusetts School Returns for 1838-39. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abstract of the Massachusetts School Returns by the Massachusetts Board of Education. Middlesex County. Acton. 1. Population 1,071. Valuation $212,691.00. Number of public schools 5. 2. Number of scholars of all ages in all the schools. In summer 268. In winter 329. 3. Average attendance in the schools. In summer 179. In winter 265. 4. Number of persons between 4 and 16 years of age in the town 317. 5. Aggregate length of the schools 34 months 14 days. In summer 19. In winter 15-14. 6. Number of teachers in summer. Male, blank. Female, 5. Number of teachers in winter. Male, 5. Female, blank. 7. Average wages paid per month, including board. To males, $25.50. To females, $10.70. 8. Average value of board per month. Of males, $7.90. Of females, $5.30. 9. Average wages per month, exclusive of board. Of males, $17.30. Of females, $5.40. 10. Amount of money raised by taxes for the support of schools, including only the wages of teachers, board, and fuel, $625. 11. Amount of board and fuel, if any, contributed for public schools. Blank. 12. Number of incorporated academies. Blank. Aggregate of months kept. Blank. Average number of scholars. Blank. Aggregate paid for tuition. Blank. 13. Number of unincorporated academies, private schools, and schools kept to prolong common schools. 1. Aggregate of months kept. 21. Average number of scholars. Blank. Aggregate paid for tuition. Blank. 14. Amount of local funds. Blank. Income from same. Blank. Books used. Cummings's Spelling Book, Walker's Dictionary, Political Class Book, and Introduction to the National Ditto. Smith's Grammar, Olney's, Parley's, Smith's, and Malta Brunn's Geographies. Smith's, Adams's, Colburn's, and Emerson's Arithmetics. Remarks. The return states that a private school has been kept in one of the districts, for 10 weeks, tuition 25 cents per week, but does not estimate the number of scholars. Selection from report. In conclusion, the committee deem it proper to notice one important particular, which is deeply connected with the prosperity of the schools, their absences. School Committee: Samuel T. Adams, Isaac Brown, Daniel Weatherby, Jr. Ashby. 1. Population 1,201. Valuation $266,285. Number of public schools 9. 2. Number of scholars of all ages in all the schools. In summer 342. In winter 441. 3. Average attendance in the schools. In summer 261. In winter 341. 4. Number of persons between 4 and 16 years of age in the town 312. 5. Aggregate length of the schools, 43 months, 21 days. In summer, 23:7. In winter, 20:14. 6. Number of teachers in summer. Male, blank. Female, 9. Number of teachers in winter. Male, 7. Female, 2. 7. Average wages paid per month, including board. To males, $22.67. To females, $11.66. 8. Average value of board per month. Of males, $6.81. Of females, $5.30. 9. Average wages per month exclusive of board. Of males, $15.86. Of females, $6.36. 10. Amount of money raised by taxes for the support of schools, including only the wages of teachers, board, and fuel, $600. 11. Amount of board and fuel, if any, contributed for public schools, blank. 12. Number of incorporated academies, blank. Aggregate of months kept, blank. Average number of scholars, blank. Aggregate paid for tuition, blank. 13. Number of unincorporated academies, private schools, and schools kept to prolong common schools, 1. Aggregate of months kept, 10. Average number of scholars, 26. Aggregate paid for tuition, $325. 14. Amount of local funds, blank. Income from same, blank. Books used. Emerson's Introduction to the North American Spelling Book, Worcester's First and Second Parts, Young Reader, and Introduction to the National ditto. Smith's Grammar, Parley's, Smith's, Maltebrun's, and Olney's Geographies, Emerson's First Part, Colburn's ditto, and Adams' Arithmetics, Goodrich's History, Blake's Philosophy, Comstock's Chemistry, Watt's On the Mind, Colburn's Algebra, Parley's History of the U.S. Remarks. The estimates respecting private schools relate to one school only. The return states that there are other, private schools kept by females in some of the districts in the spring and fall between the town schools amounting to perhaps 4 months, but does not estimate the number attending or amount paid for tuition. In addition to the amount raised by taxes, the interest on the town's proportion of the surplus revenue is applied to the support of the public schools. No report from School Committee. School Committee, Reuben Bates, Abraham Haskell. Bedford. 1. Population 858. Valuation $186,888. Number of public schools 5. 2. Number of scholars of all ages in all the schools, in summer 208, in winter 264. 3. Average attendance in the schools, in summer 157, in winter 184. 4. Number of persons between 4 and 16 years of age in the town 216. 5. Aggregate length of the schools 43 months 14 days, in summer 25:7, in winter 27. 6. Number of teachers in summer, male blank, female 5. Number of teachers in winter, male 2, female 4. 7. Average wages paid per month including board. To males, $30. To females, $11.29. 8. Average value of board per month. Of males, $9. Of females, $5.46. 9. Average wages per month exclusive of board. Of males, $21. Of females, $5.83. 10. Amount of money raised by taxes for the support of schools, including only the wages of teachers, board, and fuel, $600. 11. Amount of board and fuel, if any, contributed for public schools, blank. 12. Number of incorporated academies, blank. Aggregate of months kept, blank. Average number of scholars, blank. Aggregate paid for tuition, blank. 13. Number of unincorporated academies, private schools, and schools kept to prolong common schools, 4. Aggregate of months kept, 9. Average number of scholars, 85. Aggregate paid for tuition, $80.25. 14. Amount of local funds, blank. Income from same, blank. Books used. Worcester's Primer, National Spelling Book, Walker's Dictionary, Young Reader, National Ditto and Introduction to Ditto, Political Class Book, Testament, Smith's Grammar, Olney's, Woodbridge's, and Parley's Geographies, Emerson's First Part and Smith's Arithmetics, Blake's Philosophy, Goodrich's History. Remarks. The interest of the town's proportion of the surplus revenue is applied to public schools. No report from School Committee. School Committee. John W. Simmons, Jonathan Levitt, Cyrus Page. Billerica. 1. Population 1,498. Valuation $368,612. Number of public schools 10. 2. Number of scholars of all ages in all the schools. In summer 337. In winter 386. 3. Average attendance in the schools. In summer 222. In winter 286. 4. Number of persons between 4 and 16 years of age in the town 401. 5. Aggregate length of the schools 67 months 7 days. In summer 45:21. In winter 21:14. 6. Number of teachers in summer. Male blank. Female 9. Number of teachers in winter. Male 6. Female 3. 7. Average wages paid per month including board. To males $25. To females $10.81. 8. Average value of board per month. Of males $9. Of females $5.28. 9. Average wages per month exclusive of board. Of males $16. Of females $5.53. 10. Amount of money raised by taxes for the support of schools, including only the wages of teachers, board, and fuel, $1,000. 11. Amount of board and fuel, if any, contributed for public schools, blank. 12. Number of incorporated academies, 1. Aggregate of months kept, 9. Average number of scholars, 15. Aggregate paid for tuition, $250. 13. Number of unincorporated academies, private schools, and schools kept to prolong common schools, blank. Aggregate of months kept, blank. Average number of scholars, blank. Aggregate paid for tuition, blank. 14. Amount of local funds, $300. Income from same, $18. Books used. Cummings's, National, and Introduction to Emerson's, Spelling Books. American First Class Book. National and Young Readers. Introduction to National Ditto. Easy Lessons. Smith's Productive Grammar. Malta Brunn's, Parley's, Olney's, and Hall's Geographies. Child's Book of Geography. Smith's, Adams's, Emerson's, and Colburn's Arithmetics. Worcester's Primer. Parley's History. History of the U.S. Pronouncing Testament. Walker's Dictionary. Remarks. Some of the district schools have been prolonged by subscription, but no particulars respecting them are ascertained. The income arising from the town's proportion of the surplus revenue and of the school fund has been appropriated to public schools. The fund mentioned is a school book fund in one of the districts. Selections from report. In District Number 5, your committee were informed that a school was kept, but at the same time was not visited by your committee, as the instructress of said school never applied for a certificate as the law requires, and therefore could not be considered as under any superintendence of your committee. No money has been drawn from the treasury of the town to defray the expenses of said school. There are important requisites that constitute a good teacher, which are not to be learned by a personal examination, and your committee would humbly recommend to the prudential committees to be careful in their selection of teachers; generally to prefer, all other things being equal, a person of some age and experience as their choice, rather than an inexperienced youth who never has tried his hand. Your committee were gratified to find at the closing examination of the several schools that the teachers had so generally complied with their directions in requiring great thoroughness in the elementary books, in drilling their scholars thoroughly in that book which is the only sure guide to the acquisition of knowledge in all the branches of an education, which book, too, is apt to be neglected by those who think they have advanced a little beyond it. We mean the spelling book. Too much attention cannot be required of our scholars to this book of all school books. Punctuality in the attendance of scholars your committee deem of great importance. Let your efforts be what they may, let your teachers be as good as they may be, still it will be utterly impossible for your children to make desirable improvement unless they are kept at school punctually and constantly. Parents must look to it, or their children will lose the golden opportunity for acquiring an education, which the youth of New England have guaranteed to them in the establishment of our common schools, and which is so indispensable to the permanency of our free institutions. The registers required to be kept in our schools the past season show an almost culpable negligence somewhere. For instance, in one of our summer schools the whole number of scholars was 45, average attendance 23. In one of our winter schools, whole number 71, average attendance 53, showing a loss in the district last named equal to 18 scholars deprived of the opportunity of 12 weeks' schooling, worse even than that many of our districts should be deprived of any school at all, which would not be tolerated for a moment were it done through the instrumentality of others. Your committee believe that did parents consult more the true interests of their children, the like cases would not occur again. There is a topic to which your committee have taken the liberty to allude, and about which they have some queries, and they here introduce the subject, that the same may be freely and fairly discussed by those interested, and its merits or demerits established. That is, whether the practice of some of our districts of engaging female teachers to keep their winter schools is, on the whole, a judicious arrangement. Your committee confess, with all due deference to the opinion of others, that they cannot but entertain some doubts about the expediency of the practice, not, however, from any particular experience they have had the past season, but from their general experience and observation. In the most of our districts there are boys attending the winter schools from 12 to 18 years of age. As there is an aptness and fitness to be consulted in this arrangement, your committee do believe that such boys do require a male teacher, a person of masculine understanding, to command their attention and respect, without which every effort of the teacher to instruct them would be in vain. but your committee in expressing these sentiments by no means wish to dictate to any district. Again, your committee would recommend to parents the importance of seeing that their children employ their leisure hours during the vacations that occur between the winter and summer schools in reviewing their studies often, that 3 or 4 weeks of their next school may not be wasted in acquiring the same acquaintance with their studies they possessed when they left their last school. In this way, scholars would be ready to make immediate advancement in their acquisitions. Otherwise, they will sustain a loss of 3 or 4 weeks' schooling, if not more. Your committee, in closing this report, are happy to say, in sincerity, that in their opinion there has been a decided improvement in the condition of our schools during the past year, that an increased interest in parents and scholars has been manifest. School Committee, Marshall Preston, Joseph Haven. Boxborough. 1. Population 433. Valuation $138,660. Number of public schools 4. 2. Number of scholars of all ages in all the schools. In summer 108. In winter 136. Average attendance in the schools in summer 72. In winter 103. Number of persons between 4 and 16 years of age in the town 141. 5. Aggregate length of the schools 24 months. In summer 12. In winter 12. 6. Number of teachers in summer. Male blank. Female 4. Number of teachers in winter. Male 4. Female blank. 7. Average wages paid per month, including board. To males $24. To females $9.25. 8. Average value of board per month. Of males $8. Of females $4.50. 9. Average wages per month exclusive of board. Of males $16. Of females $4.75. 10. Amount of money raised by taxes for the support of schools, including only the wages of teachers, board, and fuel, $400. 11. Amount of board and fuel, if any, contributed for public schools, $208. 12. Number of incorporated academies, blank. Aggregate of months kept, blank. Average number of scholars, blank. Aggregate paid for tuition, blank. 13. Number of unincorporated academies, private schools, and schools kept to prolong common schools, 2. Aggregate of months kept, 1. Average number of scholars, 46. Aggregate paid for tuition, $104. 14. Amount of local funds, $57.96. Income from same, blank. Books used. Cummings's Spelling Book, Webster's Dictionary, American First Class Book, Young Reader, Pierpont's Introduction to the National Ditto, Smith's and Frost's Grammars, Olney's and Smith's Geographies, Adams and Smith's Arithmetics. Remarks. The answer to the inquiry respecting local funds, their amount and income, is, "There was, the amount of which is $57.96, leaving it doubtful whether it refers to principal or income. As, however, no fund so considerable as to produce this amount of interest appears previously to have existed, it is presumed that the answer refers to the amount of principal." No report from School Committee. School Committee, Oliver Witherby, James W. Hayward. Brighton. 1. Population 1,337. Valuation $399,371. 2. Number of scholars of all ages in all the schools. In summer, 156. In winter, 238. 3. Average attendance in the schools. In summer, 130. In winter, 193. 4. Number of persons between 4 and 16 years of age in the town, 338. 5. Aggregate length of the schools, 42 months 14 days. In summer, 23:7. In winter, 19:7. 16. Number of teachers in summer. Male, blank, female, 4. Number of teachers in winter. Male, 4, female, blank. 7. Average wages paid per month, including board. To males, $36.71. To females, $15.50. 8. Average value of board per month. Of males, $12.50. Of females, $7.75. 9. Average wages per month exclusive of board. Of males, $24.21. Of females, $7.75. 11. Amount of money raised by taxes for the support of schools, including only the wages of teachers, board, and fuel, $1,200. 11. Amount of board and fuel, if any, contributed for public schools, blank. 12. Number of incorporated academies, blank. Aggregate of months kept, blank. Average number of scholars, blank. Aggregate paid for tuition, blank. 13. Number of unincorporated academies, private schools, and schools kept to prolong common schools, 3. Aggregate of months kept, 26:1. Average number of scholars, 57. Aggregate paid for tuition, $867.50. 14. Amount of local funds, blank. Income from same, blank. Books used. National and Emerson's Spelling Books. Testament. American First Class Book. Emerson's First, Second, and Third Class Readers. Smith's Grammar. Olney's, Parley's, and Child's Geographies. Emerson's First, Second, and Third Parts North American, and Smith's Arithmetics. Goodrich's History U.S., and Emerson's Questions. Watts on the Mind. Blake's Philosophy. Selections from Report. Your committee have witnessed, with deep regret, the evils arising from the want of suitable apparatus of various kinds in the several schools. It is not expected of any teacher that he perform an impossibility, and therefore the committee are unable to see what great benefit can accrue to pupils from the study of philosophy, chemistry, or history, without the means of illustrating such parts of the sciences as require illustration. A few $100 would be most profitably invested in procuring an apparatus that would seem to meet the exigencies of the case. There would be more pleasure in studying those subjects which at present are so repulsive to the pupils generally, and the schoolroom would be the place of real enjoyment. Your committee feel also there is too much indifference to the location and comfort and convenience of our schoolhouses. The best part of them is outside. The internal arrangement of every schoolroom is decidedly injurious and defective. In 2 or 3 instances, the committee found the children dependent upon a thorough and constant bracing of the hands and feet to keep themselves in an upright position. Hence the children become wearied with school and uninterested in their studies. Hence, too, we find the cause of many diseases which riper years disclose to our view. Your committee regret also that parents and guardians of children evince so little interest in their progress in knowledge while attending school. Scarcely a parent has visited the schools during the past year, and but few, very few, have evinced any particular sympathy for the teacher, who has labored so unremittingly for the good of his pupils. Why so much apathy on this subject exists, we will not say, but they would inquire whether public education is sufficiently appreciated. While this town raised $1,200 for the support of the several schools therein, about $900 was contributed to the different private schools. School Committee: Nathan Carruth, Daniel Kingsley, S. Lamson. Burlington. 1. Population 522. Valuation $127,220. Number of public schools 5. 2. Number of scholars of all ages in all the schools. In summer 74. In winter 82. 3. Average attendance in the schools. In summer 44. In winter 61. 4. Number of persons between 4 and 16 years of age in the town, 135. 5. Aggregate length of the schools, 23 months, 8 days. In summer, 20:14. In winter, 2:22. 6. Number of teachers in summer, male, blank, female, 4. Number of teachers in winter, male, 1, female, blank. 7. Average wages paid per month, including board. To males, $33. To females, $10.87. 8. Average value of board per month. Of males, $10. Of females, $5. 9. Average wages per month exclusive of board. Of males, $23. Of females, $5.87. 10. Amount of money raised by taxes for the support of schools, including only the wages of teachers, board, and fuel, $250. 11. Amount of board and fuel, if any, contributed for public schools, blank. 12. Number of incorporated academies, blank. Aggregate of months kept, blank. Average number of scholars, blank. Aggregate paid for tuition, blank. 13. Number of unincorporated academies, private schools, and schools kept to prolong common schools, 1. Aggregate of months kept, 1. Average number of scholars, blank. Aggregate paid for tuition, $20. 14. Amount of local funds, blank. Income from same, blank. Books used: Emerson's New National Spelling Book, Worcester's 3rd and 4th Reading Books, Murray's Grammar, Hall's and Blake's Geographies, Smith's Arithmetic, Walker's Dictionary, Comstock's Philosophy, Goodrich's History. Remarks: The number of scholars attending the private school is not estimated. There are no permanent funds, but the income accruing from the town's proportion of the surplus revenue is applied to the support of common schools. The return does not estimate the number of scholars or average attendance in one of the schools, which accounts for the difference, in those particulars, between the present and the last abstracts. Selections from Report. The want of punctual attendance in our schools is very much to be regretted, inasmuch as it causes great derangement in classes and impedes the progress of the schools. It will be seen here that the rising generation has enjoyed a greater length of schooling, under the system that was adopted the last year, than any one year before. Notwithstanding the many disadvantages which were experienced from the want of room in the winter school, and the bad construction of the schoolhouses, the committee are happy to say that, in their visits from time to time, they found very evident marks of improvement, and also a very great improvement in the system of teaching. But, in the opinion of the committee, a far greater amount of good might have been done with better constructed schoolhouses. The committee would further report that the summer school in the west quarter of the town was one of the largest in town, and that very much inconvenience was felt in that school for the want of a house; and as the comfort and progress of a school depend, to a very considerable degree, on the proper construction of schoolhouses, the board would invite the attention of the town on the subject. School Committee: Nathan Blanchard, Sylvanus Wood, Daniel McIntyre, John Marion. Cambridge. 1. Population 7,631. Valuation $1,732,048. 2. Number of scholars of all ages in all the schools. In summer, 1,083. In winter, 1,136. 3. Average attendance in the schools. In summer, 879. In winter, 957. 4. Number of persons between 4 and 16 years of age in the town, 1,688. 5. Aggregate length of the schools, 175 months. In summer, 88:14. In winter, 86:14. 6. Number of teachers in summer. Male, 4. Female, 12. Number of teachers in winter. Male, 5. Female, 11. 7. Average wages paid per month, including board. To males, $54.33. To females, $19.48. 8. Average value of board per month. Of males, $14.20. Of females, $8.49. 9. Average wages per month, exclusive of board. Of males, $40.13. Of females, $10.99. 10. Amount of money raised by taxes for the support of schools, including only the wages of teachers, board, and fuel, $5,419.57. 11. Amount of board and fuel, if any, contributed for public schools, blank. 12. Number of incorporated academies, 1. Aggregate of months kept, 11. Average number of scholars, 36. Aggregate paid for tuition, $2,160. 13. Number of unincorporated academies, private schools, and schools kept to prolong common schools, 23. Aggregate of months kept, 236. Average number of scholars, 503. Aggregate paid for tuition, $6,951. 14. Amount of local funds, blank. Income from same, blank. Books used. National Spelling Book. Introduction to Ditto. New National Spelling Book. Colburn's first, second, third, and fourth reading lessons. Emerson's second and third class readers. Mount Vernon and National Readers. American Popular Lessons. Introduction to the National Reader. Cheever's Commonplace Book of Prose and Studies in Poetry. Bible. Alger's, Murray's, and Ingersoll's Grammars. Hall's Child's Book of Geography. Olney's Geography and Atlas. Worcester's Ditto. Emerson's North American Arithmetic. Colburn's First Lessons. Ditto and sequel. Goodrich's History U.S. with Emerson's Questions. Worcester's Elements of General History with charts. Colburn's Algebra. Parker's Natural Philosophy. Davis's Surveying. Foster's Bookkeeping. Abridgment of Wayland's Moral Science. Paley's Natural Theology. Remarks. In answer to the inquiry respecting local funds, the return states that the trustees of the Hopkins Fund instruct 9 boys in Latin and Greek, but gives no other particulars. No report from School Committee. School Committee: Artemus B. Muzzy, John Owen, J. W. Parker, C. Gatton Pickman, Walter M. Allen. Carlisle. 1. Population 596. Valuation $155,333. Number of public schools 5. 2. Number of scholars of all ages in all the schools. In summer 107. In winter 186. 3. Average attendance in the schools. In summer 91. In winter 142. 4. Number of persons between 4 and 16 years of age in the town 156. 5. Aggregate length of the schools 21 months 7 days. In summer 8:21. In winter 12:14. 6. Number of teachers in summer. Male blank, female 4. Number of teachers in winter. Male 5, female blank. 7. Average wages paid per month including board. To males $25.92. To females $8.70. 8. Average value of board per month. Of males $8.45. Of females $4.20. 9. Average wages per month exclusive of board. Of males $17.47. Of females $4.50. 10. Amount of money raised by taxes for the support of schools, including only the wages of teachers, board, and fuel, $500. 11. Amount of board and fuel, if any, contributed for public schools, blank. 12. Number of incorporated academies, blank. Aggregate of months kept, blank. Average number of scholars, blank. Aggregate paid for tuition, blank. 13. Number of unincorporated academies, private schools, and schools kept to prolong common schools, 3. Aggregate of months kept, 6:1. Average number of scholars, 32. Aggregate paid for tuition, $28. 14. Amount of local funds, $500. Income from same, $30. Books used. National Spelling Book and Introduction. Testament. American First Class Book. National Reader and Introduction to Ditto. Young Ditto. Smith's Grammar. Olney's, Smith's, and Malta Brun's Geographies. Colburn's First Lessons and Sequel. Smith's, Adams, and Emerson's Arithmetics. Holbrook's Geometry. Comstock's Philosophy. Goodrich's History U.S. Remarks. The number of scholars attending the private schools is estimated for 2 of the schools only. No report from School Committee. School Committee. Preserved Smith, Benjamin P. Hutchins. Charlestown. 1. Population 10,101. Valuation $2,441,167. Number of public schools 22. 2. Number of scholars of all ages in all the schools. In summer 2,215. In winter 2,253. 3. Average attendance in the schools. In summer 1,952. In winter 1,968. 4. Number of persons between 4 and 16 years of age in the town, 2,400. 5. Aggregate length of the schools, 259 months. In summer, 131. In winter, 128. 6. Number of teachers in summer. Male, 6. Female, 24. Number of teachers in winter. Male, 11. Female, 19. 7. Average wages paid per month including board. To males, $50.75. To females, $17.51. 8. Average value of board per month. Of males, $10. Of females, $8. 9. Average wages per month exclusive of board. Of males, $40.75. Of females, $9.51. 10. Amount of money raised by taxes for the support of schools, including only the wages of teachers, board, and fuel, $10,000. 11. Amount of board and fuel, if any, contributed for public schools, blank. 12. Number of incorporated academies, blank. Aggregate of months kept, blank. Average number of scholars, blank. Aggregate paid for tuition, blank. 13. Number of unincorporated academies, private schools, and schools kept to prolong common schools, 4. Aggregate of months kept, 48. Average number of scholars, 260. Aggregate paid for tuition, $300. 14. Amount of local funds, $5,400. Income from same, $324. Books used. Emerson's National Spelling Book and Introduction. Worcester's first, second, and third books. Pierpont's Young Reader. American First Class Book. Young Ladies ditto. Alger's Murray's Grammar. Worcester's Geography. Boston's School Atlas. Emerson's first, second, and third parts Arithmetic. Bailey's Algebra. Blake's Natural Philosophy. Wilbur's Astronomy, etc. Remarks. With respect to incorporated and unincorporated academies, the answer is not sufficiently definite to determine the distinction between them. As the answer states the amount of expense, without distinguishing between them, the estimates are placed in the statement of private schools. The answer is made to both inquiries, but there are, one female seminary, and, 3 private schools, but whether the first is an incorporated institution or not is not distinctly stated. In addition to the permanent funds, the whole of the income, amounting to $1,153.76 of the town's proportion of the surplus revenue, is applied to the public schools, making, in the whole, the sum of $11,477.76 for a population, according to the last census, of 10,101. Selections from Report. The teacher insisted upon thoroughness from all his pupils. He introduced one uniform practice worthy of particular notice. It was this: whenever a pupil made a mistake in recitation, he was compelled afterwards to repeat that part of his answer correctly. Thus, if a word in spelling was given out, and it should almost go round the class, yet every one who had missed that word was obliged to spell it afterwards as corrected, no matter how much time it might take up. And this is going upon a correct principle. Whenever a matter is to be learned, however simple it may be, the teacher should go no farther than he sees each pupil in the class to understand him, and when a mistake is made, though slight in itself, the one who made it should himself repeat the correction. It is not enough that the teacher should make the correction, the right answer should always come from the pupil at last. This establishment was therefore doing no good during the summer, except that it furnished in miniature, to the whole town, a felicitous and well-timed illustration of the decided disadvantages of putting these district schools under a constant change and succession of teachers, so that a child, who attends upon one of them from the age of 4 up to 16 years, will have been placed under the plastic form and guidance of perhaps 24 different teachers, and, when he grows up, he may know more instructors than he has cousins or family relations. As each new teacher, if he has thought enough of the nature of his vocation to mature any system at all, has a system peculiar to himself, the children living in this portion of the town are subject to many disadvantages, from the alterations of the classes and from the various modes of teaching. Add to this the great inconvenience arising from having the children of all ages, from 4 to 16 years in one school, and from obliging the master or mistress to give instruction in all branches, and to teach the letters of the alphabet besides, and it is not surprising that these schools have been stationary. It is necessary that the teachers should themselves be good readers, so that they may teach their pupils to read naturally, intelligibly, and with energy. The right culture and command of the voice, so that it may express in the proper intonation and accent the meaning and spirit of what is to be read, in the same distinct and natural manner as it is uttered forth in conversation, may, under skilful instruction, be easily acquired in early childhood. But if careless habits are then suffered to be formed, if the mere calling out of the words in one monotonous tone, in a blundering manner, and without regard to the sense, be then allowed to pass for reading, the child, when grown up, will never be able to master this accomplishment without great hardship and struggle. The pupils should have pieces assigned to them, adapted to their comprehension, and should often hear them well read by their teacher. After the reading of the lesson, she should then ask familiar questions concerning it, so as to ensure their attention to the subject, and such is the course generally pursued in these schools. It is in the power of these teachers also to communicate orally much interesting and agreeable information upon various common, though important matters. It is not to be expected that children, from 4 to 8 years of age, will spend all their school hours in studying the book. The youngest children should not, for some time, even pretend to hold a book, for, if they did, they could only play with and abuse it. They learn the letters and short simple sentences from large printed cards held by the teacher or hung upon the side of the room. But they may learn much more by listening to her, who, in an agreeable and impressive manner, may interest them with a variety of oral instruction. But she should always be careful to question them afterwards upon the things she has told them. It is well known that adults can remember any fact or suggestion communicated to them by a friend in a pleasant interview much longer than if they read it in the same words from a book. It is more true of young children. In this way, these teachers can be of more service than by making the youngest pupils hold constantly before their eyes books adapted for children. But it requires greater resources on their part and a constant exercise of thought. It is also a matter of considerable discrimination to impose the necessary restraints upon these children, so that the schoolroom, filled as it is, may be the scene of order and of quiet, and yet not injure their tender forms by keeping them too long in one position, or by any too rigorous confinement. To obviate this danger, the teachers have introduced various manual exercises and bodily movements, by which both physical and mental relaxation is afforded. These movements are performed with regularity and precision, to the delight and benefit of the pupils, and are the aids rather than the hindrance of good discipline. The beautiful exercise of singing, too, has been generally introduced into these schools, and those who will take the trouble to visit one of them and witness the children, whose countenances are beaming with gladness, joining their pleasant voices in some appropriate song, will be convinced that in no better way could a portion of the school hours be occupied. These happy influences, combining together, have the effect to render the schoolroom a pleasant place of resort to the young, who go there with minds more willing and in more suitable state to receive instruction. The Board are therefore happy to report to the town that this large class of our public schools is in so flourishing a condition, and that those who have them in charge are so generally devoted to their calling. They have learned with pleasure that these teachers have associated together for the sake of mutual assistance and improvement, to qualify each other more fully for the discharge of their duties, and that many of them have, in various other ways, devoted much of their leisure time to this great purpose. The Board have also observed another good omen in the fact that the unpretending examinations of these humble schools, which heretofore were attended only by them, are now witnessed by many visitors. With such efforts and such encouragement, our primary schools cannot be stationary, and in proportion as these are improved, the upper schools will be essentially benefited. In these upper schools, the teachers rely chiefly upon moral influences to preserve good discipline. They have recourse to a system of marks, expressing merit or demerit, to promote a laudable emulation and proper behavior. In each of the schools for boys, a juvenile association has also been formed for mutual preservation from vicious habits and for mutual improvement. These societies are managed by the boys, under the supervision of the masters, and have had a direct salutary influence upon the condition of the schools. To use a common phrase, the boys have taken hold of the same end of the rope with the masters, and they pull together. In both of these schools, as also in the Harvard, a well-selected library has been furnished, chiefly by the exertions of the pupils. Singing also has its charms, and its improving power here, as in the schools of the lower grade. The Board have been inclined to encourage, to a proper degree, the introduction of these new influences. They believe it to be their duty, and the duty of the teachers, to do everything in their power, consistent with the great object of communicating knowledge, to render the schoolroom inviting, and to make it serve in reality to the young as a second home. The design intended to be pursued in these upper schools is to give to all the pupils thorough instruction in all the common branches, and, as they are well grounded in these, to give additional instruction in the higher branches. It has been the prevalent mistake of academies and other seminaries that exclusive attention was paid to the higher branches, to the neglect of the common studies. Our free schools should never fall into so fatal an error. In them, the solid foundation of the common studies should be preferred to a superficial overlaying of the sciences. The scholars should be occasionally obliged to review the arithmetic, the geography, the grammar, the spelling, and the reading book, as long as they remain under tuition. It is desirable that those parents who heretofore have been remiss in allowing their children to be irregular in their attendance upon the privileges of public instruction should take a more correct view of the obligations they are under to the community and to their families in this regard. The laws of the Commonwealth say that, "It shall be the duty of the resident ministers of the gospel, the selectmen, and the school committees in the several towns, to exert their influence, and use their best endeavors, that the youth of their towns shall regularly attend the schools established for their instruction." And the Board feel as if they had a right to call upon those filling these responsible offices to join with them in the effort to bring about this result. The Board entertain the hope that the time is fast coming when the inhabitants of all classes will send their children to the public schools, and cause them to be punctual and regular. Then all the children will be equally sure of having the best education which those schools can be made to impart. School Committee: George W. Warren, E. P. McIntyre, Thomas Brown, Jr. End of Excerpt from Abstract of the Massachusetts School Returns for 1838-39 by the Massachusetts Board of Education.
Chapters 2 and 8 of Aspects of Modern Oxford by Alfred Dennis Godley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner. Chapter 2 of Undergraduates from Aspects of Modern Oxford by Alfred Dennis Godley. In the sad and sodden street to and fro flit the fever-stricken feet of the freshers as they meet, come and go. Hugh. Whatever the theory of their founders, it is at no late period in the history of colleges that we begin to trace the development of the modern undergraduate. It was only natural that the gentle natures and studious habits of a select band of learners should undergo some modification as college after college was founded, and comparative frivolity would from time to time obtain admission to the sacred precincts. The university became the resort of wealth and rank, as well as of mere intellect, and the gradual influx of commoners, still more of gentlemen commoners, once for all determined the character of colleges as places of serious and uninterrupted study. Probably the Civil War, bringing the court to Oxford, was a potent factor in relaxation of the older academic discipline. Deans or sub-wardens of the period doubtless finding some difficulty in adapting their roles to the requirements of undergraduates, who might from time to time absent themselves from chapel or lecture in order to raid a parliamentary outpost. But perhaps the most instructive picture of the 17th century undergraduate is to be found in the account book of one Wilding, or of Wadham, published by the Oxford Historical Society, apparently a reading man and a scholar of his college, destined for holy orders. The number of his books, and he gives a list of them, shows him to have been something of a student, while repeated entries of large sums paid for wigs, on one occasion as much as 14 shillings, more than his battels for the quarter, would seem to suggest something of the habits of the gay young sparks alluded to by Hearne in the next century. On the whole, Master Wilding appears to have been a virtuous and studious young gentleman. Now and then the natural man asserts himself, and he treats his friends to wine or coffee, or even makes an excursion to Abington, 4 shillings. Towards the end of his career, a gaudy costs 2 shillings 6 pennies, after which comes the too suggestive entry for a purge 1 shilling. Then comes the close. Outstanding bills are paid to the alarming extent of 7 shillings 10 pennies a wig, which originally cost 14 shillings, is disposed of at a ruinous reduction of 6 shillings. The prudent man does not give it away to his scout, and J. Wilding, B.A., E. Cole, Wadham, retires to his country parsonage, having first invested 6pence in a sermon, evidently a person of methodical habits and punctual payments, that had 2 wigs and everything handsome about him, and that probably grumbled quite as much at the 10 shillings fee for his tutor as his modern successor does at his £8, 6 shillings and 8 pennies. But on the whole, collegiate and university fees seem to have been small. After this description of the vie in time of an undergraduate at Wadham, history is reserved on the subject of the junior members of the university, which is the more disappointing, as the historic muse is not only garrulous but exceedingly scandalous in recounting the virtues and the aberrations of 18th century dons. Here and there we find an occasional notice of the ways of undergraduates, here a private memoir, there an academic brochure. We learn incidentally how Mr. John Pottinger of New College made themes in prose and verse, and eventually came to a tolerable proficiency in colloquial Latin, how Mr. Meadowcourt of Merton got into serious trouble, was prevented in fact from taking his degree for drinking the health of His Majesty King George I, and how Mr. Carty of University College suffered a similar fate for profaning with mad intemperance that day on which he ought, with sober cheerfulness, to have commemorated the restoration of King Charles II. This was in 1716. How Mr. Shenstone found at Pembroke College both sober men who amused themselves in the evening with reading Greek and drinking water, and also a set of jolly springingly young fellows who drank ale, smoked tobacco, and at how Lord Shelburne had a narrow-minded tutor, from which we may gather that university life was not so very different from what it is now. Our forefathers were more exercised about politics, for which we have now substituted a perhaps extreme devotion to athletics. But for the most part the undergraduate is not prominent in history, seeming in fact to be regarded as the least important element in the university. On the other hand, his successor of the present century, the era of the examination schools, occupies so prominent a place in the eyes of the public that it is difficult to speak of him, lest haply one should be accused of frivolity or want of reverence for the raison d'etre of all academic institutions. His own reason of existence is not so obvious. It was, as we have said, tolerably clear that the medieval student came to Oxford primarily for the love of learning something, at any rate. But the student fin de siècle is one of the most labyrinthine parts of a complex civilization. Of the hundreds of boys who are shot on the GWR platform every October to be caressed or kicked by alma mater and returned at due time, full or empty, it is only an insignificant minority who come up with the ostensible purpose of learning. Their reasons are as many as the colours of their portmanteaus. Brown has come up because he is in the sixth form at school and was sent in for a scholarship by a headmaster desiring an advertisement. Jodes because it is thought by his friends that he might get into the Varsity 11. Robinson because his father considers a university career to be a stepping stone to the professions, which it fortunately is not as yet. Mr. Sangazier is going to St. Boniface because his father was there, and Mr. J. Sangazier Smith, well, probably because his father wasn't. Altogether they are a motley crew, and it is not the least achievement of the university that she does not, somehow or other, manage to impress a certain stamp on so many different kinds of metal. But in this she is only an instrument in the hands of modern civilization, which is always extinguishing eccentricities and abnormal types. And even Oxford, while her sons are getting rid of those interesting individualities which used to distinguish them from each other, is fast losing many of the particularities which used to distinguish it from the rest of the world. It is an age of monotony. Even the freshman, that delightful creation of a bygone age, is not by any means what he was. He is still young, but no longer innocent. The bloom is off his credulity. You cannot play practical jokes upon him any more. Now and then a young man will present himself to his college authorities in a gown of which the superfluous dimensions and unusual embroidery betray the handiwork of the provincial tailor. 2 or 3 neophytes may annually be seen perambulating the high in academic dress with a walking stick, but these are only survivals. Senior men have no longer their old privileges of ragging the freshmen. In ancient times, as we are informed by the historian of Merton College, freshmen were expected to sit on a form and make jokes for the amusement of their companions, on pain of being tucked or sacrificed by the thumbnail applied under the lip. The first Earl of Shaftesbury describes in detail this rather barbarous jest as practised at Exeter College, and relates how, aided by some freshmen of unusual size and strength, he himself headed a mutiny which led to the eventual abolition of tucking. Again, on Candlemas Day, every freshman received notice to prepare a speech to be delivered on the following Shrove Tuesday, when they were compelled to declaim in undress from a form placed on the high table, being rewarded with caudle if the performances were good, with caudle and salted drink if it were indifferent, and with salted drink and tucks if it were dull. This is what American students called hazing, and the German folks is subjected to similar ordeals. But we have changed all that, and treat the fresher now with the respect he deserves. Possibly the undergraduate of fiction and the drama may have been once a living reality, but he is so no more, and modern realistic novelists will have to imagine some hero less crude in colouring and more in harmony with the compromises and neutral tints of the latter half of the 19th century. The young Oxonian or Cantab of 50 years back, as represented by contemporary or nearly contemporary writers, was always in extremes. When he was good he was very, very good, but when he was bad he was horrid, like the little girl of the poet. He was either an inimitable example of improbable virtue or abnormally vicious. The bad undergraduate defied the 10 Commandments, all and severally, with the ease and success of the villain of transpontine melodrama. Nothing came amiss to him, from forgery to screwing up the dean and letting it be understood that some one else had done it. But retribution generally came at last, and this compound of manifold vices was detected and rusticated. and it was understood that from rustication to the gallows was the shortest and earliest of transitions. The virtuous undergraduate wore trousers too short for him and supported his relations. He did not generally join any athletic pastimes, but when the stroke of his college 8 fainted from excitement just before the start, the neglected Tsar threw off his threadbare coat, leapt into the vacant seat, and won his crew at once the proud position of head of the river by the simple process of making 4 bumps on the same night, explaining afterwards that he had practised in a dinghy and saw how it could be done. Then there was the admirable Christian of university life, perhaps the commonest type among these heroes of romance. He was invariably at Christ Church, and very often had a background of more or less tragic memories from the faraway days of his jeunesse orageuse. Nevertheless, he unbent so far as to do nothing much during the first 3.5 years of his academic career, except to go to a good many wine parties, where he always wore his cap and gown, especially in female fiction, and drank more than anyone else. Then, when every one supposed he must be ploughed in grates, he sat up so late for a week, and wore so many wet towels, that eventually he was announced at the Insomnia, amid the plaudits of his friends and the approving smiles of the Vice-Chancellor, as the winner of a double first, several university prizes, and a fellowship, after which it was only right and natural that the recipient of so many coveted distinctions should lead the heroine of the piece to the altar. Possibly the Oxford of a bygone generation may have furnished models for these brilliantly coloured pictures, or, as is more probable, they were created by the license of fiction. At any rate, the man of modern times is a far less picturesque person, unpicturesque even to the verge of becoming ordinary. He is seldom eccentric or autre in externals. His manners are such as he has learnt at school, and his customs those of the world he lives in. His dress would excite no remark in Piccadilly. The gorgeous waistcoats of Leech's pencils and Calverley's Crurum non inarabile tegmen belong to ancient history. He is, on the whole, inexpensive in his habits, as it is now the fashion to be poor. He no longer orders in a tailor's whole shop, and his clubs are generally managed with economy and prudence. If, however, the undergraduate occasionally displays the virtues of maturer age, there are certain indications that he is less of a grown-up person than he was in the brave days of old. It takes him a long time to forget his school days. Only exceptionally untrammelled spirits regard independent reading as more important than the ministrations of their tutor. Past men have been known to speak of their work for the schools as lessons, and in their first term to call the head of the college the headmaster. Naturally, too, school life has imbued both pass and class men with an enduring passion for games, probably rather a good thing in itself, although inadequate as the be-all and end-all of youthful energy. Even those who do not play them can talk about them. Cricket and football are always as prolific a topic as the weather, and nearly as interesting as many a perfunctory freshers' breakfast can testify. The undergraduate, in these as in other things, is like the young of his species, with whom, after all, he has a good deal in common. Take in short the ordinary provincial young man. Add a dash of the schoolboy, and just a touch of the bursch, and you have what Mr. Hardy calls the normal undergraduate. It used to be the custom to draw a very hard and fast line of demarcation between the rowing and the reading man, rowing being taken as a type of athletics in general, and indeed being the only form of physical exercise which possessed a regular organisation. Rumour has it that a certain tutor, now defunct, laid so much emphasis on this distinction that men whose circumstances permitted them to be idle were regarded with disfavour if they took to reading. He docked fresh men as reading or non-reading men, and would not allow either kind to stray into the domain of the other. However, the general fusion of classes and professions has levelled these boundaries now. The rowing man reads to a certain extent, and the reading man has very often pretensions to athletic eminence. It is, in fact, highly desirable that he should, now that a varsity blue proves an assistant master in a school with at least as good a salary as does a brilliant degree. Yet, although the great majority of men belong To the intermediate class of those who take life as they find it, and make no one occupation the object of their exclusive devotion, it is hardly necessary to say that there are still extremes: the brutal athlete at one end of the line, and the bookish recluse, often though wrongly identified with the smug, at the other. The existence of the first is encouraged by the modern tendency to professionalism in athletics. Mere amateurs who regard games as an amusement can never hope to do anything. A thing must be taken seriously. Every schoolboy who wishes to obtain renown in the columns of sporting papers has his record, and comes up to Oxford with the express intention of cutting somebody else's. And the athletic authorities of the university know all about Jones's bowling average at Eton, or Brown's form as three-quarter back at Rugby, long before these distinguished persons have matriculated. Nor is it only cricket, football, and rowing that are the objects of our worship. Even so staid and contemplative a pastime as golf ranks among athletics, and perhaps in time the authorities will be asked to give a blue for croquet. These things being so, on the whole, perhaps we should be grateful to the eminent athlete for the comparative affability of his demeanour, so long as he is not seriously contradicted. He is great, but he is generally merciful. Thews and sinews have probably as much admiration as is good for them, and nearly as much as they want. On the other hand, the practice of reading has undoubtedly been popularised. It is no longer a clique of students who seek honours. Public opinion in and outside the university demands of an increasing majority of men that they should appear to be improving their minds. The past man, pure and simple, diminishes in numbers annually. No doubt in time he will be a kind of pariah. Colleges compete with each other in the schools. Evening papers prove by statistics the immorality of an establishment where a scholar who obtains a second is allowed to remain in residence. The stress and strain of the system would be hardly bearable were it not decidedly less difficult to obtain a class in honours than it used to be, not perhaps a first or even a second, but certainly the lower grades are easier of attainment. Then the variety of subjects is such as to appeal to everyone: history, law, theology, natural science in all its branches, mathematics, all invite the ambitious student whose relations wish him to take honours, and will be quite satisfied with a fourth. And eminent specialists compete for the privilege of instructing him. The tutor who complained to the undergraduate that he had 16 pupils was met by the just retort that the undergraduate had 16 tutors. The relation of the university to the undergraduate is twofold. It is kept, as a witty scholar of Dublin is fabled to have inscribed over the door of his dean, for his amusement and instruction, and if the latter is frequently formal, it is still more often, and in a great variety of ways, informal, and not communicated through his tutor, not to mention the many college literary societies. Every college has one at least, and they are all ready to discuss any topic, from the origin of evil to bimetallism. There are now in the university various learned societies, modelled and sometimes called after the German seminar, which are intended to supplement the deficiencies of tuition and to keep the serious student abreast of the newest erudition which has been made in Germany or anywhere else on the continent. Then there is the Union as a school of eloquence for the political aspirant, or the privileged business of his college debating society, where a vote of censure on ministers is sometimes emphasized by their rejection into the quadrangle may qualify him for the possible methods of a future House of Commons. Chapter 8. The University as a Place of Learned Leisure. I had been used for 30 years to no interruption, save the tinkling of the dinner bell and the chapel bell. Essays of Maximus Knox. Standing with one foot in the Middle Ages and the other in a luxuriously furnished common room, such is Oxford life as summarised by a German visitor who appears to have been a good deal perplexed, like the outer world in general, by the academic mixture of things ancient and modern, and a host who wore a cap and gown over his evening dress. Certainly the university is a strange melody of contraries. It never seems to be quite clear whether we are going too fast or too slow. We are always performing something, yet are continually reproached with irrational conservatism. Change and permanence are side by side, change that looks as if it could defy time. The form remains, the function never dies, and yet all the while the change is rapid and complete. Men go down, and are as if they had never been. As is the race of leaves, so is that of undergraduates, and so transiently are they linked with the enduring existence of their university that, except in the case of the minority who have done great deeds on the river or the cricket field, they either pass immediately out of recollection or else remain only as a dim and distant tradition of bygone ages. An undergraduate's memory is very short. For him the history of the university is comprised in the 3 or 4 years of his own residence. Those who came before him and those who come after are alike separated from him by a great gulf. His predecessors are infinitely older and his successors immeasurably younger. It makes no difference what his relations to them may be in afterlife. Jones, who went down in '74, may be an undistinguished country parson or a struggling junior at the bar, and Brown, who came up in '75, may be a bishop or a Q.C. with his fortune made. But all the same, Brown will always regard Jones as belonging to the almost forgotten heroic period before he came up. Whatever may be his respect for Brown's undoubted talents, must always to a certain extent feel the paternal interest of a veteran watching the development of youthful promise. So complete is the severance of successive generations that it is hard to see how undergraduate custom and tradition and college characteristics should have a chance of surviving. Yet somehow they do manage to preserve an unbroken continuity. Once give a college a good or a bad name, and that name will stick to it. Plant a custom and it will flourish. Define statutes and royal commissions. Conservatism is in the air. Even convinced radicals in politics cannot escape from it, and are sometimes Tories in matters relating to their university. They will change the constitution of a realm, but will not stand any tampering with the hebdomadal council. Whatever be the reason, whether it be environmental or hereditary, universities go on doing the same thing, only in different ways. They retain that indefinable habit of thought which seems to cling to old grey walls and the shades of ancient elms, which the public calls academic when it is only contemptuous, explaining the word as meaning provincial with a difference when it is angry. There is the same kind of unalterableness about the few favoured individuals to whom the spirit of the age has allowed a secure and permanent residence at Oxford, a happy class which is now almost limited to heads of houses and college servants. You scarcely ever see a scout bearing the outward and visible signs of advancing years. Age cannot wither them, nor, it should be added, can custom steal their infinite variety of misserving their masters. Perhaps it is they who are the repositories of tradition, and even fellows contrive to retain some of the characteristics of their more permanent predecessors, whom we have now learnt to regard as abuses. Hard worked though they are, and precarious of tenure, they are, nevertheless, in some sort imbued with that flavour of humanity and dulce far niente which continues to haunt even a common room where fellows drink nothing but water and only dine together once a fortnight. For times are sadly changed now, and the fellowship is far from being the haven of rest which it once was, and still is to a few. Look at that old fellow pacing with slow and leisurely steps beneath Magdalen or Christ Church elms. Regard him well, for he is an interesting survival, and presently he and his kind will be nothing but a memory, and probably the progressive spirit of democracy will hold him up as an awful example. He is a link with a practically extinct period, when he was first elected versus et perpetuus socius of his college, without examination. The University of Oxford was in a parlous state. Reform was as yet unheard of, or only loomed dimly in the distance. Noblemen still wore tufts. Think how that would scandalise us now. And gentlemen commoners came up with the declared and recognised intention of living as gentlemen commoners should, except for the invention of the examination system, and the demon of the schools was satisfied with only a mouthful of victims. Then Oxford of the 40s had not substantially changed since the last century, since the days when Mr. Gibbon was a gentleman commoner at Magdalen College, where his excuses for cutting his lectures in the morning were received with a smile, and where he found himself horribly bored by the private scandal and dull and deep potations of the seniors with whom he was invited to associate in the evening. Not much has changed since those days. Lectures were still disciplinary exercises rather than vehicles of instruction, and the vespertinal port was rarely, if ever, interrupted in its circulation by the man who comes at 9. Many holders of fellowships scarcely came near the university. Those who did reside were often not much concerned about the instruction of undergraduates, and still less with intercollegiate competition. Perhaps it was not their life's work. A fellowship might be only a stepping stone to a college living, when a sufficiently fat beneficence should fall vacant and allow the dean or sub-warden to marry and retire into the country. And even the don, who meant to be a don all his days, put study or learned leisure first and instruction second, the world not yet believing in the spoon-feeding of youth. Very often, of course, they did nothing. After all, when you pay a man for exercising no particular functions, you can scarcely blame him for strictly fulfilling the conditions under which he was elected. "But what do they do?" inquired quite recently a tourist, pointing to the fellows' buildings of a certain college. "Do?" replied the Oxford cicerone. "Do? Why, them's fellows. But if there was inactivity, it is only the more credit to the minority who really did interest themselves in the work of their pupils. Not that the relation to authority undergraduates was ever then what it has since become, whether the change be for the better or the worse. Few attempts were made to bridge the chasm which must always yawn between the life of teacher and taught. Perhaps now the attempt is a little over-emphasized. Certainly things are done which would have made each particular hair to stand on end on the head of a fellow of the old school. In his solemn and formal way he winked at rowing, considering it rather fast and on the whole an inevitable sign of declining morals. He wore his cap and gown with the anachronistic persistency of Mr. Toole in the Don, and sighed over the levity of a colleague who occasionally sported a blue coat with brass buttons. Had you told him that within the present century college tutors would be seen in flannels, and that a head of a school could actually row on the river in an 8, albeit the ship in question be manned by comparatively grave and reverend seniors, Wycliffe the ancient mariners, he would probably have replied in the formula ascribed to Dr. Johnson: "Let me tell you, sir, that in order to be what you consider humorous, it is not necessary that you should also be indecent." But there is a lower depth still, and grave indignitaries of the university have been seen riding bicycles. All this would have been quite unintelligible to the youthful days of our friend, whom we see leisurely approaching the evening of his days in the midst of a generation that does not know him indeed, but which is certainly benefited by his presence and the picture of academic repose which he displays to his much troubled and harassed successors. A peaceful cloistered life, soon to leave nothing behind it but a brass in the college chapel, a few common room anecdotes, and a vague tradition perhaps of a ghost on the old familiar staircase. Far different is the lot of the fellow fin de siècle. By many names men know him, whether he be the holder of an official fellowship or a prize fellow who is entitled to his emoluments only for the paltry period of 7 years. And what emoluments! Verily the mouth of democracy must water at the thought of the annual division of the spoils which used to take place under the old regime, spoils which were worth dividing too in the days when rents were paid without a murmur, and colleges had not as yet to allow tenants to hold at half a crown an acre, lest the farm should be unlet altogether. But now if a prize fellow receives his £200 a year, he may consider himself lucky, and after that, if he is not blessed with this world's goods, the grim humours of the last commission at least allowed him the inestimable privilege of marrying on £200 a year. After all, it is not every one who receives even that salary for doing nothing. The official variety of fellow, or the prize fellow who chooses to be a college tutor, is a schoolmaster, with a difference. He has rather longer holidays, if he can afford to enjoy them, and a considerably shorter purse than the instructors of youth at some great schools. He is so far unfortunate in his predecessors that he has inherited the reputation of the fellows of old time. Everybody else is working. The fellow is still a useless drone. As a matter of fact, the unfortunate man is always doing something, working vehemently, with a laudable desire to get that into 8 weeks which should properly take 12, or taking his recreation violently, riding 40 miles on a bicycle with a spurt at the finish, so as not to miss his 5 o'clock pupil. Sitting on interminable committees. Everything in Oxford is managed by a committee, partly, perhaps, because boards are very often screens, or sitting upon a disorderly undergraduate. On the whole the kicks are many, and the halfpence comparatively few. He has a long vacation, of course, but then he is always employed in writing his lectures for next term, or compiling a school edition or a handbook, or an abridgment of somebody else's school edition or handbook, in order to keep the pot boiling, more especially if he has fallen a victim to matrimony and established himself in the red brick part of Oxford. It is true that there is the prospect on paper of a pension when he has passed his work, but in the present state of college finances that is not exactly a vista of leisured opulence. Altogether there is not very much repose about him. College tutors in these days are expected to work. It is on record that a tourist from a manufacturing district, on seeing 4 tutors snatching a brief hour at lawn tennis, remarked, "I suppose there's another shift working inside." Such are the requirements of the age in the manufacturing districts. Nor are beer and skittles, unadulterated, the lot of the undergraduate either, whatever the impression that his sisters and cousins may derive from the gaieties of the eights and common. For the spirit of the century, and the sturm and drang of a restless world, has got hold of the man too, and will not suffer him to live quite so peacefully as the verdant greens and bouncers of old. Everybody must do something. They must be up and doing, or else they have a good chance of finding themselves sent down. I do not speak of the reading man who naturally finds his vocation in a period of activity, but rather of the man who is by nature non-reading, and has to sacrifice his natural desires to the pressure of public opinion acting through his tutor. Perhaps he is made to go in for honours, but even if he reads only for a pass, the schools are always with him. He is always being pulled up to see how he is growing, or at least he must be serving his college in one way or another, if not by winning distinction in the schools, by toiling on the river or the cricket field. Then he is expected to interest himself in all the movements of the last quarter of the 19th century. He must belong to several societies. He cannot even be properly idle without forming himself into an association for the purpose. If he wants to make a practice of picnicking on the Cherwell, he founds a Cherwell lunch club, with meetings, no doubt, possibly an organ to devote his highly meritorious views. An excellent and a healthy life, no doubt. But yet one is tempted sometimes to fear that the loftier may become extinct, and then where are our poets to come from? For it is a great thing to be able to loaf well. It softens the manners and does not allow them to be fierce, and there is no place for it like the streams and gardens of an ancient university. If a man does not learn the great art of doing nothing there, he will never acquire it anywhere else, and it is there, and in the summer term, that this laudable practice will probably survive, when it is unknown even in government offices. For there is a season of the year when even the sternest scholar or athlete and the most earnest promoter of movements yields to the genius loci, when the summer term is drawing to a close, and the May east winds have yielded to the warmth of June, and the lilacs and laburnums are blossoming in college gardens, when the shouting and the glory and the bonfires of the eights are over, and the invasion of commemoration has not yet begun. Then, if ever, is the time for doing nothing. Then the unwilling victim of lectures shakes off his chains and revels in a temporary freedom, not unconnected with the fact that his tutor has gone for a picnic to Nuneham. Perhaps he has been rowing in his college 8 and is entitled to repose on the laurels of 6 bumps. Perhaps he is not in the schools himself and can afford to pity the unfortunates who are. And how many are the delightful ways of loafing! You may propel the object of your affections, if she is up, as she very often is at this time, in a punt on that most academic stream, the Cherwell, while Charles, your friend, escorts the chaperon in a dinghy some little distance in front. You may lie lazily in the sun in Worcester or St. John's Gardens, with a novel or a friend or both. You may search Bagley and Powder Hill for late bluebells, and fancy that you have found, high on its heathy ridge, the tree known to Arnold and Clough. Or if you are more enterprising, you may travel further afield and explore the high beech woods of the Chiltern Slopes and the bare, breezy uplands of the Berkshire Downs, and this perhaps demands more energy than belongs to the truly conscientious loafer. Well, let the idle undergraduate make the most of his time now. It is not likely that he will be able to loaf in after life, nor, for the matter of that, will his successors be allowed to take their ease here in Oxford, even in the summer, in those happy days when the university is to be turned into an industrial school and a place for the education, no longer of the English gentleman, but the British citizen. Will that day ever come? The spirit of the age is determined that it shall, but perhaps the spirit of the place may be too much for it yet. End of chapters 2 and 8 of Aspects of Modern Oxford by Alfred Dennis Godley.
Excerpt from Illustrated Catalogue of a portion of the Ethnologic and Archaeologic collections made by the Bureau of Ethnology during the year 1881. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Illustrated Catalogue of a portion of the Ethnologic and Archaeologic collections made by the Bureau of Ethnology during the year 1881, by William H. Holmes. Collection made by Edward Palmer in North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas. Introductory. Mr. Palmer began his explorations early in July 1881 and continued with marked success until the end of the year. He first paid a visit to the Cherokee Indians of North Carolina and collected a large number of articles manufactured or used by this people, besides a number of antiquities from the same region. From Carolina he crossed into Tennessee and began work by opening a number of mounds in Cocke County. In September he opened a very important mound, which I have named the McMahon Mound. It is located in the vicinity of Sevierville, Sevier County. Afterwards, mounds were opened on Faines Island, at Dandridge, and at Kingston. In September, he crossed into Arkansas and made extensive explorations at Osceola, Pecan Point, Arkansas Post, and Indian Bay. It is devolved upon the writer to examine and catalogue this fine collection. In preparing the catalogue, the plan of arrangement already adopted by the Bureau has been carried out. That is, a primary classification by locality and a secondary by material. The descriptions of specimens are taken from the card catalogue prepared by the writer on first opening the collection, and will be given in full, excepting in cases where detailed descriptions have been furnished in separate papers, either in this or the preceding annual report. Cuts have been made of a number of the more interesting specimens. The localities are named in the order of their exploration. Collections from Jackson County, North Carolina, obtained chiefly from the Cherokee Indians. Articles of stone. 62953. A small disc of dark gray slate, 1 1/4 inches in diameter and 1 1/2 inches in thickness. The form is symmetrical and the surface well polished. The sides are convex, slightly so near the center and abruptly so near the circumference. The rim or peripheral surface is squared by grinding, the circular form being accurately preserved. This specimen was obtained from an aged Cherokee, who stated that it had formerly been used by his people in playing some sort of game. It seems not improbable that this stone has been used for polishing pottery. 62952. A small subglobular pebble used as a polishing stone for pottery. 62954. A polishing stone similar to the above. This implement was seen in use by the collector. 62947. A hemispherical stone probably used as a nutcracker. 62944. A stone implement somewhat resembling a thick, round-pointed pick, 4 1/2 inches in length and 1 inch in diameter. It is perforated exactly as an iron pick would be for the insertion of a handle. The perforation has been produced by boring from opposite sides. At the surface it is 5/8 of an inch in diameter and midway about 3/8. The material seems to be an indurated clay or soft slate. The collector suggests that this specimen was probably used for smoothing bowstrings or straightening arrow shafts. 62949. 8 arrow points of gray and blackish chalcedony. 62950. Pipe of gray indurated steatite of modern Cherokee manufacture. 62951. Pipe of dark greenstone, highly polished. It is well modeled, but of a recent type. 62888. Grooved axe of compact greenish sandstone, found near Bakersville, North Carolina. Articles of clay, obtained from the southern band of Cherokees, Jackson County, North Carolina. The manufacture of pottery, once so universally practiced by the Atlantic Coast Indians, is still kept up by this tribe, rather, however, for the purpose of trade than for use in their domestic arts. The vessels are, to a great extent, modeled after the ware of the whites, but the methods of manufacture seem to be almost wholly aboriginal. 63070. A handled mug or cup of brownish ware. The form is not aboriginal. It is composed of clay, tempered apparently with pulverized shell. The surface has a slight polish produced by a polishing implement. The height is 4½ inches and the width nearly the same. 63068. Large, flat-bottomed bowl, 6 inches in height, 11 inches in diameter at the top, and 8 at the base. Although made without a wheel, this vessel is quite symmetrical. The thickness is from 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch. The material has been a dark clay paste with tempering of powdered mica. 63066. A 3-legged pot with spherical body, resembling very closely in appearance the common iron cooking pot of the whites. The rim is 6 inches in diameter and 1 inch high. The body is 9 inches in diameter. 2 handles are attached to the upper part of the body. The form is symmetrical and the surface highly polished. The polishing stone has been used with so much skill that the effect of a glaze is well produced. The materials used were clay and pulverized mica. The color is dark brown. 63067. A strong, rudely made vessel shaped like a half cask. The walls are about 1/2 an inch in thickness. The surface is rough, the polishing stone having been very carelessly applied. 63068. A flat-bottomed bowl symmetrical in shape but rudely finished. Vegetal substances. 63063. Basket sieve said to be used to separate the finer from the coarser particles of pounded corn. The coarse meal thus obtained is boiled and allowed to ferment. This is used as food and is called kanohuana. The sieve is made of split cane carefully smoothed. Some of the strips are dyed red and others brown. A simple ornamental design is worked in these colors. The opening is square with rounded corners, the sides measuring 14 inches. The depth is 5 inches. The bottom is flat and loosely woven. 63072. A bottle-shaped basket with constricted neck and rectangular body, used by the Cherokees for carrying fish. Height 11 inches, width of mouth 4 inches, diameter of body 6 inches. It is made of strips of white oak or hickory, 1/4 of an inch in thickness. 63073. Basket made of strips of white oak intended for the storage of seeds and for other household uses. The rim is about 5 inches in diameter. The body is 8 inches in diameter, the base being rectangular and flat. 63074. Basket made of cane used for storing seed. 63076. 2 baskets made of cane, probably used for household purposes. They are neatly ornamented with simple designs produced by the use of colored strips. The rims are oval in shape and the base is rectangular. The larger will hold about 1/2 a bushel, the smaller about a gallon. 63077. Small basket with a handle made of splints of white oak. Yellow strips of hickory bark are used to ornament the rim. Other colors are obtained by using bark of different trees, maple, walnut, etc. 63078. Small cup or dish carved from laurel or cucumber wood. It is very neatly made. The depth is about 1 inch, the width 5 inches. 63064. Large spoon, carved from laurel or cucumber wood, used by the Cherokees in handling the kanohuana, or fermented meal. The carving is neatly done. The heart-shaped bowl is 6 inches in length, 4 in width, and about 2 in depth. The handle is 12 inches long and is embellished at the end by a knob and ring. The knob is carved to represent a turtle's or snake's head. 63065. A smaller spoon similar in shape to the above. 63087. A large 5-pronged fork carved from the wood of the Magnolia glauca. It resembles the iron forks of the whites. 63088. A small 3-pronged fork of the same pattern and material as the above. 63080. A wooden comb made in imitation of the shell combs used by white ladies for supporting and ornamenting the back hair. The carving is said to have been done with a knife. Considerable skill is shown in the ornamental design at the top. The wood is maple or beech. 63089. A walnut paddle or club used to beat clothes in washing. 63059. Bow of locust wood, 5 feet long, 1/2 an inch thick, and 1½ inches wide in the middle, tapering at the ends to 1 inch. The back of the bow is undressed, the bark simply having been removed. The string, which resembles ordinary twine, is said to be made of wild hemp. The arrows are 40 inches in length. The shafts are made of hickory wood and have conical points. Stone and metal points are not used, as the country abounds in small game only, and heavy points are considered unnecessary. In trimming the arrow, 2 feathers of the wild turkey are used. These are close clipped and fastened with sinew. 63057. Blowgun used by the Cherokees to kill small game. This specimen is 7 feet in length and is made of a large cane, probably the Arundinaria macrosperma. The guns are made from 5 to 15 feet in length, the diameter in large specimens reaching 1½ inches. 63058. Arrows used with the blowgun. The shafts, which are made of hickory wood, are 2 feet in length and very slender. The shooting end has a conical point. The feather end is dressed with thistledown, tied on in overlapping layers with thread or sinew. The tip of down completely fills the barrel of the gun, and the arrow, when inserted in the larger end and blown with a strong puff, has a remarkable carrying and penetrating power. 63085. Thistleheads, probably from the Cnicus lanceolatus, from which the down is obtained in preparing the arrows of the blowgun. 63061. Ball sticks or rackets made of hickory wood. Rods of this tough wood, about 7 feet long, are dressed to the proper shape, the ends having a semicircular section, the middle part being flat. Each is bent and the ends united to form a handle, leaving a pear-shaped loop 6 inches in width by about 12 inches in length, which is filled with a network of leather or bark strings sufficiently close to hold the ball. 63061. Ball, 1½ inches in diameter, covered with buckskin, used with the rackets in playing the celebrated ball game of the Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, and Seminole Indians. Animal substances. 63071. Shell, probably a unio, used by potters to scrape the surface of clay vessels, seen in use. 63081. Comb made of horn. The teeth are 2 inches in length and have been made with a saw. It is used in dressing the hair. 63085. Charm made of feathers and snake rattles, worn on the head or on some part of the costume. 63082. Awl of iron set in a handle of deer's horn. Collections from Cocke County, Tennessee, from fields near Newport. Articles of stone. 62752. Grooved axe, 8 inches in length, 3½ in width, and about 1 inch in thickness. One side is quite flat, the other convex. The material is a banded schistose slate. 62758. A fine specimen of grooved axe, 7 inches in length, 4 in width, and 1½ in thickness. The groove is wide and shallow, and is bordered by 2 narrow ridges, which are in sharp relief all the way around. The material appears to be a greenish-gray diorite. 62759. A grooved axe, 6 inches long, 3½ inches wide, and 1 inch thick. This specimen is similar to the preceding, the groove being deeper on the lateral edges of the implement, and the upper end less prominent. It is made of a fine-grained gray sandstone. 62753. Fragment of a grooved axe of gray slate. The groove is shallow and irregular. 62754. Celt of compact gray sandstone, somewhat chipped at the ends. It is 6½ inches in length by 2½ in width, and 1½ in thickness. One face is flat, the other convex. The sides are nearly parallel. A transverse section would be subrectangular. 62755. Fragment of celt, 3 inches in length by 2 in width and about 1½ in thickness. The material is a fine-grained sandstone or a diorite. 62756. A long, slender celt, very carefully finished, 7 inches in length, 2 in width, and less than 1 in thickness. The material is a very compact gray slate. It has apparently been recently used as a scythe stone by some harvester. 62757. Fragment of a small, narrow celt, both ends of which are lost. Material, gray diorite. 62760. Heavy celt of gray diorite, 8 inches in length by 3 in width and 2½ in thickness. 62762. A pestle of gray diorite with enlarged base and tapering top, 5½ inches in length and 3 inches in diameter at the base. 62751. A pestle of banded schistose slate, 15 inches in length and 2½ inches in diameter in the middle, tapering symmetrically towards the ends, which terminate in rounded points. 62763. A ceremonial stone resembling somewhat a small broad-bladed pick, the outline being nearly semicircular. It is pierced as a pick is pierced for the insertion of a handle. It is 2½ inches in length, 1½ in width, and 3/4 inch in thickness. The material is a soft, greenish mottled serpentine, or serpentinoid limestone. 62761. A pierced tablet of gray slate, 4½ inches long, 1½ inches wide, and ½ an inch thick. The two perforations are 2½ inches apart. They have been bored from opposite sides and show no evidence of use. 9 notches have been cut in one end of the tablet. It has been much injured by recent use as a whetstone. 62764. Cupstone of rough sandstone having 17 shallow cup-like depressions from 1 to 2 inches in diameter. The stone is of irregular outline, about 10 inches in diameter and 4 in thickness. 62765. A large pipe of gray steatite. The bowl is square and about 3 inches in length by 1 in diameter. The stem end is 4 inches in length and 3/4 inch in diameter. The bowl has a deep conical excavation. The same is true of the stem end also. Mound at the junction of the Pigeon and French Broad Rivers. Articles of clay. 62870. The mound from which these fragments were obtained was located 3 miles from Newport. It was 12 feet square and 6 feet high. The original height was probably much greater. The pottery was mixed with ashes and debris of what appeared to be 3 fireplaces. No human remains were found. The fragments were not numerous, nor do they indicate a great variety in form. There is, however, considerable variety in decoration. Material. The clay is generally gray or dark reddish-gray in the mass, and is apparently quite siliceous or sandy, numerous grains of quartz being visible. There is generally a sprinkling of finely powdered mica, but no shell matter can be detected. When much weathered, the surface is quite gritty. Form. The leading form is a round-bodied, pot-shaped vase. There is one small hemispherical bowl. The outlines have been quite symmetrical. The mouths of the pots are wide, and the necks deeply constricted. The lip or rim exhibits a number of novel features. That of the larger specimen, of which a considerable segment remains, is furnished on the upper edge with a deep channel nearly 1/2 an inch wide, and more than 1/4 an inch deep. Others have a peculiar thickening of the rim, a sort of collar being added to the outside. This is about 1 inch in width and is thicker below, giving a triangular section. The walls of the vessel are usually quite thin. The bottoms were probably round or nearly so. No fragments, however, of the lower parts of the vessels were collected. There is but one example of the handle, and this presents no unusual features. Ornamentation. The ornamentation is in some respects novel. The double or channeled rim of the larger specimen, the mouth of which has been 13 or 14 inches in diameter, is embellished with a line of flutings, which seem to be the impressions of a hollow bone or reed. The whole exterior surface is embellished with a most elaborate ornamental design, which resembles the imprint of some woven fabric. If a woven fabric has not been used, a pliable stamp, producing the effect of a fabric, has been resorted to. The fact that the sharply concave portions of the neck are marked with as much regularity as the convex body of the vessel precludes the idea of the use of a solid or non-elastic stamp. The pattern consists of groups of parallel indented lines arranged at right angles with one another, the puzzling feature being that there is no evidence of the passing of the threads or fillets over or under each other, such as would be seen if a woven fabric had been used. The outer surface of the triangular collar peculiar to many of the pots has been decorated with a herringbone pattern, made by impressing a sharp implement. The handle in one case is similarly ornamented. This handle has been added after the figure previously described was impressed upon the neck of the vessel. One small fragment shows another style of indented or stamped pattern, which consists of series of straight and curved lines, such as are characteristic of many of the vessels obtained from the Gulf states. A small fragment of coal-black ware is entirely smooth on the outside, and indicates an unusually well-finished and symmetrical vessel. Another shows the impression of basket work, in which a wide fillet or splint has served as the warp and a small twisted cord as the woof. One interesting feature of this vessel is that from certain impressions on the raised edges, we discover that the vessel has been taken from the net mold while still in a plastic state. Still another red porous fragment has a square rim, which is ornamented with a series of annular indentations. Collections from Sevier County, Tennessee. The McMahon Mound. On the west fork of the Little Pigeon River at Sevierville, on a rich bottom 125 yards from the river, is a celebrated mound, the owners of which have for years refused to have it open. Mr. Palmer spent several days in trying to obtain permission to open it, and was about leaving in despair when the owners finally yielded, not, however, without requiring a number of concessions on the part of the collector, which concessions were put in the form of a legal document. This mound is 16 feet high and 240 feet in circumference. 3 feet below the surface, a stratum of burnt clay, 15 feet wide by 30 long, was reached. This has probably formed part of the roof of a dwelling. Beneath this was a bed of charcoal, 4 inches thick. In this bed, remnants of cedar posts from 2 to 4 inches thick and 1 to 2 feet in length were found. Below this was a stratum of ashes, covering a limited area to the depth of 4 feet. Surrounding this, the earth contained fragments of numerous articles used by the inhabitants, while beneath came 4.5 feet of earth, in which numerous skeletons had been deposited. The bodies had been interred without order, and the bones were so intermingled and so far decayed that no complete skeletons could be collected. Beneath the layer of bones came a second deposit of ashes, 2 feet thick by 2.5 feet in diameter, and beneath this a mass of red clay, 18 inches in thickness. In the earth surrounding the ashes and clay, a number of skeletons were found. These were in such an advanced stage of decomposition that only a few fragments of skulls could be preserved. 3 feet below the second layer of bones, the undisturbed soil was reached. 2 boxes of bones were collected, the well-preserved crania numbering about 20. A great many interesting specimens of the implements, utensils, and ornaments of the mound builders were obtained. The following catalogue includes everything of interest. Articles of stone: 62787, 62792, 62778, 62769, 62784, 62788. Numerous specimens of arrow points, flakes, cores, and rough masses of gray and black chalcedony, obtained partly from the mound and partly from the soil surrounding it. 62793. A somewhat conical object of black compact graphite. The flattish base is rubbed off in an irregular way, as if in grinding down for use as a pigment. 62790. Fragment of hammerstone of gray micaceous sandstone, 5 inches long by 3 inches in diameter. It was found associated with the upper layer of skeletons. 62808. Pipe carved from gray marble. The bowl is symmetrically shaped and resembles a common clay pipe. It is about 1.5 inches in height and 1 in diameter. The stem part is about 1/4 of an inch in length, found with the upper layer of skeletons. 62786. A perforated stone tube, 1 1/4 inches long and 3/4 of an inch in diameter. It is probably the upper part of a pipe bowl. 62794. A large number of minute quartz pebbles, probably used in a rattle or in playing some game of chance, found with the skeletons in the mound. 62798. 3 glass beads found 4 feet below the surface of the mound. 1 is a bright blue bead of translucent glass. 1 is opaque, resembling porcelain. The third is of blue-gray glass and has 3 longitudinal stripes of brown underlaid by bands of white. All are cylindrical in shape and are from 3/8 to 1/2 an inch in length and about 1/4 of an inch in diameter. Articles of clay. The collection of pottery from this mound is of much interest. There is but one entire vessel, but the fragments are so plentiful and well preserved that many interesting forms can be restored, and a very good idea of the ceramic work of this locality be formed. I've spent much time in the examination of these fragments, and have assigned each to the form of vessel to which it belonged. Where large pieces are preserved, especially if the rim is included, we have little trouble in reconstructing the entire vessel, without fear of being seriously wrong. The lower parts of the bodies of all forms are round or slightly flattened, and but a small fragment of the rim is needed to tell whether the vessel was a bottle, pot, or bowl. I find, however, that the forms merge into each other in such a way that a complete graduated series can be found. Of first importance are the round or globular vases with more or less constricted necks. Ornamentation. The inside of all forms is plain, with the exception of accidental markings of the fingers. The rim is square, sharp, or round on the edge, and sometimes slightly enlarged or beaded on the outer margin. A collar is attached to many forms, which at the lower edge overhangs. It is added to the body with the rim, or is a strip afterward attached. It is often notched or indented with a stick, bone, or reed, or with the fingers. The necks of vases and pot-shaped vessels have a great variety of handles, knobs, and ornaments. Some of the latter seem to be atrophied handles. In some cases, a low horizontal ridge, from 1 to 4 or more inches in length, is placed near the rim, in place of the continuous collar. In other cases, a narrow crescent-shaped ridge is attached, the points reaching down on the shoulder, the arch lying upon the neck. Still others have 1 or more handles which connect the rim with the neck or shoulder of the vessel, leaving a round or oblong passage for a cord or vine. These handles were added after the vessel was completed. They are never ornamented. In one case, an arched handle, like the handle of a basket, connects the opposite sides of the rim. This is the only entire vessel recovered from the mound. It was associated with the upper layers of skeletons. Diameter 4½ inches. The body of these vessels is sometimes quite plain, but is more frequently covered by cord markings. These, with 1 or 2 exceptions, seem to be made by a series of fine cords approximately parallel, but without cross threads of any kind. There is little uniformity of arrangement. In the upper part, and about the base of the neck, the indented lines are generally vertical. On the bottom they are quite irregular, as if the vessel in making had been rolled about on a piece of netting or coarse cloth. The cords have been about the size of the ordinary cotton cord used by merchants. One exception is seen in a fragment of a large, rudely made vase, in which we have the impression of a fabric, the warp of which, whether wood or cord, has consisted of fillets more than 1/4 of an inch in width, the woof being fine cord. This is what is frequently spoken of as the ear of corn impression. No incised or excavated lines have been noticed in these fragments of pot-shaped vessels. Some of the most elegant vessels are without upright necks. The upper or incurved surface of the body is approximately flat, forming with the lower part of the body a more or less sharp peripheral angle. The base is rounded, and so far as we can judge from the examples, the bottom is slightly flattened. Vessels having vertical or flaring rims are generally somewhat more shallow. The incurved upper surface is often tastefully ornamented with patterns of incised or excavated lines, which are arranged in groups in vertical or oblique positions, or encircle the vessel parallel with the border. One specimen has a row of stamped circles made by a reed or hollow bone. Bowls of the ordinary shape are variously decorated. In one case we have on the outside of the rim, and projecting slightly above it, a rudely modeled grotesque face. A notched fillet passes around the rim near the lip, connecting with the sides of this head. In another case a rude node is added to the rim. The only bowl having a flaring rim is without ornament. We have only one fragment of a bowl in which the body has been marked with cords. Composition. The clay used in the pottery from this mound is generally fine in texture and of a light gray color. Many of the fragments have been blackened by burning subsequently to their original firing, and some may have been originally blackened with graphite. The prevailing colors seen in the fragments are yellowish and reddish grays. The percentage of powdered shell used in tempering has usually been very large, forming at times at least half the mass. The flakes of shell are very coarse, being often as much as 1/4 of an inch in diameter. In many cases they have been destroyed by burning, or have dropped out from decay, leaving a deeply pitted surface. Pipes. There are a number of pipes in the collection, most of which were found near the surface of the mound. In some cases they resemble modern forms very closely. The most striking example is made of a fine-grained clay, without visible admixture of tempering material. The color is a reddish gray. It is neatly and symmetrically formed, the surface being finished by polishing with a smooth, hard implement and shaving with a knife. The bowl is 2 inches high, and the rim is bell-shaped above, with a smooth, flat lip 1/4 of an inch wide. The diameter of the opening is nearly 2 inches. The base is conical. The stem part is 1/2 an inch long and 1/2 an inch in diameter. The bowl and stem are both conically excavated. Another specimen is made of clay mixed with powdered shell. The bowl is cylindrical, being a little larger at the rim, which is ornamented with rows of punctures. The bowl is ornamented by a rosette of indented lines. The mouthpiece has been broken away. Objects of metal. 62797. One of the most instructive finds in this mound is a pair of brass pins, of undoubted European manufacture. The collector makes the statement, with entire confidence in its correctness, that they had been encased in the earth at the time of the interment of the bodies. One was associated with the upper and the other with the lower layer of bones. In size and shape they resemble our ordinary brass toilet pin. The head is formed of a spiral coil of wire, the diameter of which is about 1/2 that of the shaft of the pin. It was also stated by the collector that an iron bolt was found in the lower stratum of bones. This object was unfortunately lost. 62795. A small brass cylinder found 3 feet 7 inches below the surface of the mound. The thin sheet of which the coil is made is about 1 inch square. The edges are uneven. It was probably used as a bead. Objects of shell. Few mounds have rivaled this in its wealth of shell ornaments. Engraved gorgets cut from the body of the Bisicon perversum and large pins from the columellae of the same shell are especially numerous and well preserved. Large numbers of beads and unworked shells were also found. All were intimately associated with the skeletons. While many of the specimens are well preserved, we find that many are in an advanced state of decay, and unless most carefully handled, crumble to powder. Similar shell ornaments are found in mounds in other parts of Tennessee, as well as in neighboring states. These have been pretty fully described in the second annual report. 62830 through 62839. These pins are all made from the Bisicon perversum. The entire specimens range from 3 to 6 inches in length. 2 are fragmentary, having lost their points by decay. The heads are from 1/2 to 1 inch in length and are generally less than 1 inch in diameter. They are somewhat varied in shape, some being cylindrical, others being conical above. The shaft is pretty evenly rounded, but is seldom symmetrical or straight. It is rarely above 1/2 an inch in diameter, and tapers gradually to a more or less rounded point. The groove of the canal shows distinctly in all the heads, and may often be traced far down the shaft. In a number of cases the surface retains the fine polish of the newly finished object, but it is usually somewhat weathered, and frequently discolored or chalky. These specimens were found in the mounds along with deposits of human remains, and generally in close proximity to the head. This fact suggests their use as ornaments for the hair. 62840 through 62843. A number of saucer-shaped shell gorgets, the upper edge being somewhat straightened, the result of the natural limit of the body of the shell. 2 small holes for suspension occur near the upper margin. The diameter ranges from 3 to 6 inches. In studying the design, the attention is first attracted by an eye-like figure near the left border. This is formed of a series of concentric circles, and is partially enclosed by a looped band about 1/8 of an inch in width, which opens downward to the left. This band is occupied by a series of conical dots or depressions, the number of which varies in the different specimens. The part of the figure enclosed by this band represents the head and neck of the serpent. To the right of the eye we have the mouth, which is usually shown in profile, the upper jaw being turned upward, exhibiting a double row of notches or teeth. The body encircles the head in a single coil, which appears from beneath the neck on the right, passes around the front of the head, and terminates at the back in a pointed tail armed with well-defined rattles. The spots and scales of the serpent are represented in a highly conventionalized manner. 62841 through 62845. The handsome specimen given in Figure 124 is in a very good state of preservation. It is a deep, somewhat oval plate made from a Bisicon perversum. The surface is nicely polished and the margins neatly beveled. The marginal zone is less than half an inch wide and contains at the upper edge 2 perforations which have been considerably abraded by the cord of suspension. 4 long curved slits or perforations almost sever the central design from the rim. The 4 narrow segments that remain are each ornamented with a single conical pit. The serpent is very neatly engraved and belongs to the chevroned variety. The eye is large and the neck is ornamented with a single rectangular intaglio figure. The mouth is more than usually well defined. The upper jaw is turned abruptly backward and is ornamented with lines peculiar to this variety of the designs. The body of the serpent opposite the perforations for suspension is interrupted by a rather mysterious crossband, consisting of 1 broad and 2 narrow lines. As this is a feature common to many specimens, it probably had some important office or significance. 62847 through 62848. Mask-like shell ornaments. By combination of engraving and sculpture, a rude resemblance to the human features is produced. The objects are generally made from large pear-shaped sections of the lower whorl of marine univalves. The lower portion, which represents the neck and chin, is cut from the somewhat constricted part near the base of the shell, while the broad outline of the head reaches the first suture at the noted shoulder of the body whorl. The simplest form is shown in Figure 125. A more elaborate form is given in Figure 126. These objects are especially numerous in the mounds of Tennessee, but their range is quite wide, examples having been reported from Kentucky, Virginia, Illinois, Missouri, and Arkansas, and smaller ones of a somewhat different type from New York. In size they range from 2 to 10 inches in length, the width being considerably less. They are generally found associated with human remains in such a way as to suggest their use as ornaments for the head or neck. There are, however, no holes for suspension, except those made to represent the eyes, and these, so far as I observed, show no abrasion by a cord of suspension. Their shape suggests the idea that they may have been used as masks, after the manner of metal masks by some of the Oriental nations. 62846. Engraved shell, Figure 127. This very interesting object has been fully described in the second annual report of the Bureau. The figure is so obscure that considerable study is necessary in making it out. 62930. Engraved shell, Figure 128. This remarkable specimen has already been described in the second annual report of the Bureau. The engraved design is certainly of a very high order of merit, and suggests the work of the ancient Mexicans. 62816 through 62822. 62824, 62826, 62828, 62829. Shell beads, discoidal and cylindrical in form, made chiefly from the columellae and walls of marine univalves. 62825. Shell bead made by grinding off the apex of a large Oliva biplicata. 62827. Beads made from Marginella shells. 62825, 62827, 62850 through 62857, 62782. Species of shell found in the mound, some with the skeletons, others near the surface. The following genera and species are provisionally determined: Unio multiplicatus, Uhio ovatus, Unio crescidens, Unio victorum, Marginella, Oliva, Iospinosa, Trypanostoma anthonii, Ankylosa subglobosa, Bisicon perversum. 62823. A tooth-shaped freshwater pearl found with the skeletons. Animal substances. 62861. Fragments of deer horn found near the surface of the mound. 62858. An implement of unusual form made from a flat piece of bone found with the skeletons in the mound. 62859, 62860. Bone implements, needles, and perforators, some of which are well preserved and retain the original polish, others are in a very advanced stage of decay. 3 boxes of human bones, not numbered. From the fields at Sevierville. Articles of stone. 62770. A small grooved axe formed of a coarse textured stone resembling diorite. It is 4½ inches in length and 2½ inches in width. The head is rounded and the cutting edge much battered. The groove is wide and shallow and the bordering ridges prominent. The blade thins out quite abruptly. Presented by J. B. Emmert. 62772. A celt 6 3/4 inches long, 2½ inches wide, and 1 inch thick. The material is a compact blue-gray banded slate. The sides are straight, and a transverse section is somewhat rectangular. Both edges are sharpened and are very neatly beveled and polished. Presented by W. P. Mitchell. 62771. A small celt of compact greenish slate. One face is flat, the other convex. It is neatly made and perfectly preserved, the broader end being oblique and sharp. It is 3 1/8 inches in length. 62777. A rude, much battered celt of coarse sandstone or diorite. It is 4 inches in length by 2 in width near the cutting edge. The top is somewhat conical. 62774. A large, unsymmetrical celt made of coarse yellowish sandstone. One side is much battered. The cutting edge is round and dull. It is 9 inches in length by 5 in width near the broad end and is 1½ inches thick. 62785. A knife blade shaped object, apparently a fragment of a winged ceremonial stone. The whole surface is smooth and shows no evidence of use. It is made of fine-grained gray slate. It is 2 inches in length by 5/8 in width. 62775. A bell-shaped pestle made of yellowish-gray quartzite. The surface has been evenly roughened by picking, but has become slightly polished on parts most exposed when in use. The base part is subrectangular in section, and the bottom is slightly but evenly convex. The upper part, which has been shaped for convenient grasping by the hand, is evenly rounded at the top. Height 4½ inches, width of base 3½ inches. 62766. A well-formed globe of gritty sandstone. The surface is roughened or granular. It is 2½ inches in diameter. 62789. Portion of an oblong hammerstone, 4 inches in length by 3 in diameter in the middle part. One end has been much reduced by use. It is made of some dark, much decomposed crystalline rock. 62768. A symmetrical sandstone ring 2 inches in diameter and 3/4 of an inch in thickness. The perforation is about 5/8 of an inch in diameter. The surface is roughened by picking. 62767. A symmetrical, neatly finished disc of light gray quartzite. It is 4 1/4 inches in diameter and 1 1/4 inches in thickness at the circumference and less than 1 inch thick at the center. 62869. An hourglass-shaped tube made of gray hydromica schist, which resembles very compact steatite. It is 5½ inches long, 2 inches in diameter at the widest part and 1 1/4 inches at the narrowest part. The most restricted part near the middle is girdled by a ring or ridge, on the circumference of which 70 or 80 shallow notches have been cut. The perforation is much enlarged at the ends, giving cup-like cavities. The walls are thin near the ends and quite thick near the middle, the passage being hardly more than 1/4 of an inch in diameter. The markings on the inside indicate that the excavation has been made by a gouging process, rather than by the use of a rotary perforator. 62776. A boat-shaped ceremonial stone of banded slate 3 inches long, 1 inch wide, and 1 inch deep. From the side the outline is triangular, the 2 lines of the keel forming almost a right angle. From the top the outline is a long pointed oval, as seen in the illustration figure 131. The trough-shaped excavation is more rounded in outline, and is 3/4 of an inch in depth. Perforations have been made near the ends of this trough. These seem to be somewhat abraded on the outside by a cord of suspension or attachment, which is passed between them along a groove in the apex or angle of the keel. 62868. An amulet or charm of dark greenish rock, probably a serpentine, carved to represent a bird's head. The more highly polished parts are quite dark, while freshly cut lines are whitish. The head is graphically represented, the bill, the eye and nostril being well shown. A stand-like base takes the place of the body of the bird. Around this, near the bottom, a groove has been cut for the purpose of attaching a string or securing a handle. In dressing the surface, some implement has been used that has left file-like scratches. Figure 132 represents this object, natural size. 62773. Fragment of a stone disc or wheel that has lines cut upon it, resembling in arrangement the grooves of an ordinary millstone. Diameter 6 inches, thickness 2 inches. This is probably not an Aboriginal work. 63186. A banner stone of unusual shape made of gray slate. The cut, figure 133, represents this object 3/4 natural size. The perforation is 1/2 inch in diameter and is quite symmetrical. The entire surface is well polished. Articles of clay. A few specimens of potsherds were collected from the fields about Sevierville. Most of these are identical in every way with pottery of the mound, but 3 examples are of a totally different type. The material of these is a fine, sandy clay tempered with a large percentage of finely pulverized mica. The forms of the vessels cannot be made out. The outer surfaces were ornamented by a stamped pattern of small square or lozenge-shaped figures. A number of these together were apparently formed by a single stamp. Among the fragments we have 6 discs, from 1 to 2 inches in diameter, worked from ordinary potsherds. A small rudely modeled figure of a bird was also found with these fragments. There were also masses of indurated clay, which seem to have been used for chinking purposes. End of excerpt from portion of the collections made by the Bureau of Ethnology during the field season of 1881 by William H. Holmes. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
A Catechism of Familiar Things, Their History, and the Events which led to their discovery, with a short explanation of some of the principal natural phenomena. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Lola, Janie. A Catechism of Familiar Things, Their History, and the Events which led to their discovery, with a short explanation of some of the principal natural phenomena, by Benziger Brothers. Chapter 1. Dew, water, rain, snow, hail, atmosphere, wind, lightning, thunder, electricity, twilight, and the aurora borealis. What is dew? Moisture collected from the atmosphere by the action of cold. During the day, the powerful heat of the sun causes to arise from the earth and water a moist vapor, which, after the sun sinks below the horizon, is condensed by the cold and falls in the form of dew. Dews are more copious in the spring and autumn than any other season, in warm countries than in cold ones, because of the sudden changes of temperature. Egypt abounds in dews all the summer, for the air being too hot to condense the vapors in the daytime, they never gather into clouds and form rain. Horizon, the line which bounds the views on all sides so that the earth and sky appear to meet. A Greek word from the verb signifying to mark boundaries. Temperature, degrees of heat or cold. Condense, to cause the particles of a body to approach or unite more closely. What are its uses? It cools and refreshes the vegetable creation and prevents it from being destroyed by the heat of the sun. All hot countries where there is little or no rain are therefore blessed with this provision by the all-bountiful Creator to render them luxuriant and inhabitable. And the dews which fall are so copious that the earth is as deeply soaked with them during the night as if a heavy rain had fallen. For this reason also it is that we so often read in the Bible of the dew of heaven being promised to the Israelites as a signal. Luxuriant, fertile, flourishing. Signal, remarkable, eminent. From what does the vapor originate? Vapor is water combined with a still greater quantity of caloric, that is, an imponderable and subtle form of matter, which causes the sensation of heat and which drives asunder the particles of the water, rendering it aeriform. Imponderable, without sensible weight. Subtle, thin, not dense or compact. Particle, a small portion of matter. Aeriform, having the form of air. What is water? The fluid which covers more than 3/5 of the surface of our globe and which is necessary for life and health of the animal and vegetable creation. For without water there would be neither rain nor dew, and everything would perish. It is likewise a necessary beverage for man and the inferior animals. Beverage, drink, liquor for drinking. In how many states do we find water? In 4. First, solid, as in ice, snow, hail, etc. Second, fluid, as in its common form. Third, aeriform, as in steam. And fourth, in a state of union with other matter. It is most simple state, it is that of ice, which is water deprived of a certain portion of its caloric. Crystallization then takes place, and the water becomes solid and is called ice. Crystallization, the process by which the parts of a solid body separated by solution or fusion are again brought into the solid form. If this process is slow, the figure assumed is regular and bounded by plane and smooth surfaces. Solution, the diffusion of a solid through some liquid. Fusion, melting or rendering fluid by heat. From what cause is the water deprived of its caloric? From the coldness of the atmosphere. Underneath the poles of our globe it is mostly solid. There it is similar to the hardest rock and may be cut with a chisel like stone or marble. This great solidity is occasioned by the low temperature of the surrounding air, and in very cold countries ice may be found so fine as to be blown away by the wind, and will still be ice. Poles, the extremities or ends of the axis, an imaginary line supposed to be drawn through the center of the earth, or, when applied to the heavens, the 2 points directly over them. Is ice the only instance of water existing in a state of solidity? No. It is found in a solid state in many minerals, as in marble, etc., and is then called water of crystallization. It is essential in many cases to their solidity and transparency. Essential, necessary. Transparency, clearness, the power of transmitting light. Does nature decompose water in any of her operations? Yes. Every living vegetable has the power of decomposing water by a secret process peculiar to itself. Fish, too, and all cold-blooded amphibious animals are gifted with the same power. Decomposing, separating a mixed body into its several parts. Amphibious, able to live both in water and out of it. Of what use is this power to vegetables? The water which they decompose affords them nourishment for the support of their vital juices and enables them, by combining the fluid gases which compose it with those of the air and the soil, to form their different products, while the superfluous gas is abundantly given out by their leaves to refresh the spent air and render it wholesome for the animals that breathe. Vital, belonging to life, necessary to existence. Superfluous, unnecessary, not wanted. What is rain? The condensed aqueous vapors raised in the atmosphere by the sun and wind, converted into clouds, which fall in rain, snow, hail, or mist. Their falling is occasioned by their own weight in a collision produced by contrary currents of wind from the clouds passing into a colder part of the air or by electricity. If the vapors are more copious and rise a little higher, they form a mist or fog, which is visible to the eye. Higher still, they produce rain. Hence, we may account for the changes of the weather. Why a cold summer is always a wet one, a warm, a dry one. Aqueous, watery, consisting of water. Collision, a striking together, a clash, a meeting. Electricity, a natural agent existing in all bodies. See page 18. What seasons are more liable to rain than others? The spring and autumn are generally the most rainy seasons. The vapors rise more plentiful in spring and in autumn. As the sun recedes from us and the cold increases, the vapors which lingered above us during the summer heats fall more easily. Recede, to fall back, to retreat. What is snow? Rain congealed by cold in the atmosphere, which causes it to fall to the earth in white flakes. Snow fertilizes the ground by defending the roots of plants from an intenser cold of the air and the piercing winds. Congealed, turned by the force of cold from a fluid to a solid state, hardened. Fertilize, to render fruitful. Intenser, raised to a higher degree, more powerful. What is hail? Drops of rain frozen in their passage through cold air. Hail assumes various figures according to the degrees of heat or cold through which it passes, being sometimes round, flat, etc. What is atmosphere? The mass of aeriform fluid which encompasses the earth on all sides. It extends about 50 miles above its surface. Air is the elastic fluid of which it is composed. Elastic, having the power of springing back or recovering its former figure after the removal of any external pressure which has altered that figure. When the force which compresses the air is removed, it expands and resumes its former state. What are the uses of air? It is necessary to the well-being of man, since without it neither he nor any animal or vegetable could exist. If it were not for atmospheric air, we would be unable to converse with each other. We should know nothing of sound or smell, or of the pleasures which arise from the variegated prospects which surround us. It is to the presence of air that carbonic acid, that water owes its agreeable taste. Boiling deprives it of the greater parts of these, and renders it insipid. Variegated, diversified, changed, adorned with different colors. Insipid, tasteless. What is wind? Air in motion with any degree of velocity. What is lightning? The effect of electricity in the clouds. A flash of lightning is simply a stream of the electric fluid passing from the clouds to the earth, from the earth to the clouds, or from one cloud to another. Lightning usually strikes the highest and most pointed objects, such as high hills, trees, spires, masts of ships, etc. What is thunder? The report which accompanies the electrical union of the clouds, or the echoes of the report between them and the earth. Thunder is caused by a sudden discharge of electrical matter collected in the air, by which vibrations are produced, which give rise to the sound. What is electricity? One of those agents passing through the earth and all substances, without giving any outward signs of its presence when at rest, yet when active, often producing violent and destructive effects. It is supposed to be highly elastic fluid capable of moving through matter. Clouds owe their form and existence probably to it, and it passes through all substances, but more easily through metals, water, the human body, etc., which are called conductors, than through air, glass, and silk, which are called non-conductors. When bodies are not surrounded with non-conductors, the electricity escapes quickly into the earth. To what part of bodies is electricity confined? To their surfaces, as the outside may be electric and the inside in a state of neutrality. The heat produced by an electric shock is very powerful, but is only accompanied by light when the fluid is obstructed in its passage. The production and condensation of vapor is a great source of the atmospheric electricity. Condensation, the act of making any body dense or compact, that is, of bringing its parts into closer union. In what other sense is the term electricity employed? This term is also employed to designate that important branch of knowledge which relates to the properties shown by certain bodies when rubbed against, or otherwise brought in contact with each other to attract substances and emit sparks of fire. Designate, to point out by some particular token. Emit, to send forth, to throw. Whence is the word derived? From electron, the Greek word for amber, a yellow transparent substance remarkable for its electrical power when rubbed. Amber is of a resinous nature and is collected from the seashore or dug from the earth in many parts of the world. It is employed in the manufacture of beads and other toys on account of its transparency. It is of some use in medicine and in the making of varnishes. Transparent, clear, capable of being seen through. Resinous, containing a resin, a gummy vegetable juice. Name a few substances possessing this remarkable property. Silks of all kinds, the hair and fur of animals, paper, sulfur, and some other minerals, most of the precious stones, the paste of which false gems are made, and many other substances used by us in the common affairs of life, are susceptible of electrical excitement. Among domestic animals, the cat furnishes a remarkable instance. When dry and warm, the back of almost any full-grown cat, the darker its color the better, can be excited by rubbing it with the hand in the direction of the hair, a process which is accompanied with a slight snapping noise, and in the dark by flashes of pale blue light. When a piece of glass is rubbed with silk, or a stick of red sealing wax with woolen cloth, each substance acquires the property of attracting and repelling feathers, straws, threads of cotton, and other light substances. The substances just mentioned as highly electric are, however, merely specimens. All objects, without exception, most probably are capable of being electrically excited, but some require more complicated contrivances to produce it than others. Electric, having the properties of electricity. Susceptible, disposed to emit easily. Repelling, the act of driving back. Complicated, formed by the union of several parts in one. Is there not a machine by which we are enabled to obtain large supplies of electrical power at pleasure? Yes, the electrical machine. It is made of different forms and sizes. For common purposes, those of the simplest form are the best. A common form of the machine consists of a circular plate of glass, which can be turned about a horizon axis by means of a suitable handle. This plate turns between two supports, and near its upper and lower edges are two pairs of cushions, usually made of leather, stuffed with horsehair and coated with a mixture of zinc, tin, and mercury, called an amalgam. These cushions are the rubbers for producing friction and are connected with the earth by means of a metal chain or rod. Two large hollow cylinders of brass with globular ends, each supported by two glass pillars, constitute the reservoir for receiving the electricity. They are called the prime conductors and are supplied with U-shaped rods of metal, furnished with points along their sides called cones, for the purpose of receiving the electricity from the glass plate, the arms of the U being held upon either side. The other ends of the conductors are connected by a rod from the middle of which projects another rod terminating in a knob for delivering the spark. On turning the plate, a faint snapping sound is heard, and when the room is darkened, a spark is seen to be thrown out from the knob projecting from the prime conductors. Many curious and interesting experiments may be performed by means of the machine, illustrating the general properties of electricity. For instance, a person standing on an insulated bench, that is, a bench with glass legs, or having the legs resting on glass and having one hand on the conductor, can send sparks with the other hand to everything and everybody about. This illustrates communication of electricity by contact. A wooden head covered with long hairs when placed on the conductor illustrates electrical repulsion by the hairs standing on end. If the hand is held to the knob, sparks will pass from it in rapid succession, causing in the hand a sensation of pain. This is called an electric shock, and is caused by the electrical fluid occasioning a sudden motion by the contraction of muscles through which it passes. The force of the shock is in proportion to the power of the machine. What are muscles? Bundles of thin, fleshy fibers or threads fastened to the bone of animals, the contraction and expansion of which move the bones or perform the organic functions of life. Organic, relating to organs or natural instruments by which some process is carried on. Functions, employments or offices of any part of the body. Contraction, drawing in or shortening. Expansion, extending or spreading out. What is twilight? The light from the first dawning of day to the rising of the sun, and again between its setting and the last remains of the day. Without twilight, the sun's light would appear at its rising and disappear at its setting instantaneously, and we should experience a sudden transition from the brightest sunshine to the profoundest obscurity. The duration of twilight is different in different climates, and in the same places it varies at different periods of the year. Instantaneously, done in an instant, in a moment's time. Obscurity, darkness, want of light. How is it produced? By the sun's refraction, that is, the variation of the rays of light from their direct course occasioned by the difference of density in the atmosphere. Variation, change, density, closeness of parts, compactness. What is the poetical name for the morning twilight? Aurora, the goddess of the morning, and harbinger of the rising sun, whom poets and artists represent as drawn by white horses in a rose-colored chariot, unfolding with her rosy fingers the portals of the east, pouring reviving dew upon the earth, and reanimating plants and flowers. Harbinger, a forerunner. Portals, gates, doors of entrance. Reanimating, invigorating with new life. What remarkable phenomenon is afforded to the inhabitants of the polar regions? The aurora borealis, or northern lights, a luminous appearance in the northern parts of the heavens, seen mostly during winter or in frosty weather and clear evenings. It assumes a variety of forms and hues, especially in the polar regions, where it appears in its perfection, and proves a great solace to the inhabitants amidst the gloom of their long winter's night, which lasts from 1 to 6 months, while the summer's day, which succeeds it, lasts in like manner for the same period of time. Of what nature is the aurora borealis? It is decidedly an electrical phenomenon which takes place in the higher regions of the atmosphere. It is somehow connected with the magnetic poles of the earth and generally appears in form of a luminous arc from east to west, but never from north to south. Phenomenon, an extraordinary experience. The word is from a Greek one signifying to show or appear. Magnetic, belonging to the magnet or lodestone. Luminous, bright, shining. In what country is it seen constantly from October to Christmas? In Siberia, where it is remarkably bright. On the western coast, the Hudson's Bay, the sun no sooner disappears than the aurora borealis diffuses 1,000 different lights and colors with such dazzling beauty that even the full moon cannot eclipse it.
Chapter 2. Corn, barley, pearl barley, oats, rye, potatoes, tea, coffee, and chocolate. What is corn? Corn signifies a race of plants which produce grain in an ear or head, fit for bread, the food of man, or the grain or seed of the plant separated from the ear. What is generally meant by corn? In this country, maize or Indian corn is generally meant, but in a more comprehensive sense, the term is applied to several other kinds of grain, such as wheat, rye, barley, oats, etc. Where was corn first used? It is uncertain. The Athenians pretend that it was amongst them it was first used. The Cretians, Sicilians, and Egyptians also lay claim to the same. From the accounts in the Bible, we find that its culture engaged a large share of the attention of the ancient Hebrews. Culture, growth, cultivation. Hebrews, the children of Israel, the Jews.
Who were the Athenians?
Inhabitants of Athens, the capital of Greece. Who were the Cretians? The inhabitants of Crete, an island of the archipelago. Who were the Sicilians? Inhabitants of Sicily, the largest island of the Mediterranean Sea, now a part of Italy and separated from the mainland by the Strait of Messina. Where do the Egyptians dwell? In Egypt, a country of Africa. It is extremely fertile, producing great quantities of corn. In ancient times, it was called the dry nurse of Rome and Italy, from its furnishing with corn a considerable part of the Roman Empire. And we are informed both from sacred and profane history that it was anciently the most fertile in corn of all countries of the world. The corn of Syria has always been very superior and by many classed above that of Egypt. For what is barley generally used? It is very extensively used for making malt, from which are prepared beer, ale, porter, etc. In Scotland, it is a common ingredient in broths, for which reason its consumption is very considerable, barley broth being a dish very frequent there. Ingredient, a separate part of a body consisting of different materials. What is pearl barley? Barley freed from the husk by a mill. What are oats? A valuable grain serving as food for horses. Oats are also eaten by the inhabitants of many countries after being ground into meal and made into oat cakes. Oatmeal also forms a wholesome drink for invalids by steeping it in boiling water. What are the uses of rye? In this and some other countries, it is much used for bread, either alone or mixed with wheat. In England, principally as food for cattle, especially for sheep and lambs, when other food is scarce in winter. Rye yields a strong spirit when distilled. Distilled, subjected to distillation, the operation of extracting spirit from a substance by evaporation and condensation. Of what country is the potato a native? Potatoes grew wild in Peru, a country of South America, whence they were transplanted to other parts of the American continent and afterward to Europe. The honor of introducing this useful vegetable into England is divided between Sir Francis Drake in 1580 and Sir Walter Raleigh in 1586, some ascribing it to the former and others to the latter. It is certain they were obtained from Virginia in the time of Raleigh. They were cultivated only in the gardens of the nobility and were reckoned a great delicacy. They now constitute a principal article of food in most of the countries of Europe and America. In Ireland, they have long furnished nearly 4/5 of the entire food of the people. What part of the plant is eaten? The root, which, when roasted or boiled, affords a wholesome and agreeable meal. What is tea? The leaves of an evergreen shrub, a native of China and Japan, in which countries alone it is extensively cultivated for use. The tea plant was at one time introduced into South Carolina, where its culture appears to have been attended with but little success. It may yet become a staple production of some portions of the United States. Evergreen, retaining its leaves fresh and green through all seasons. How is it prepared for use? By carefully gathering the leaves one by one while they are yet small, young, and juicy. They are then spread on large flat iron pans and placed over small furnaces, when they are constantly shifted by hand till they become too hot to be borne. What is next done? They are then removed with a kind of shovel resembling a fan and poured on mats, whence they are taken into small quantities and rolled in the palm of the hand, always in one direction, until they cool and retain the curl. How often is the operation repeated? 2 or 3 times, the furnace each time being made less hot. The tea is then placed in the storehouses or packed in chests and then sent to most of the countries in Europe and America. Describe the appearance of the tea tree. The tea tree, when arrived at its full growth, which it does in about 7 years, is about a man's height. The green leaves are narrow and jagged all around. The flower resembles that of the wild rose, but is smaller. The shrub loves to grow in valleys, at the foot of mountains, and on banks of rivers, where it enjoys a southern exposure to the sun. Though it endures considerable variation to heat and cold, it flourishes in the northern clime of Pekin, where the winter is often severe, and also about Canton, where the heat is sometimes very great. The best tea, however, grows in a temperate climate, the country about Nankin producing better tea than either Pekin or Canton, between which 2 places it is situated. What produces the difference between green and boa or black? There are varieties of the plant, and the difference of the tea arises from the mode of preparation. What nation first introduced it into Europe? The Dutch in 1610. It was introduced into England in 1650. What is coffee? The berry of the coffee tree, a native of Arabia. The coffee tree is an evergreen and makes a beautiful appearance at all times of the year, but especially when in flower and when the berries are red, which is usually during the winter. It is also cultivated in Persia, the East Indies, Liberia, on the coast of Africa, the West Indies, Brazil, and other parts of South America, as well as in most tropical climates. Tropical, being within the tropics, that is, in the torrid zone. Who was the original discoverer of coffee for a drink of man? It is not exactly known. The earliest written accounts of the use of coffee are by Arabian writers in the 15th century. It appears that in the city of Aden, it became, in the latter half of that century, a very popular drink, first with lawyers, studious persons, and those whose occupation required wakefulness at night, and soon after with all classes. Its use gradually extended to other cities and to those on the eastern shores of the Mediterranean. Towards the end of the 17th century, it was carried to Batavia, where it was soon extensively planted, and at last young trees were sent to the botanical gardens at Amsterdam. Who introduced it into France and England? Thevenot, the traveler, brought it into France, and a Greek servant named Pasqua, taken to England by Mr. Daniel Edwards, a Turkey merchant in 1652, to make his coffee, first set up the profession of coffee man and introduced the drink among the English. How is it prepared? The berries are roasted in a revolving metallic cylinder till they are a deep brown color and then ground to powder and boiled. Metallic, consisting of metal. What is chocolate? A kind of cake or paste made of the kernel of the cacao nut. Describe the cacao nut tree. It resembles the cherry tree and grows to the height of 15 or 16 feet. The cacao nut tree bears leaves, flowers, and fruit all the year through. Where does it grow? In tropical regions, where it is largely cultivated. Of what form is the fruit? It is somewhat like a cucumber, about 3 inches round and of a yellowish-red color. It contains from 10 to 40 seeds, each covered with a little rind of a violet color. When this is stripped off, the kernel of which they make the chocolate is visible. How do they make it into a drink? By boiling it with water or milk. There are various newly invented ways of preparing chocolate so that it may be made in a few minutes by only pouring boiling water upon it. Chapter 3. Calico, cotton, cloth, wool, base, linen, flax, hemp, diaper, holland, canvas, and flannel. What is calico? A kind of printed cotton of different colors. From what place did it take its name? From Calicut, a city of the coast of Malabar, where it was first made. Much is now manufactured in the United States, England, and many other countries. What is cotton? A downy or woolly substance enclosed in the pod or seed vessel of the cotton plant. The commercial classification of cotton is determined 1. By cleanliness or freedom from sand, dry leaf, and other impurities. 2. By absence of color, both subject also to character of staple length and strength, and fineness of fiber. These together determine relative value. There are 2 general classifications, long stapled and short stapled. Of the former, the best is the Sea Island cotton of the United States. The short staple cotton grows in the middle and upper country. The long staple is cultivated in the lower country near the sea and on the islands near the coast. How is it cultivated? The seeds are sown in ridges made with the plow or hoe. When the plants are mature, the pods open and the cotton is picked from them. Where did cotton anciently grow and for what was it used? In Egypt, where it was used by the priests and sacrificers for a very singular kind of garment worn by them alone. In what manufacture is it now used? It is woven into muslins, diminities, cloths, calicos, etc., and is also joined with silks and flax in the composition of other stuffs, and in working with the needle. How is the cotton separated from the seed? By machines called cotton gins, of which there are 2 kinds, the roller gin and the saw gin. In the former, the cotton, just as gathered from the plant, is drawn between 2 rollers, placed so closely together as to permit the passage of the cotton, but not of the seeds, which are consequently left behind. In the saw gin, the cotton is placed in a receiver, one side of which consisted of a grating of parallel wires, about 1/8 of an inch apart. Circular saws, revolving on a common axis between these wires, entangle in their teeth the cotton and draw it from the seeds, which are too large to pass between the wires. How is it made into calico, etc.? The cotton, having been separated from the seed, is spun by a machine for the purpose. It is next woven, then dressed and printed. What is cloth? The word, in its general sense, includes all kinds of stuffs woven in the loom, whether the threads be of wool, cotton, hemp, or flax. To what is it more particularly applied? To a web or tissue of woolen threads. web, anything woven. What is wool? The covering or hair of sheep. To prepare it for the weaver, it is first shorn, washed, and dried, then carded or combed by machinery into fibers or threads. Formerly, this was always performed by the hand, by means of an instrument called a comb, with several rows of pointed teeth. This, though not much used now, is still occasionally employed except in large factories. This combing is repeated 2 or 3 times till it is sufficiently smooth and even for spinning. Spinning or converting the wool or cotton, silk, etc. into thread was anciently performed by the distaff and spindle. These we find mentioned in sacred history, and they have been used in all ages and in all countries yet discovered. The natives of India and some other parts of the world still employ this simple invention. What was the next improvement? The invention of the hand wheel. In 1767, a machine called the spinning jenny was invented by a weaver named Hargreaves. But the greatest improvement in the art of spinning was effected by Mr. Arkwright in 1768. These 2 inventions were combined and again improved upon in 1776. Also, that by the new plan, the material can be converted into thread in a considerably shorter space of time than in the ancient mode, leaving to men merely to feed the machine and join the threads when they break. The sheep, whose wool forms the material for nearly all woolen clothing, originally came from Africa. Does weaving differ according to the material used? The principle of weaving is the same in every kind of fabric and consists in forming any kind of thread into a flat web or cloth by interlacing one thread with another. The various appearances of the manufacture arise as much from the modes in which the threads are interwoven as from the difference of material. Is not the employment of wool in the manufacture of clothing of great antiquity? In the earliest records we possess of the arts of mankind, wool is mentioned as forming a chief article in the manufacture of clothing. It is spoken of in the Bible as a common material for cloth, as early as the time of Moses. The ancient Greeks and Romans are well known to have possessed this art. At the beginning of the 13th century, the manufacture was established in many parts of Europe, particularly in Spain, from which country extended itself to France and Italy. There is no doubt that it was introduced into England by its conquerors, the Romans, a manufactory being established at Winchester, sufficiently large to supply the Roman army. Manufactory, a place where things are made or manufactured, derived from the Latin manus, a hand, and the verb facio, to do or make. What circumstance contributed to the progress of this manufacture among the English? In 1330, the English, being desirous of improving their woolen manufacture, invited over the Flemings, by the offer of various privileges, to establish manufactories there. The skill of these people soon effected a great improvement in the English fabrics, so that there would no longer remain any occasion for the exportation of English wool into Flanders, to be manufactured into fine cloth, and a law was passed by the government to forbid it. Both the cotton and woolen manufactures have, of late years, arisen to great importance in the United States. What country affords the best wool? The wool of Germany is most esteemed at the present day. That of Spain was formerly the most valuable, but the Spanish breed of sheep, having been introduced into Germany, succeeded better there than in Spain, and increased so rapidly that the Spanish wool trade has greatly diminished. Australia is one of the principal wool-growing countries in the world, for the breed of sheep sent out to that country and Tasmania has succeeded remarkably well. What part of the world is meant by Australia? A British island in the southern Pacific Ocean, comprising the colonies of Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia, and Western Australia. It is the principal of the group of large islands in the Oriental Archipelago. Tasmania is another of the same group, separated from New South Wales by a channel called Bass's Strait, and also belonging to Great Britain. What is meant by archipelago? A part of a sea studded with numerous islands, but the term is more particularly applied to that lying between Europe and Asia, which contains the Greek islands. The word is a corruption from the Greek, signifying the Aegean Sea. Is the wool of the sheep all of one quality? No, it varies according to the species of sheep, the soil on which they are fed, and the part of the animal from which it is taken. The chief distinction is between the long and the short wool. The long wool is employed in the manufacture of carpets, crepes, blankets, etc., and the finer and shorter sorts for hosiery, broadcloths, etc. Where were carpets originally made from? Carpets are of Oriental origin and are made of different sorts of stuffs. They are woven in a variety of ways. Persian and Turkey carpets are most esteemed. They are woven in a piece in a loom of a very simple construction. Formerly, the manufacture of these carpets was confined to Persia and Turkey, but they are now successfully made both in Europe and the United States, etc. Great Britain is the principal seat of the carpet manufacture of the world. Brussels, Wilton, and Kidderminster carpets derive their names from the places where they were invented. Is not the art of weaving very ancient? It appears to have been known from a period as early as the time of Abraham and Jacob. Its inventor is not known, but it is possible that men took a lesson from the ingenious spider, which weaves its web after the same manner. The ancient Egyptians appear to have brought it to great perfection and were even acquainted with the art of interweaving colors after the manner of the Scottish plaid. What is baize? A coarse, open, woolen stuff with a long nap. It is chiefly made in the United States, England, France, etc. What is linen? There are various kinds of linen made from cotton, flax, and hemp, but the term is chiefly applied to that woven with the two last mentioned. Linen means cloth of flax, hence its derivation from the Latin word linum. What is flax? The annual plant, the fibers of which are beaten into threads, spun, and afterwards woven into linen. It is extensively cultivated in the United States, Russia, and some other countries of Europe. Hemp is a plant of a similar nature, equally used with flax in the manufacture of linens. Russian hemp is cultivated to a larger extent than that of any other country and is considered the best that is grown. How long has the use of hemp and flax been known? Those plants are said to be natives of Persia and introduced from some parts of the East into Europe, over which is now widely distributed. It existed both in a wild and cultivated state in some parts of Russia as early as 5 centuries before Christ. These products form a considerable article of exportation besides the quantity used in Russia itself. A considerable part is wrought into linens, diaper, canvas, and other manufactures, and even the seeds are exported both in their natural state and as oil. In various parts of Russia, hemp seed oil and flaxseed or linseed oil are prepared in a very large quantity. What is diaper? A sort of linen cloth woven in flowers and other figures. It is said to have received its name from Dieper, now Ypres, a town of Belgium, situated on a river of the same name where it was first made. What is Holland? A fine, close, even linen cloth used for sheets, etc. It obtained its name from being principally made in Holland. What is canvas? A hempen cloth so loosely woven as to leave intersexes between the threads in little squares. It is used for working in patterns upon with wool, etc., by painters for groundwork on which they draw their pictures, for tents, sails, and many other purposes. There are several sorts, varying in fineness of their texture. What is damask? A sort of silken stuff having some parts raised on its surface to represent flowers or figures. It took its name from Damascus in Syria, whence it was first brought. Is there not another sort of damask? Yes, made from linen, and so called because its large flowers resemble those of damask roses. It was first made in Flanders and is used for table linen, etc. What is flannel? A slight, loose woolen stuff used for warm clothing. It was originally made in Wales, where it still continues to be manufactured in great perfection. End of
A Catechism of Familiar Things, Their History, and the Events which Led to Their Discovery, with a short explanation of some of the principal natural phenomena, by Benziger Brothers.
Excerpt from Chromosome 21 by the Human Genome Project. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Dirkx. Excerpt from Chromosome 21 by the Human Genome Project. A G C T T G T C A G T A G C T A C C T A T T T A G T G C T C G G A T G A G G G A G T G T G T G T T G G G A G T T G G G G G A C T G C T T G C G T G A C A T T T C T C T C T T C T G G A T T T A A C T T A G T C T T G G T T G C C A T C T G T T A C A G A C A G T T T G T A T G A G G G G A G A T A T A T A T T A G C T T T C T A T A T C T G A, 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 T, T, A, C, A, 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 T, G, T, G, A, C, C, A, G, C, A, G, 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 A, T, A, T, A, C, T, T, G, A, C, C, A, 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 T, A, T, G, T, A, G, T, A, G, T, G, 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 T, G, T, T, G, 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 A, T, C, A, C, A, T, 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 G, A, T, A, T, C, T, C, A, G, T, 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 G, C, T, 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 G, A, G, T, T, C, T, A, T, 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 C, A, G T T C T T C A A A A T G A T G C C T G A T G T T C C T G C A T A C T G T G T T C C A A A T T T A G G T A A A T A C A A G A T G G A A A C T G T G A A G T A T G T A C C T T C A A A A A A G A A G A A A G A C A C T G A C A T T T T A T C T A T A T A T A T G T A A T A G A T T A T G A G A C A T A T A T A C A T A T A T A C A T A T A T A C T T C A G G A C A T T T A G G A T A G A T T T A G G A T A T A T G A C A T G T G G C A G G G T T G G A G A C A T A T T C T T T C C C A G A G G G G A G G G G G A G C T A T A C T T A T C G G A T C C A G C T A C A C A T C A C T G G A G T C A T T T T C T C G C C A G T A T C T C C A C G G C A T C T G A T G G A T A T T C T C C G T G C T T T T T G T T T A T G T A G A T T A T C C A T T C A T T T T T T G G T A G A T A G C C T A G A T A G A T T A T T A C A T T T T A T A T T G G G G C T C A C T G A G C C A C A C A G T T G G G T A C C C A C G T T A G A G C T G G A G A C A G A C C T C A C C A T G A T A G A C C T C A G C C C T T T T T T T G G G T C T C A G T T G G C T C C T T C C A C C T T T T T A C T T G A G A C A T A A A A A T A C T T T A T C T T C A G C A C A C A T C A G T A C A C A T G C T G A C T C T C T T A G C A T T G C T T T A T A T G G A T T A T G A C A T C C A G T T T A T A T A T C T A T, 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 C, T, C, T, C, T, G, T, G, A, C, A, G, A, 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 T, C, A, G, T, C, A, G, G, A, T, A, G, A, C, A, T, G, A, A, T, G, A, 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 G, C, 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 A, G, T, A, A, T, A, 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 T, A, C, T, A, T, A, T, C, T, C, T, 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 A, A, T, 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 A, T, G, T, G, T, G, A, G, G, T, T, G, C, A, A, T, 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 G, A, A, T T T T T A C A T C A G A C C T T G G A T G A C C T T G A G C A G T A G G A T A T A C T C C C A C A T G C T G A G T G T T C C A T A T G G A C A C T A G G C A T A T T G G T T A C C. End of Excerpt from Chromosome 21 by the Human Genome Project.
Section on copper in Encyclopaedia Britannica 11th edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 11th edition, volume 7, slice 3, first part of the entry for copper, author unknown. Copper, symbol Cu, atomic weight 63.1, H equals 1, or 63.6, O equals 16, a metal which has been known to and used by the human race from the most remote periods. Its alloy with tin, bronze, was the first metallic compound in common use by mankind, and so extensive and characteristic was its employment in prehistoric times that the epoch is known as the Bronze Age. By the Greeks and Romans, both the metal and its alloys were indifferently known as chalkos and ice. As, according to Pliny, the Roman supply was chiefly drawn from Cyprus, it came to be termed ice cyprium, which was gradually shortened to Cyprium and corrupted into cuprum, whence comes the English word copper, the French cuivre, and the German Kupfer. Copper is a brilliant metal of a peculiar red colour, which assumes a pinkish or yellowish tinge on a freshly fractured surface of the pure metal, and is purplish when the metal contains cuprous oxide. Its specific gravity varies between 8.91 and 8.95, according to the treatment to which it may have been subjected. J.F.W. Hampe gives 8.945 for perfectly pure and compact copper. Ordinary commercial copper is somewhat porous and has a specific gravity ranging from 8.2 to 8.5. It takes a brilliant polish, is in a high degree malleable and ductile, and in tenacity it only falls short of iron, exceeding in that quality both silver and gold. By different authorities its melting point is stated at from 1000 to 1200 degrees C. C.T. Haycock and F.H. Neville give 1080 degrees .5. P. de Jonge gives 1085 as the freezing point. The molten metal is sea-green in colour, and at higher temperatures, in the electric arc, it vaporizes and burns with the green flame. G.W.A. Karlbaum succeeded in subliming the metal in a vacuum, and H. Moissan distilled it in the electric furnace. Molten copper absorbs carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and sulfur dioxide. It also appears to decompose hydrocarbons, methane, ethane, absorbing the hydrogen and the carbon separating out. These occluded gases are all liberated when the copper cools, and so give rise to porous castings, unless special precautions are taken. The gases are also expelled from the molten metal by lead, carbon dioxide, or water vapour. Its specific heat is 0.0899 at 0 degrees C and 0.0942 at 100 degrees. The coefficient of linear expansion per 1 degree C is 0.001869. In electric conductivity, it stands next to silver, the conducting power of silver being equal to 100. That of perfectly pure copper is given by A. Mathieson as 96.4 at 13 degrees C. Copper is not affected by exposure in dry air, but in a moist atmosphere containing carbonic acid, it becomes coated with a green basic carbonate. When heated or rubbed, it emits a peculiar disagreeable odour. Sulfuric and hydrochloric acids have little or no action upon it at ordinary temperatures, even when in a fine state of division, but on heating, copper sulfate and sulfur dioxide are formed in the first case, and cuprous chloride and hydrogen in the second. Concentrated nitric acid has also very little action, but with the dilute acid a vigorous action ensues. The first products of this reaction are copper nitrate and nitric oxide, but as the concentration of the copper nitrate increases, nitrous oxide and eventually free nitrogen are liberated. Many colloidal solutions of copper have been obtained. A reddish-brown solution is obtained from solutions of copper chloride, stannous chloride, and an alkaline tartrate. Occurrence. Copper is widely distributed in nature, occurring in most soils, ferruginous mineral waters, and ores. It has been discovered in seaweed, in the blood of certain cephalopoda and ascidia, as hemocyanin, a substance resembling the ferruginous hemoglobin, and of a species of limulus. In straw, hay, eggs, cheese, meat, and other foodstuffs. in the liver and kidneys, and in traces in the blood of man and other animals. As an entirely adventitious constituent, however. It has also been shown by A.H. Church to exist to the extent of 5.9% in tyrosine, the colouring matter of the wing feathers of the tiraco. Native copper, sometimes termed by miners malleable or virgin copper, occurs as a mineral having all the properties of the smelted metal. It crystallizes in the cubic system, but the crystals are often flattened, elongated, rounded, or otherwise distorted. Twins are common. Usually the metal is arborescent, dendritic, filiform, moss-like, or laminar. Native copper is found in most copper mines, usually in the upper workings, where the deposit has been exposed to atmospheric influences. The metal seems to have been reduced from solutions of its salts, and deposits may be formed around mine timber or on iron objects. It often fills cracks and fissures in the rock. It is not infrequently found in serpentine and in basic eruptive rocks, where it occurs in veins and amygdales. The largest known deposits are those in the Lake Superior region, near Keweenaw Point, Michigan, where masses upwards of 400 tons in weight have been discovered. The metal was formerly worked by the Indians for implements and ornaments. It occurs in a series of amygdaloidal dolerites or diabases, and in the associated sandstones and conglomerates. Native silver occurs with the copper, in some cases embedded in it like crystals in a porphyry. The copper is also accompanied by epidote calcite, prehnite, analcite, and other zeolitic minerals. Pseudomorphs after calcite are known, and it is notable that native copper occurs pseudomorphous after aragonite at Corocoro in Bolivia, where the copper is disseminated through sandstone. Ores. The principal ores of copper are the oxides cuprite and malaconite, the carbonates malachite and chessolite, the basic chloride ataconite, the silicate chrysocolla, the sulfides, chalcocite, chalcopyrite, erubicite, and tetrahedrite. Cuprite occurs in most cupriferous mines, but never by itself in large quantities. Malaconite was formerly largely worked in the Lake Superior region, and is abundant in some of the mines of Tennessee and the Mississippi Valley. Malachite is a valuable ore containing about 56% of the metal. It is obtained in very large quantities from South Australia, Siberia, and other localities. Frequently intermixed with the green malachite is the blue carbonate chessolite or azurite, an ore containing, when pure, 55.16% of the metal. Ataconite occurs chiefly in Chile and Peru. Chrysocolla contains in the pure state 30% of the metal. It is an abundant ore in Chile, Wisconsin, and Missouri. The sulfur compounds of copper are, however, the most valuable from the economic point of view. Chalcocite, redruthite, copper glance, or vitreous copper contains about 80% of copper. Copper pyrites, or chalcopyrite, contains 34.6% of copper when pure, but many of the ores, such as those worked specially by wet processes on account of the presence of a large proportion of iron sulfide, contain less than 5% of copper. Cornish ores are almost entirely pyritic, and indeed it is from such ores that by far the largest proportion of copper is extracted throughout the world. In Cornwall, copper lodes usually run east and west. They occur both in the kilas or clay slate and in the grauen or granite. Erubicite, bornite, or horseflesh ore is much richer in copper than the ordinary pyrites, and contains 56 or 57% of copper. Tetrahedrite, farlerts, or grey copper, contains from 30 to 48% of copper, with arsenic, antimony, iron, and sometimes zinc, silver, or mercury. Other copper minerals are persylite, bolite, stromaeurite, cubanite, stannite, tennantite, emplectite, wolfsburgite, famatinite, and enargite. Metallurgy. Copper is obtained from its ores by three principal methods, which may be denominated 1. The pyrometallurgical or dry method, 2. The hydrometallurgical or wet method, and 3. The electrometallurgical method. The methods of working vary according to the nature of the ores treated and local circumstances. The dry method, or ordinary smelting, cannot be profitably practiced with ores containing less than 4% of copper, for which, and for still poorer ores, the wet process is preferred. Copper smelting. We shall first give the general principles which underlie the methods for the dry extraction of copper, and then proceed to a more detailed discussion of the plant used. Since all sulphuretted copper ores, and these are of the most economic importance, are invariably contaminated with arsenic and antimony, it is necessary to eliminate these impurities as far as possible at a very early stage. This is effected by calcination or roasting. The roasted ore is then smelted to a mixture of copper and iron sulfides, known as copper matte or coarse metal, which contains little or no arsenic, antimony, or silica. The coarse metal is now smelted with coke and silicious fluxes in order to slag off the iron, and the product, consisting of an impure copper sulfide, is variously known as blue metal when more or less iron is still present, pimple metal when free copper and more or less copper oxide is present, or fine or white metal, which is a fairly pure copper sulfide containing about 75% of the metal. This product is resmelted to form coarse copper, containing about 95% of the metal, which is then refined. Roasted ores may be smelted in reverberatory furnaces, English process, or in blast furnaces, German or Swedish process. The matte is treated either in reverberatory furnaces, English process, in blast furnaces, German process, or in converters, Bessemer process. The American process, or pyritic smelting, consists in the direct smelting of raw ores to matte in blast furnaces. The plant in which the operations are conducted varies in different countries, but though this or that process takes its name from the country in which it has been mainly developed, this does not mean that only that process is there followed. The English process is made up of the following operations: 1. Calcination. 2. Smelting in reverberatory furnaces to form the matte. 3. Roasting the matte. And 4. Subsequent smelting in reverberatory furnaces to fine or white metal. 5. Treating the fine metal in reverberatory furnaces to coarse or blister copper, either with or without previous calcination. 6. Refining of the coarse copper. A shorter process, the so-called direct process, converts the fine metal into refined copper directly. The Welsh process closely resembles the English method, the main difference consisting in the enrichment of the matte by smelting with the rich copper-bearing slags obtained in subsequent operations. The German or Swedish process is characterized by the introduction of blast furnaces. It is made up of the following operations: 1. Calcination. 2. Smelting in blast furnaces to form the matte. 3. Roasting the matte. 4. Smelting in blast furnaces with coke and fluxes to black or coarse metal. 5. Refining the coarse metal. The Anglo-German process is a combination of the two preceding, and consists in smelting the calcined ores in shaft furnaces, concentrating the matte in reverberatory furnaces, and smelting to coarse metal in either. The impurities contained in coarse copper are mainly iron, lead, zinc, cobalt, nickel, bismuth, arsenic, antimony, sulfur, selenium, and tellurium. These can be eliminated by an oxidizing fusion and slagging or volatilizing the products resulting from this operation, or by electrolysis. In the process of oxidation, a certain amount of cuprous oxide is always formed, which melts in with the copper and diminishes its softness and tenacity. It is therefore necessary to reconvert the oxide into the metal. This is effected by stirring the molten metal with a pole of green wood, poling. The products which arise from the combustion and distillation of the wood reduce the oxide to metal, and if the operation be properly conducted, tough pitch copper, soft, malleable, and exhibiting a lustrous, silky fracture, is obtained. The surface of the molten metal is protected from oxidation by a layer of anthracite or charcoal. Bean-shot copper is obtained by throwing the molten metal into hot water. If cold water be used, feathered-shot copper is formed. Rosette copper is obtained as thin plates of a characteristic dark red colour by pouring water upon the surface of the molten metal and removing the crust formed. Japan copper is purple-red in colour and is formed by casting into ingots weighing from 6 ounces to a pound and rapidly cooling by immersion in water. The colour of these two varieties is due to a layer of oxide. Tile copper is an impure copper and is obtained by refining the first tappings. Best selected copper is a purer variety. Calcination or roasting and calcining furnaces. The roasting should be conducted so as to eliminate as much of the arsenic and antimony as possible, and to leave just enough sulphur as is necessary to combine with all the copper present when the calcined ore is smelted. The process is effected either in heaps, stalls, shaft furnaces, reverberatory furnaces, or muffle furnaces. Stall and heap roasting require considerable time and can only be economically employed when the loss of the sulphur is of no consequence. They also occupy much space, but they have the advantage of requiring little fuel and handling. Shaft furnaces are in use for ores rich in sulphur, and where it is desirable to convert the waste gases into sulphuric acid. Reverberatory roasting does not admit of the utilization of the waste gases, and requires fine ores and much labour and fuel. It has, however, the advantage of being rapid. Muffle furnaces are suitable for fine ores which are liable to decrepitate or sinter. They involve high cost in fuel and labour, but permit the utilization of the waste gases. Reverberatory furnaces of 3 types are employed in calcining copper ores. 1. Fixed furnaces with either hand or mechanical rabbling. 2. Furnaces with movable beds. 3. Furnaces with rotating working chambers. Hand rabbling in fixed furnaces has been largely superseded by mechanical rabbling. Of mechanically rabbling furnaces we may mention the O'Hara, modified by Alan Brown, the Hickson, the Keller-Gaylord Coal, the Ropp, the Spence, the Wethy, the Parks, Pierce's Turret, and Brown's Horseshoe furnaces. Blake's and Brunton's furnaces are reverberatory furnaces with a movable bed. Furnaces with rotating working chambers admit of continuous working. The fuel and labour costs are both low. In the White Howl revolving furnace with lifters, a modification of the Oxland, the ore is fed and discharged in a continuous stream. The Bruckner cylinder resembles the Elliott and Russell black ash furnace. Its cylinder tapers slightly towards each end, and is generally 18 feet long by 8 feet 6 inches in its greatest diameter. Its charge of from 8 to 12 tons of ore or concentrates is slowly agitated at a rate of 3 revolutions a minute, and in from 24 to 36 hours it is reduced from, say, 40 or 35% to 7% of sulphur. The ore is under better control than is possible with the continuous feed and discharge, and when sufficiently roasted can be passed red hot to the reverberatory furnace. These advantages compensate for the wear and tear and the cost of moving the heavy dead weight. Shaft calcining furnaces are available for fine ores, and permit the recovery of the sulphur. They are square, oblong, or circular in section, and the interior is fitted with horizontal or inclined planes or prisms, which regulate the fall of the ore. In the Gerstenhofer and Hassenklever-Helbig furnaces, the fall is retarded by prisms and inclined plates. In other furnaces, the ore rests on a series of horizontal plates and either remains on the same plate throughout the operation, Olivier and Perret furnace, or is passed from plate to plate by hand, Maleitre, or by mechanical means, Spence and McDougall. The McDougall furnace is turret-shaped and consists of a series of circular hearths, on which the ore is agitated by rakes attached to revolving arms and made to fall from hearth to hearth. It has been modified by Hershoff, who uses a large hollow revolving central shaft cooled by a current of air. The shaft is provided with sockets, into which movable arms with their rakes are readily dropped. The Peter Spence type of calcining furnace has been followed in large numbers of inventions. In some, the rakes are attached to rigid frames with a reciprocating motion, in others to crossbars moved by revolving chains. Some of these furnaces are straight, others circular. Some have only one hearth, others 3. This and the previous type of furnace, owing to their large capacity, are at present in greater favour. The McDougall-Herreshoff, working on ores of over 30% of sulphur, requires no fuel, but in furnaces of the reverberatory type, fuel must be used, as an excess of air enters through the slotted sides and the hinged doors, which open and shut frequently to permit the passage of the rakes. The consumption of fuel, however, does not exceed 1 of coal to 10 of ore. The quantity of ore which these large furnaces, with a hearth area as great as 2,000 feet and over, will roast, varies from 40 to 60 tons a day. Shaft calcining furnaces, like the Gerstenhofer, Hassenklever, and others, designed for burning pyrites fines, have not found favour in modern copper works. The fusion of ores in reverberatory and cupola furnaces. After the ore has been partially calcined, it is smelted to extract its earthy matter and to concentrate the copper with part of its iron and sulphur into a matte. In reverberatory furnaces, it is smelted by fuel in a fireplace separate from the ore, and in cupolas the fuel, generally coke, is in direct contact with the ore. When Swansea was the centre of the copper smelting industry in Europe, many varieties of ores from different mines were smelted in the same furnaces, and the Welsh reverberatory furnaces were used. Today, more than 8/10 of the copper ores of the world are reduced to impure copper bars or to fine copper at the mines, and where the character of the ore permits, the cupola furnace is found more economical in both fuel and labour than the reverberatory. The Welsh method finds adherents only in Wales and Chile. In America, the usual method is to roast ores or concentrates so that the matte yielded by either the reverberatory or cupola furnace will run from 45 to 50% in copper, and then to transfer to the Bessemer converter, which blows it up to 99%. In Butte, Montana, reverberatories have in the past been preferred to cupola furnaces, as the charge has consisted mainly of fine roasted concentrates, but the cupola is gaining ground there. At the Boston and Great Falls, Montana, works, tilting reverberatories, modelled after open hearth steel furnaces, were first erected, but they were found to possess objectionable features. Now both these and the egg-shaped reverberatories are being abandoned for furnaces as long as 43 feet 6 inches from bridge to bridge, and of a width of 15 feet 9 inches, heated by gas, with regenerative checker work at each end, and fed with ore or concentrates, red hot from the calciners, through a line of hoppers suspended above the roof. Furnaces of this size smelt 200 tons of charge a day, but even when the old type of reverberatory is preferred, as at the Argo works at Denver, where rich gold and silver bearing copper matte is made, the growth of the furnace in size has been steady. Richard Pearce's reverberatories in 1878 had an area of hearth of 15 feet by 9 feet 8 inches, and smelted 12 tons of cold charge daily, with a consumption of 1 ton of coal to 2.4 tons of ore. In 1900, the furnaces were 35 feet by 16 feet, and smelt 50 tons daily of hot ore, with the consumption of 1 ton of coal to 3.7 tons of ore. The home of cupola smelting was Germany, where it has never ceased to make steady progress. In Mansfeld, brick cupola furnaces are without a rival in size, equipment, and performance. They are round stacks, designed on the model of iron blast furnaces, 29 feet high, fed mechanically, and provided with stoves to heat the blast by the furnace gases. The low percentage of sulphur in the roasted ore is little more than enough to produce a matte of 40 to 45%, and therefore the escaping gases are better fitted than those of most copper cupola furnaces for burning in a stove. But as the slag carries, on an average, 46% of silica, it is only through the utmost skill that it can be made to run as low on an average as 0.3% in copper oxide. As the matte contains an average 0.2% of silver, it is still treated by the Ziervogel wet method of extraction, the management dreading the loss which might occur in the Bessemer process of concentration, applied as preliminary to electrolytic separation. Blast furnaces of large size, built of brick, have been constructed for treating the richer and more silicious ores of Rio Tinto, and the Rio Tinto Company has introduced converters at the mine. This method of extraction contrasts favourably in time with the leaching process, which is so slow that over 10 million tons of ore are always under treatment on the immense leaching floors of the company's works in Spain. In the United States, the cupola has undergone a radical modification in being built of water-jacketed sections. The first water-jacketed cupola which came into general use was a circular inverted cone with a slight taper of 36 inches diameter at the tuyere and composed of an outer and an inner metal shell between which water circulated. As greater size has been demanded, oval and rectangular furnaces as large as 180 inches by 56 inches at the tuyere have been built in sections of cast or sheet iron or steel. A single section can be removed and replaced without entirely emptying the stack, as a shell of congealed slag always coats the inner surface of the jacket. The largest furnaces are those of the Boston and Montana Company at Great Falls, Montana, which have put through 500 tons of charge daily, pouring their melted slag and matte into large wells of 10 feet in diameter. A combined brick and water cooled furnace has been adopted by the Iron Mountain Company at Keswick, California, for matte concentration. In it, the cooling is effected by water pipes interposed horizontally between the layers of bricks. The Mount Lyell smelting works in Tasmania, which are of special interest, will be referred to later. Concentrating matte to copper in the Bessemer converter. As soon as the pneumatic method of decarburizing pig iron was accepted as practicable, experiments were made with a view to Bessemerizing copper ores and mattes. One of the earliest and most exhaustive series of experiments was made on Rio Tinto ores at the John Brown Works by John Holway, with the aim of both smelting the ore and concentrating the matte in the same furnace by the heat evolved through the oxidation of their sulphur and iron. Experiments along the same lines were made by Francis Borden at Rio Tinto and Claude Vautin in Australia. The difficulty of effecting this double object in one operation was so great that in subsequent experiments the aim was merely to concentrate the matte to metallic copper in converters of the Bessemer type. The concentration was effected without any embarrassment till metallic copper commenced to separate and chill in the bottom tuyere. To meet this obstacle, P. Manhay proposed elevated side tuyere, which could be kept clear by punching through gates in a wind box. His invention was adopted by the Vivians at the Eggy works near Sargues, Vaucluse, France, and at Leghorn in Italy. But the greatest expansion of this method has been in the United States, where more than 400 million pounds of copper are annually made in Bessemer converters. Vessels of several designs are used, some modelled exactly after steel converters, others barrel-shaped, but all with side tuyere elevated about 10 inches above the level of the bottom lining. Practice, however, in treating copper matte differs essentially from the treatment of pig iron, inasmuch as from 20 to 30% of iron must be eliminated as slag, and an equivalent quantity of silica must be supplied. The only practical mode of doing this as yet devised is by lining the converter with a silicious mixture. This is so rapidly consumed that the converters must be cooled and partially relined after 3 to 6 charges, dependent on the iron contents of the matte. When available, a silicious rock containing copper or the precious metals is of course preferred to barren lining. The material for lining and the frequent replacement thereof constitute the principal expense of the method. The other items of cost are labour, the quantity of which depends on the mechanical appliances provided for handling the converter shells and inserting the lining, and the blast, which in barrel-shaped converters is low, and in vertical converters is high, and which varies therefore from 3 to 15 pounds to the square inch. The quantity of air consumed in a converter, which will blow up about 35 tons of matte per day, is about 3,000 cubic feet per minute. The operation of raising a charge of 50% matte to copper usually consists of 2 blows. The first blow occupies about 25 minutes and oxidizes all but a small quantity of the iron and some of the sulfur, raising the product to white metal. The slag is then poured and skimmed, the blast turned on and converter retilted. During the second blow, the sulfur is rapidly oxidized and the charge reduced to metal of 99% in from 30 to 40 minutes. Little or no slag results from the second blow. That from the first blow contains between 1 and 2% of copper, and is usually poured from ladles operated by an electric crane into a reverberatory or into the settling well of the cupola. The matte also, in all economically planned works, is conveyed still molten by electric cranes from the furnace to the converters. When lead or zinc is not present in notable quantity, the loss of the precious metals by volatilization is slight, but more than 5% of these metals is prohibitive. Under favorable conditions in the larger works of the United States, the cost of converting a 50% matte to metallic copper is generally understood to be only about 0.5 to 0.6 of a cent per pound of refined copper. Pyritic smelting. The heat generated by the oxidation of iron and sulfur has always been used to maintain combustion in the kilns or stalls for roasting pyrites. Pyritic smelting is a development of the Russian engineer Semennikov's treatment, proposed in 1866, of copper matte in a Bessemer converter. Since John Holway's and other early experiments of Lawrence Austin and Robert Sticht, no serious attempts have been made to utilize the heat escaping from a converting vessel in smelting ore and matte, either in the same apparatus or in a separate furnace, but considerable progress has been made in smelting highly sulphuretted ores by the heat of their own oxidizable constituents. At Tilt Cove, Newfoundland, the Cape Copper Company smelted copper ore with just the proper proportion of sulfur, iron, and silica successfully without any fuel when once the initial charge had been fused with coke. The furnaces used were of ordinary design and built of brick. Lump ore alone was fed, and the resulting matte showed a concentration of only 3:1. When, however, a hot blast is used on highly sulphuretted copper ores, a concentration of 8 of ore into 1 of matte is obtained, with a consumption of less than 1/3 the fuel which would be consumed in smelting the charge had the ore been previously calcined. A great impetus to pyritic smelting was given by the investigations of W.L. Austin of Denver, Colorado, and both at Leadville and Silverton, raw ores are successfully smelted with as low a fuel consumption as 3 of coke to 100 of charge. 2 types of pyritic smelting may be distinguished. One, in which the operation is solely sustained by the combustion of the sulfur in the ores, without the assistance of fuel or a hot blast. The other, in which the operation is accelerated by fuel or a hot blast, or both. The largest establishment in which advantage is taken of the self-contained fuel is at the smelting works of the Mount Lyell Company, Tasmania. There the blast is raised from 600 to 700 degrees Fahrenheit in stoves heated by extraneous fuel, and the raw ore smelted with only 3% of coke. The ore is a compact iron pyrites containing copper 2.5%, silver 3.83 ounces, gold 0.139 ounces. It is smelted raw with hot blast in cupola furnaces, the largest being 210 inches by 40 inches. The resulting matte runs 25%. This is reconcentrated raw in hot blast cupolas to 55% and blown directly into copper in converters. Thus these ores, as heavily charged with sulfur as those of the Rio Tinto, are speedily reduced by 3 operations and without roasting, with a saving of 97.6% of the copper, 93.2% of the silver, and 93.6% of the gold. Pyritic smelting has met with a varying economic success. According to Herbert Lang, its most prominent chance of success is in localities where fuel is dear, and the ores contain precious metals and sufficient sulfides and arsenides to render profitable dressing unnecessary. The Nichols and James process. Nichols and James have applied very ingeniously well-known reactions to the refining of copper, raised to the grade of white metal. This process is practiced by the Cape Copper and Elliott Metal Company. A portion of the white metal is calcined to such a degree of oxidation that when fused with the unroasted portion, the reaction between the oxygen in the roasted matte and the sulfur in the raw material liberates the metallic copper. The metal is so pure that it can be refined by a continuous operation in the same furnace. Wet methods for copper extraction. Wet methods are only employed for low-grade ores. Under favourable circumstances, ore containing from 1/4 to 1% of copper has admitted of economic treatment, and for gold and silver-bearing metallurgical products. The fundamental principle consists in getting the ore into a solution from which the metal can be precipitated. The ores of any economic importance contain the copper either as oxide, carbonate, sulfate, or sulfide. These compounds are got into solution either as chlorides or sulfates, and from either of these salts the metal can be readily obtained. Ores in which the copper is present as oxide or carbonate are soluble in sulfuric or hydrochloric acids, ferrous chloride, ferric sulfate, ammoniacal compounds, and sodium thiosulfate. Of these solvents, only the first three are of economic importance. The choice of sulfuric or hydrochloric acid depends mainly upon the cost, both acting with about the same rapidity. Thus, if a Leblanc soda factory is near at hand, then hydrochloric acid would most certainly be employed. Ferrous chloride is not much used. The Douglas-Hunt process uses a mixture of salt and ferrous sulfate, which involves the formation of ferrous chloride, and the new Douglas-Hunt process employs sulfuric acid, in which ferrous chloride is added after leaching. Sulfuric acid may be applied as such on the ores placed in lead, brick, or stone chambers, or as a mixture of sulfur dioxide, nitrous fumes, generated from Chile saltpeter and sulfuric acid, and steam, which permeates the ore resting on the false bottom of a brick chamber. When most of the copper has been converted into the sulfate, the ore is lixiviated. Hydrochloric acid is applied in the same way as sulfuric acid. It has certain advantages, of which the most important is that it does not admit the formation of basic salts. Its chief disadvantage is that it dissolves the oxides of iron, and accordingly must not be used for highly ferriferous ores. The solubility of copper carbonate in ferrous chloride solution was pointed out by Max Schaffner in 1862, and the subsequent recognition of the solubility of the oxide in the same solvent by James Douglas and Sterry Hunt resulted in the Douglas-Hunt process for the wet extraction of copper. Ferrous chloride decomposes the copper oxide and carbonate with the formation of cuprous and cupric chlorides, which remain in solution, and the precipitation of ferrous oxide, carbon dioxide being simultaneously liberated from the carbonate. In the original form of the Douglas-Hunt process, ferrous chloride was formed by the interaction of sodium chloride, common salt, with ferrous sulfate, green vitriol, the sodium sulfate formed at the same time being removed by crystallization. The ground ore was stirred with this solution at 70 degrees centigrade in wooden tubs until all the copper was dissolved. The liquor was then filtered from the iron oxides, and the filtrate treated with scrap iron, which precipitated the copper and reformed ferrous chloride, which could be used in the first stage of the process. The advantage of this method rests chiefly on the small amount of iron required, but its disadvantages are that any silver present in the ores goes into solution, the formation of basic salts, and the difficulty of filtering from the iron oxides. A modification of the method was designed to remedy these defects. The ore is first treated with dilute sulfuric acid, and then ferrous or calcium chloride added, thus forming copper chlorides. If calcium chloride be used, the precipitated calcium sulfate must be removed by filtration. Sulfur dioxide is then blown in, and the precipitate is treated with iron, which produces metallic copper, or milk of lime, which produces cuprous oxide. Hot air is blown into the filtrate, which contains ferrous or calcium chlorides, to expel the excess of sulfur dioxide, and the liquid can then be used again. In this process, new Douglas Hunt, there are no iron oxides formed, the silver is not dissolved, and the quantity of iron necessary is relatively small, since all the copper is in the cuprous condition. It is not used in the treatment of ores, but finds application in the case of calcined argentiferous lead and copper mats. The precipitation of the copper from the solution, in which it is present as sulfate or as cuprous and cupric chlorides, is generally effected by metallic iron. Either wrought, pig, iron sponge, or iron bars are employed, and it is important to notice that the form in which the copper is precipitated, and also the time taken for the separation, largely depend upon the condition in which the iron is applied. Spongy iron acts most rapidly, and after this follow iron turnings and then sheet clippings. Other precipitants, such as sulphuretted hydrogen and solutions of sulfides, which precipitate the copper as sulfides, and milk of lime, which gives copper oxides, have not met with commercial success. When using iron as the precipitant, it is desirable that the solution should be as neutral as possible, and the quantity of ferric salts present should be reduced to a minimum. Otherwise, a certain amount of iron would be used up by the free acid and in reducing the ferric salts. Ores in which the copper is present as sulfate are generally lixiviated and treated with iron. Mine waters generally contain the copper in this form, and it is extracted by conducting the waters along troughs fitted with iron gratings. The wet extraction of metallic copper from ores in which it occurs as the sulfide may be considered to involve the following operations: 1. Conversion of the copper into a soluble form. 2. Dissolving out the soluble copper salt. 3. The precipitation of the copper. Copper sulfide may be converted either into the sulfate, which is soluble in water, the oxide, soluble in sulfuric or hydrochloric acid, cupric chloride, soluble in water, or cuprous chloride, which is soluble in solutions of metallic chlorides. The conversion into sulfate is generally effected by the oxidizing processes of weathering, calcination, heating with iron nitrate or ferric sulfate. It may also be accomplished by calcination with ferrous sulfate or other easily decomposable sulfates, such as aluminium sulfate. Weathering is a very slow and therefore an expensive process. Moreover, the entire conversion is only accomplished after a number of years. Calcination is only advisable for ores which contain relatively much iron pyrites and little copper pyrites. Also, however slowly the calcination may be conducted, there is always more or less copper sulfide left unchanged and some copper oxide formed. Calcination with ferrous sulfate converts all the copper sulfide into sulfate. Heap roasting has been successfully employed at Agordo in the Venetian Alps and at Mjden Peak in Servia. Joseph Perino's process, which consists in heating the ore with iron nitrate to 50 to 150 degrees centigrade, is said to possess several advantages, but it has not been applied commercially. Ferric sulfate is only used as an auxiliary to the weathering process and in an electrolytic process. The conversion of the sulfide into oxide is adopted where the Douglas Hunt process is employed, or where hydrochloric or sulfuric acids are cheap. The calcination is effected in reverberatory furnaces or in muffle furnaces if the sulfur is to be recovered. Heap, stall, or shaft furnace roasting is not very satisfactory, as it is very difficult to transform all the sulfide into oxide. The conversion of copper sulfide into the chlorides may be accomplished by calcining with common salt, or by treating the ores with ferrous chloride and hydrochloric acid, or with ferric chloride. The dry way is best. The wet way is only employed when fuel is very dear, or when it is absolutely necessary that no noxious vapours should escape into the atmosphere. The dry method consists in an oxidizing roasting of the ores and a subsequent chloridizing roasting with either common salt or Abrahamsites in reverberatory or muffle furnaces. The bulk of the copper is thus transformed into cupric chloride, little cuprous chloride being obtained. This method had long been proposed by William Longmaid, Max Schaffner, Beckie, and Hoped, but was only introduced into England by the labours of William Henderson, J. A. Phillips, and others. The wet method is employed at Rio Tinto, the particular variant being known as the Dirkx process. This consists in stacking the broken ore in heaps and adding a mixture of sodium sulfate and ferric chloride in the proportions necessary for the entire conversion of the iron into ferric sulfate. The heaps are moistened with ferric chloride solution, and the reaction is maintained by the liquid percolating through the heap. The liquid is run off at the base of the heaps into the precipitating tanks, where the copper is thrown down by means of metallic iron. The ferrous chloride formed at the same time is converted into ferric chloride, which can be used to moisten the heaps. This conversion is effected by allowing the ferrous chloride liquors slowly to descend a tower filled with pieces of wood, coke, or quartz, where it meets an ascending current of chlorine. The sulfate, oxide, or chlorides, which are obtained from the sulphuretted ores, are lixiviated, and the metal precipitated in the same manner as we have previously described. The metal so obtained is known as cement copper. If it contains more than 55% of copper, it is directly refined, while if it contains a lower percentage, it is smelted with matte or calcined copper pyrites. The chief impurities are basic salts of iron, free iron, graphite, and sometimes silica, antimony, and iron arsenates. Washing removes some of these impurities, but some copper always passes into the slimes. If much carbonaceous matter be present, and this is generally so when iron sponge is used as the precipitant, the crude product is heated to redness in the air. This burns out the carbon, and at the same time oxidizes a little of the copper, which must be subsequently reduced. A similar operation is conducted when arsenic is present. Basic lined reverberatory furnaces have been used for the same purpose. Electrolytic refining. The principles have long been known on which is based the electrolytic separation of copper from the certain elements which generally accompany it. Whether these, like silver and gold, are valuable, or, like arsenic, antimony, bismuth, selenium, and tellurium, are merely impurities. But it was not until the dynamo was improved as a machine for generating large quantities of electricity at a very low cost that the electrolysis of copper could be practiced on a commercial scale. Today, by reason of other uses to which electricity is applied, electrically deposited copper of high conductivity is in ever-increasing demand, and commands a higher price than copper refined by fusion. This increase in value permits of copper with not over £2 or $10 worth of the precious metals being profitably subjected to electrolytic treatment. Thus many million ounces of silver and a great deal of gold are recovered which formerly were lost. The earliest serious attempt to refine copper industrially was made by G.R. Elkington, whose first patent is dated 1865. He cast crude copper, as obtained from the ore, into plates which were used as anodes, sheets of electro-deposited copper forming the cathodes. 6 anodes were suspended, alternately with 4 cathodes, in a saturated solution of copper sulfate, in a cylindrical fire-clay trough, all the anodes being connected in one parallel group, and all the cathodes in another. 100 or more jars were coupled in series, the cathodes of one to the anodes of the next, and were so arranged that with the aid of side pipes with leaden connections and india rubber joints, the electrolyte could, once daily, be made to circulate through them all from the top of one jar to the bottom of the next. The current from a Wilds dynamo was passed, apparently with a current density of 5 or 6 amperes per square foot, until the anodes were too crippled for further use. The cathodes, when thick enough, were either cast and rolled or sent into the market direct. Silver and other insoluble impurities collected at the bottom of the trough up to the level of the lower side tube, and were then run off through a plug in the bottom into settling tanks, from which they were removed for metallurgical treatment. The electrolyte was used until the accumulation of iron in it was too great, but was mixed from time to time with a little water, acidulated by sulphuric acid. This process is of historic interest, and in principle it is identical with that now used. The modifications introduced have been chiefly in details, in order to economize materials and labour, to ensure purity of product, and to increase the rate of deposition. The chemistry of the process has been studied by Martin Kiliani, who found that using the low current density of 1.8 ampere per square foot of cathode and an electrolyte containing 1.5 pounds of copper sulfate and half a pound of sulphuric acid per gallon, all the gold, platinum and silver present in the crude copper anode remain as metals undissolved in the anode slime or mud, and all the lead remains there as sulfate formed by the action of the sulphuric acid, or SO4 ions. He found also that arsenic forms arsenious oxide, which dissolves until the solution is saturated, and then remains in the slime, from which, on long standing, it gradually dissolves after conversion by secondary reactions into arsenic oxide. Antimony forms a basic sulfate, which in part dissolves. Bismuth partly dissolves and partly remains, but the dissolved portion tends slowly to separate out as a basic salt, which becomes added to the slime. Cuprous oxide, sulfide, and selenides remain in the slime and very slowly pass into solution by simple chemical action. Tin partly dissolves, but in part separates again as basic salt, and partly remains as basic sulfate and stannic oxide. Zinc, iron, nickel, and cobalt pass into solution, more readily indeed than does the copper. Of the metals present which dissolve, none, except bismuth, which is rarely present in any quantity, deposits at the anode, so long as the solution retains its proper proportion of copper and acid, and the current density is not too great. Neutral solutions are to be avoided, because in them silver dissolves from the anode, and being more electronegative than copper, is deposited at the cathode, while antimony and arsenic are also deposited, imparting a dark colour to the copper. Electrolytic copper should contain at least 99.92% of metallic copper, the balance consisting mainly of oxygen, with not much more than 0.01% in all of lead, arsenic, antimony, bismuth, and silver. Such a degree of purity is, however, unattainable unless the conditions of electrolysis are rigidly adhered to. It should be observed that the free acid is gradually neutralized, partly by chemical action on certain constituents of the slime, partly by local action between different metals of the anode, both of which affect solution independently of the current, and partly by the peroxidation or aeration of ferrous sulfate, formed from the iron in the anode. At the same time, there is a gradual substitution of other metals for copper in the solution, because although copper plus other, more electropositive metals are constantly dissolving at the anode, only copper is deposited at the cathode. Hence the composition and acidity of the solution, on which so much depends, must be constantly watched. The dependence of the mechanical qualities of the copper upon the current density employed is well known. A very weak current gives a pale and brittle deposit, but as the current density is increased, up to a certain point, the properties of the metal improve. Beyond this point, they deteriorate, the colour becoming darker and the deposit less coherent, until at last it is dark brown and spongy or pulverulent. The presence of even a small proportion of hydrochloric acid imparts a brown tint to the deposit. Baron H.V. Ubel has found that with neutral solutions, a 5% solution of copper sulfate gave no good result, while with a 20% solution, the best deposit was obtained with a current density of 28 amperes per square foot. With solutions containing 2% of sulphuric acid, The 5% solution gave good deposits with current densities of 4 to 7.5 amperes, and the 20% solution with 11.5 to 37 amperes per square foot. The maximum current densities for a pure acid solution at rest were, for 15% pure copper sulfate solutions, 14 to 21 amperes, and for 20% solutions, 18.5 to 28 amperes per square foot. But when the solutions were kept in gentle motion, these maxima could be increased to 21 to 28 and 28 to 37 amperes per square foot, respectively. The necessity for adjusting the current density to the composition and treatment of the electrolyte is thus apparent. The advantage of keeping the solution in motion is due partly to the renewal of solution thus effected in the neighbourhood of the electrodes, and partly to the neutralization of the tendency of liquids undergoing electrolysis to separate into layers due to the different specific gravities of the solution flowing from the opposing electrodes. Such an irregular distribution of the bath, with strong copper sulfate solution from the anode at the bottom and acid solution from the cathode at the top, not only alters the conductivity in different strata, and so causes irregular current distribution, but may lead to the current density in the upper layers being too great for the proportion of copper there present. Irregular and defective deposits are therefore obtained. Provision for circulation of solution is made in the systems of copper refining now in use. Henry Wilde, in 1875, in depositing copper on iron printing rollers, recognized this principle and rotated the rollers during electrolysis, thereby renewing the surfaces of metal and liquid in mutual contact and imparting sufficient motion to the solution to prevent stratification. As an alternative, he imparted motion to the electrolyte by means of propeller blades. Other workers have followed more or less on the same lines. Reference may be made to the patents of F.E. and A.S. Elmore, who sought to improve the character of the deposit by burnishing during electrolysis, of E. Dumoulin, and Sherard Cooper Coles, who prefers to rotate the cathode at a speed that maintains a peripheral velocity of at least 1,000 feet per minute. Certain other inventors have applied the same principle in a different way. H. Thofern in America and J. C. Graham in England have patented processes by which jets of the electrolyte are caused to impinge with considerable force upon the surface of the cathode, so that the renewal of the liquid at this point takes place very rapidly, and current densities per square foot of 50 to 100 amperes are recommended by the former and of 300 amperes by the latter. Graham has described experiments in this direction, using a jet of electrolyte forced beneath the surface of the bath through a hole in the anode upon the surface of the cathode. Whilst the jet was playing, a good deposit was formed with so high a current density as 280 amperes per square foot, but if the jet was checked, the deposit, now in a still liquid, was instantaneously ruined. When two or more jets were used side by side, the deposit was good opposite the centre of each, but bad at the point where two currents met, because the rate of flow was reduced. By introducing perforated shields of ebonite between the electrodes, so that the full current density was only attained at the centres of the jets, these ill effects could be prevented. One of the chief troubles met with was the formation of arborescent growths around the edges of the cathode, due to the greater current density in this region. This, however, was also obviated by the use of screens. By means of a very brisk rotation of cathode, combined with a rapid current of electrolyte, J. W. Swan has succeeded in depositing excellent copper at current densities exceeding 1,000 amperes per square foot. The methods by which such results are to be obtained cannot, however, as yet, be practiced economically on a working scale. One great difficulty in applying them to the refining of metals is that the jets of liquid would be liable to carry with them particles of anode mud, and Swan has shown that the presence of solid particles in the electrolyte is one of the most fruitful causes of the well-known nodular growths on electrodeposited copper. Experiments on a working scale with one of the jet processes in America have, it is reported, been given up after a full trial. In copper refining practice, the current density commonly ranges from 7.5 to 12 or 15, and occasionally to 18 amperes per square foot, The electrical pressure required to force a current of this intensity through the solution and to overcome a certain opposing electromotive force arising from the more electronegative impurities of the anode depends upon the composition of the bath and of the anodes, the distance between the electrodes, and the temperature, but under the usual working conditions averages 0.3 volt for every pair of electrodes in series. In nearly all the processes now used, the solution contains about 1.5 to 2 pounds of copper sulfate and from 5 to 18 ounces of sulfuric acid per gallon of water, and the space between the electrodes is from 1.5 to 2 inches, whilst the total area of cathode surface in each tank may be 200 square feet, more or less. The anodes are usually cast copper plates, about, say, 3 feet by 2 feet, by 3/4 or 1 inch. The cathodes are frequently of electro-deposited copper, deposited to a thickness of about 1/32 of an inch on black-leaded copper plates, from which they are stripped before use. The tanks are commonly constructed of wood lined with lead or tarred inside, and are placed in terrace fashion, each a little higher than the next in series, to facilitate the flow of solution through them all from a cistern at one end to a well at the other. Gangways are left between adjoining rows of tanks, and an overhead travelling crane facilitates the removal of the electrodes. The arrangement of the tanks depends largely upon the voltage available from the electric generator selected. Commonly they are divided into groups, all the baths in each group being in series. In the huge Anaconda plant, for example, in which 150 tons of refined copper can be produced daily by the Thofern multiple system, not the jet system alluded to above, there are 600 tanks about 8¼ feet by 4½ feet by 3¼ feet deep, arranged in 3 groups of 200 tanks in series. The connections are made by copper rods, each of which, in length, is twice the width of the tank, with a bayonet bend in the middle, and serves to support the cathodes in the one and the anodes in the next tank. Self-registering voltmeters indicate at any moment the potential difference in every tank, and therefore give notice of short circuits occurring at any part of the installation. The chief differences between the commercial systems of refining lie in the arrangement of the baths, in the disposition and manner of supporting the electrodes in each, in the method of circulating the solution, and in the current density employed. The various systems are often classed in 2 groups, known respectively as the multiple and series systems, depending upon the arrangement of the electrodes in each tank. Under the multiple system, anodes and cathodes are placed alternately, all the anodes in one tank being connected to one rod, and all the cathodes to another, and the potential difference between the terminals of each tank is that between a single pair of plates. Under the series system, only the first anode and the last cathode are connected to the conductors. Between these are suspended, isolated from one another, a number of intermediate bipolar electrode plates of raw copper, each of these plates acting on one side as a cathode, receiving a deposit of copper, and on the other as an anode, passing into solution. The voltage between the terminals of the tank will be as many times as great as that between a single pair of plates, as there are spaces between electrodes in the tank. In time, the original impure copper of the plates becomes replaced by refined copper, but if the plates are initially very impure and dissolve irregularly, it may happen that much residual scrap may have to be remelted, or that some of the metal may be twice refined, thus involving a waste of energy. Moreover, the high potential difference between the terminals of the series tank introduces a greater danger of short-circuiting through scraps of metal at the bottom of the bath. For this reason also, lead-lined vats are inadmissible, and tarred slate tanks are often used instead. A valuable comparison of the multiple and series systems has been published by E. Keller, has calculated that the cost of refining is 8 shillings per ton of copper higher under the series than it is under the multiple system, but against this it must be remembered that the new works of the Baltimore Copper Smelting and Rolling Company, which are as large as those of the Anaconda Copper Mining Company, are using the Hayden process, which is the chief representative of the several series systems. In this system, rolled copper anodes are used, these being purer than many cast anodes, having flat surfaces and being held in place by guides, dissolve with great regularity and require a space of only 5/8 of an inch between the electrodes, so that the potential difference between each pair of plates may be reduced to 0.15 to 0.2 volt. J.A.W. Borscher in Germany and A.E. Schneider and O. Zonner in America have introduced a method of circulating the solution in each vat by forcing air into a vertical pipe communicating between the bottom and top of a tank, with the result that the bubbling of the air upwards aspirates solution through the vertical pipe from below, at the same time aerating it and causing it to overflow into the top of the tank. Obviously, this slow circulation has but little effect on the rate at which the copper may be deposited. The electrolyte, when too impure for further use, is commonly recrystallized or electrolyzed with insoluble anodes to recover the copper. The yield of copper per ampere, in round numbers 1 ounce of copper per ampere per dm, by Faraday's law is never attained in practice, and although 98% may with care be obtained, from 94 to 96% represents the more usual current efficiency. With 100% current efficiency and a potential difference of 0.3 volt between the electrodes, 1 pound of copper should require about 0.154 electrical horsepower hours as the amount of energy to be expended in the tank for its production. In practice, the expenditure is somewhat greater than this. In large works, the gross horsepower required for the refining itself, and for power and lighting in the factory, may not exceed 0.19 to 0.2, or in smaller works 0.25, horsepower hours per pound of copper refined. Many attempts have been made to use crude sulfide of copper, or matte, as an anode, and recover the copper at the cathode, the sulfur and other insoluble constituents being left at the anode. The best known of these is the Marchesi process, which was tested on a working scale at Genoa and Stolberg in Rhenish Prussia. As the operation proceeded, it was found that the voltage had to be raised until it became prohibitive, while the anodes rapidly became honeycombed through and, crumbling away, filled up the space at the bottom of the vat. The process was abandoned, but in a modified form appears to be now in use in Nizhny Novgorod in Russia. Siemens and Halske introduced a combined process in which the ore, after being part roasted, is leached by solutions from a previous electrolytic operation and the resulting copper solution electrolyzed. In this process, the anode solution had to be kept separate from the cathode solution, and the membrane which had in consequence to be used was liable to become torn, and so to cause trouble by permitting the two solutions to mix. Modifications of the process have therefore been tried. Modern methods in copper smelting and refining have effected enormous economy in time, space and labour, and have consequently increased the world's output. With pyritic smelting, a sulphuretted copper ore, fed into a cupola in the morning, can be passed directly to the converter, blown up to metal, and shipped as 99% bars by evening, an operation which formerly, with heap roasting of the ore and repeated roasting of the mats in stalls, would have occupied not less than 4 months. A large furnace and a Bessemer converter, the pair capable of making 1 million pounds of copper a month from a low-grade sulphuretted ore, will not occupy a space of more than 25 feet by 100 feet, and whereas in making metallic copper out of a low-grade sulphuretted ore, 1 day's labour used to be expended on every ton of ore treated, today 1 day's labour will carry at least 4 tons of ore through the different mechanical and metallurgical processes necessary to reduce them to metal. About 70% of the world's annual copper output is refined electrolytically, and from the 461,583 tons refined in the United States in 1907, there were recovered 13,995,436 ounces of silver and 272,150 ounces of gold. The recovery of these valuable metals has contributed in no small degree to the expansion of electrolytic refining. End of copper from Encyclopaedia Britannica 11th edition.
Article number 6 from Popular Science Monthly, Volume 1, May 1872. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Disinfection and Disinfectants by William Easy, C.E. There are certain rules to be promulgated respecting the protection of human life from contagion, or from the injurious effects of decomposing organic matters, which may be gleaned from the experience of ages, and which, as yet, have never been laid down with sufficient clearness. A writer in a medical journal, the other day, pointed out, from the Odyssey of Homer, the great solicitude of Ulysses for the purification of his house with sulphur, and the history of purgation could go still farther back, and bring to light many other interesting memorabilia. This, however, hardly comes within the scope of these short papers. Neither, as I said before, would any attempt to explain the cause of disease, for it would only be a repetition of wise things said before. Happily, too, the grim dwellers of the threshold are now watched with eye of lynx and nerve of steel, and their newer thrusts at poor mankind met or parried. Names like those of Doctors Parkes and Sanderson, in this respect, are fast becoming household words. For the purposes of this chapter, however, I cannot forbear from condensing the remarks of Dr. Angus Smith, with respect to disease generally. According to this authority, the classes of disease may be caused, firstly, by gases easily diffused in air, such as carbonic acid, nitrogen, marsh gas, and others. Secondly, by vapors falling in cold air and taken up in fogs, volatile bodies, in fact, that concentrate in cool temperatures, and not to be classed with gases. Thirdly, by putrid or decomposing substances, that include, with the hurtful gases named under the first head, many organic forms, which, transferred to a suitable soil, are capable of working havoc with life and health. And, fourthly, by those more organized bodies in various stages and ferments that have a definite existence, and that multiply the diseases to which they are most allied, whenever they meet with suitable fields for propagation. Disinfection is practiced by fits and starts. With us it has been mainly a summer practice, when our nostrils encounter the smell of offensive matters. Contagion seizes a house or a town, and for a time the sanitary inspectors and the awakened people themselves distribute even the most noxious disinfectants without system, and with the inevitable result of expending the most money with the least possible good result. The destruction of valuable property, a senseless panic, and a relapse into the indulgence of time-honored abuses are the common results of outbreaks of typhus or typhoid fevers, of smallpox, cholera, or any other of the many diseases by which we are punished for grave derelictions of duty. We cannot neglect with impunity the maintenance of personal and household cleanliness, ventilation, and an abundant supply of pure water. Soap and soda are the simplest expedients at our disposal for cleansing purposes. Experience teaches us that ancient cities and even modern human dwellings are admirably suited to act as reservoirs of contagion, and are constantly polluted by the excreta of the healthy as well as of the sick. We have, therefore, been compelled to resort to disinfection. But such has been our short-sightedness in the matter, that the employment of any agent to destroy infection is too often evaded, and has usually been rendered most distasteful and even painful. A nauseous coating has been put upon this very simple pill. A poor woman is sent to the oil shop for a little chloride of lime. A foul room is thereby rendered unbearable. The place has to be thrown open, disinfection is not attained, and the maximum of discomfort is attended with a minimum of benefit. Some medical men are, I fear, blamable for not estimating with greater precision the real benefits derived from the use of volatile disinfectants. They are all irritating and of bad odor, and a popular belief has arisen that, unless they are foul and caustic, they can do no good service. A distinguished chemist, Mr. J. A. Wanklin, has very recently shown that the constitution of a poisoned atmosphere cannot be modified even in a small dwelling by an expenditure of material that would be certainly beyond the means of a wealthy person. To diminish the evils of a malign atmosphere, he says, ventilate. And while admitting the correctness of this, I shall humbly attempt to show that means may be employed for fixing the poisonous particles floating in a fever chamber, without rendering the air of that chamber irrespirable, or without killing a patient by draughts of cold air. Disinfectants are employed as deodorizers and as contagion destroyers. Such agents as carbolic acid prevent the decomposition of organic matter, and therefore favor a state of atmospheric purity. But carbolic acid is not a deodorizer. It makes, but it does not absorb or destroy fetid vapors. And it is for this reason that Monsieur Lemaire and others have recommended the use of carbolic acid in conjunction with sulfate of zinc, salts of iron, chloride of lime, and so on. There is indisputable similarity between the working of putrid germs and of the seeds of the most virulent plagues. Fevers were classed of old as putrid diseases, and anyone who has witnessed the prompt decomposition and the foul emanations of fever-stricken beings, whether human or brute, can readily understand that it was no very india-rubber-like stretch of the imagination that led our forefathers to confound contagion with putrescence. It is, however, necessary to learn that, in practicing disinfection, we have to neutralize the products of, or check the decay of healthy matter separated from living plants or animals, and that we have likewise to destroy specific elements of contagion, elements which differ in the various maladies that are known to be transmissible from the sick to the healthy. In order to illustrate this, let us take the case of sewage. The excreta of healthy human beings decompose, and the sewer gases belong to the class of irrespirable gases which cannot be absorbed into the system without producing serious ill effects, and even symptoms, such as characterize a putrid fever, vomiting, faintness followed by prolonged stupor, fetid diarrhea, and even death. The results are apparently undistinguishable from typhus fever. The line of demarcation between a malignant fever produced under such circumstances and fevers due to a specific virus has not yet been satisfactorily established. The foregoing symptoms result also from decomposing matters passing into the blood otherwise than by the lungs, and whole hecatombs of slain through the instrumentality of hospital gangrene, pyemia, puerperal fever, and allied diseases, testify to the great dangers arising from the diffusion of solid or fluid matters in a state of decomposition. In dealing with the excreta of the sick, it is not the volatile elements and simple gases that we have to fear, but the materials that adhere to anything and everything on and around the sick, and if ever we allow them to pass from the sick room, it is quite impossible to control them. If we even let them pass in any quantity from room to room or house to house in atmospheric currents, we cannot trace them until they have victimized fresh subjects susceptible to their pernicious influences. For our purpose, it may be accepted as proved that successful disinfection must aim at preventing decomposition in simple, putrescible matters, or must aim at attacking fever germs as soon as discharged by the patient. It is desirable that a disinfectant should be an antiseptic, namely an agent that arrests chemical change in animal or vegetable matters, and it must be a deodorizer, or capable of fixing the most noxious gases evolved. It has been erroneously believed that sulphuretted hydrogen is the principal deleterious gas which disinfectants have to encounter, the worst kind of vermin to ferret out. Professor Way, however, asserts that the gaseous elements that are usually foul-smelling and hurtful are ammoniacal. The best disinfectant to deal with sulphuretted hydrogen, such as evolved in the emptying of a foul ash pit, would be salts of iron or chloride of zinc. Salts of iron and copper are antiseptics and very active deodorizers, and would have been used even more extensively than they have been, had they been harmless. But the iron salts stain all they come into contact with, and copper salts are injurious to life. Zinc salts are also inimical in this latter way. A disinfectant to be available in the homes I am endeavoring to depict must necessarily be harmless, and until quite recently it was not easy to find such an agent. The alkaline permanganates have been extolled as disinfectants. They are, in many instances, admirable deodorizers, but the fact that permanganates are sparingly soluble in water renders their employment very difficult, except in dealing with small accumulations of putrid matter. The use is too limited to enable us to rely on them for systematic disinfection. There is one volatile deodorizer and disinfectant that has been recommended very strongly in some cases by Dr. B. W. Richardson and Mr. Spencer Wells, and that is iodine. In some virulent diseases attended with fetid discharges, a little iodine placed in a box with a little muslin to confine it is sufficient to render the room tolerable to the attendants upon the sick. For similar purposes, peat, seaweed, wood, or animal charcoal have been recommended, owing to the avidity with which they condense the gases of decomposition within their pores. For some years, Professor Gamgee has used charcoal charged with sulfurous acid as an active antiseptic, and he now suggests the use of charcoal mixed with chloride of aluminium, or, as he popularly calls it, chloralum. The sulfurous acid renders air irrespirable, but chloralum, which is deliquescent chloride of aluminium, attracts and neutralizes the noxious elements of a poisoned atmosphere. Having attempted to show that disinfection must be an everyday practice in the household, and that disinfectants must necessarily be harmless antiseptic deodorizers, it is not difficult to establish a code of rules of almost universal application. There is a caution that should be given at all times in a household. Servants cannot be expected to understand the use of disinfectants any more than they can be trusted to carry out a system of ventilation. Disinfection and ventilation, therefore, should, to a large extent, be automatic processes, and, happily, such things are to be found. A fusion of the two processes of disinfection and ventilation has been tried of late in the following manner. The space occupied by a top pane of glass is fitted up with a piece of metal which slants from the bottom upward, and the top is rounded in shape and perforated. Inside this wedge-shaped ventilator are two shelves, pierced with holes, the top one being made to carry a box of charcoal, and the bottom one a piece of sponge. By this double contrivance, the inventor and patentee, Dr. Howard of St. John's, Canada, claims not only to absorb the watery vapor of the incoming air by the sponge, and disinfect any foul air that may seek entrance by means of the charcoal, but also to warm the cold air by the amount of friction it has to undergo in its ingress through the body of a ventilator, which is already somewhat heated by the warmth of the room. If the wind blows too strongly upon the outside mouth of the ventilator, Dr. Howard proposes a sliding valve to work up and down inside the pane occupied by the apparatus. I cannot but regard such a contrivance as a clumsy one. It may be said to stand in the same relationship to either perfect ventilation or perfect disinfection that spurious Freemasonry does to what is called the pure craft masonry, or certain letharges to good white lead. There is no necessity, either, to filter the air of a room in such a manner. There can, however, be a strong case made out why the water-closet pans of a house should be disinfected. And I am able to point out an apparatus which fulfills every requirement for that purpose. It is exhibited in the diagram, both in section and elevation, and is known as Brown's patent self-acting disinfector. The object is to deliver at every upheaval of the handle a certain portion of a fluid disinfectant. Formerly it was exclusively Condy's fluid. Now it is chloralum. The construction is the essence of simplicity. In a metal, glass, or earthenware vessel, holding a gallon of disinfecting fluid, a metal siphon is fixed, and the bottom is coiled and has a small inlet, as shown, by which means the siphon fills itself. When the closet handle is raised, the water rushing down the supply pipe to flush the basin causes a vacuum in the disinfecting siphon, and its contents are blended with the water. By this means a portion of the deodorizing fluid is retained in the trap or basin, where it has no sinecure of work to perform. The siphon refills in a few seconds, and as only a certain quantity is discharged, a pint of disinfecting fluid, costing 1 shilling, mixed with sufficient water to make up the gallon, will serve about 140 distinct actions of the closet. The cost of the apparatus is about 10 shillings, and it can be fixed in an hour to any patterned water closet whatever. The vessel containing the fluid is usually fixed upon a bracket in a corner above the seat. This kind of apparatus can be fixed to a tap in the stable or anywhere else, and water containing a percentage of the medicated fluid drawn off into buckets or run off into the pavement drains. They can be obtained at the depot, 58 The Exchange, Southwark. Such disinfectors are not new, but the above is the simplest. A patent automatic apparatus of a similar kind was introduced some little time ago by Mr. Spencer. It is also worked by the handle of the closet and fixed on the wall above the seat, but it is too dependent upon a complicated action of wires and cranks. Its cost is, moreover, 30 shillings. Similar contrivances are sold, adaptable for the earth closets now in use. Whether it be true or not that the partisans of the earth closet first drew attention to the disinfection of the excreta, I do not know, but at all events they were not far behind. I have already given an example of these as applied to the earth or ash closet. As a matter of course, they are chiefly powdered disinfectants. Mr. Banner, in his improved ash closet, uses a simple carbonaceous powder, chiefly as an absorbing medium. Nothing could be more wearisome than wading through the history of disinfectants, and yet an occasional smile would be sure to light up the way. Who would propose to burn incense to the god of stinks at various times throughout the day, in the shape of patent pastils, composed chiefly of charcoal, sulphur, and nitrate of potash? Or who could be brought to look, Hindu fashion, on his patrimonial open drain or sewer as a river Ganges, and with religious punctuality set adrift upon the water there a sacred vessel, which would admit a certain portion of such water, and also containing a phosphoret, which would decompose in contact with the water, the gas and flame thus evolved being understood to neutralize the evaporating poison of Siva, the destroyer. And yet men have paid for leave to rivet such absurdities upon us, and the cry is, still they come. Since the time of Monsieur Legras, who in 1849 claimed to discover and patented not less than 12 disinfectants, 3 liquids and 9 powders, what have householders not had to endure? Apart from the many simpler disinfectants, such as earth, ashes, charcoal, peat, salt, sulphur, gypsum, alum, vinegar, and tar water, etc., suitable for the coarser purposes of a farm, the disinfectants for the house now in commerce may be reckoned on the fingers of one hand. I have already given a general indication of the action of each, and will only add that these useful agents have now been brought to such a state of perfection that the person who chooses to make up his own mixtures puts himself in the position of an ague patient who, ignoring the labors of chemistry, prefers the powdered Peruvian bark to the sulphate of quinine. The disinfectant used in a household ought certainly to be a non-poisonous one. Fortunately or unfortunately, there is not any choice, for the only one of this description is chloralum, now adopted by the Board of Trade. This is the popular name bestowed upon it by its inventor, Professor Gamgee. It contains 1,500 grains of hydrated chloride of aluminium to the pint, or about 75 grains to the ounce, and is sold in a fluid and solid state. Slightly diluted, the former will disinfect secretions in the utensils of a sick room, and, exposed in a saucer in its concentrated form, I have found it to remove even the smell which is given off by a newly painted room. In its powdered state it may be sprinkled in cellars, larders, dustbins, ash pits, stables, piggeries, poultry houses, and wherever a smell is continually arising. In the deodorization of sewage, while being pumped over the garden, 1 gallon of the fluid, or 3 pounds of the powder, will suffice for 150 gallons of sewage. As regards the disinfection of clothing in the laundry, Mrs. Meredith, the patroness of the Discharged Female Prisoners' Aid Society, lately wrote to the Standard newspaper, as under. Quote, "The articles taken in for the wash are fairly sprinkled with chloralum powder. They are then packed in sacks, in which they remain for about 2 hours, when they arrive at the wash-house. They are then unpacked and shaken singly. After this they are put in a large tank, where a great quantity of water flows over and through them. In this way they rest for at least 12 hours. They are then wrung out and undergo the ordinary process of washing. It is highly satisfactory to add that not the least deterioration of texture or colour results." End quote. At the wash-houses referred to by this lady, a great number of women are employed, and nothing but the washing of the sick is carried on. End of Disinfection and Disinfectants by William Easy, C.E. Recording by Bev Stevens, May 15th, 2019.
Chapters 1, 2 and 4 of Every Man His Own University by Russell Herman Conwell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner. Chapter 1, Every Man's University. A distinct university walks about under each man's hat. The only man who achieves success in the other universities of the world and in the larger university of life is the man who has first taken his graduate course and his postgraduate course in the university under his hat. Their observation furnishes a daily change in the curriculum. Books are not the original sources of power, but observation, which may bring to us all wide experience, deep thinking, fine feeling, and the power to act for oneself, is the very dynamo of power. Without observation, literature and meditation are shower and sunshine upon unbroken soil. Only those schools and colleges are true schools and colleges which regard it as the chief business of all their teaching to persuade those under their charge to see more perfectly what they are looking at, to find what they should have been unable to observe had it not been for their school instruction. You can't make a good arrow from a pig's tail, and you can seldom get a man worthwhile out of one who has gone through the early part of his life without having learned to be alert when things are to be seen or heard. John Stuart Blackie says that it is astonishing how much we all go about with our eyes wide open and see nothing, and Dr. Johnson says that some men shall see more while riding 10 miles upon the top of an omnibus than some others shall see in riding over the continent. How to observe should be the motto, not only in the beginning of our life, but throughout our career. With the same intellectual gifts, interested in the same ideas, two men walk side by side through the same scenery and meet the same people. One man has had much inspiration from the country traversed, and has been intent upon all that he has seen and heard among the people. The other has caught no inspiration from beauty, or bird, or blossom, and only the trivialities of the people have amused him. A traveller in Athens or Rome, Paris or London, may be shown these cities by a professional guide, and yet gain only a smattering of what these cities hold in store for him, and remember little of what he has seen. Another traveller, unattended by a guide, but observant of everything that comes to his eyes and ears, will carry away stores from his visit to those cities, which shall be of lifelong interest and be serviceable to all who shall travel his way. The solitary but observant stranger in a country almost always profits most from his travels. He is compelled to notice boulevards and buildings, parks and people, and every day of his travels is a lesson in observation that accustoms him to remember all he has once seen. The newspaper correspondents of other days had no guidebooks or guides, and they were entire strangers in the places they visited. They relied entirely upon themselves to find their way, and to discover everything that was valuable and interesting. They found much that the modern guide either overlooks or disregards, and wrote for the papers at home what would most interest and instruct their readers. When Henry M. Stanley first visited Jerusalem, He insisted that the dragoman in charge of his party should keep all guides and guidebooks out of his sight. In 2 days Stanley knew the streets and the location of the temple and the Holy Sepulchre and all the notable places in that old city. If Stanley is today known as one of the most intelligent of travellers, it is mainly because he excelled in daily observation, which everyone who thinks for himself recognises as the supreme acquisition of a liberal education. He often said that he knew Rome, Naples, and Vienna far better than he knew New York, where he had lived many years of his life. In that he resembled the rest of humanity, who generally know less about what is notable in their home places than observant visitors know who stay there only a short time during their travels. What we pay for in time and labour seems more valuable. Nothing pay, nothing value. A great foreign correspondent of his day, Henry W. Chambers, remained only 6 hours at Baalbek, near Damascus. Yet he wrote the clearest description that probably ever was written of the magnificent temples at Baalbek, and he wrote these descriptions too at Hong Kong, after many and varied experiences while visiting other places of greater importance. Many archaeologists and literary men before him had visited the moat of the great fortress at Baalbek. Still, they had never observed as Chambers observed, and so they missed seeing the arrowheads and all the other warlike instruments used in those ancient days, which had lain unnoticed among those huge pillars and great foundation stones. Although General Lew Wallace lived a long time at Jerusalem, he only imagined that there might have been an inner dungeon underneath the great prison. So when he wrote Ben-Hur, he put his leprous heroine into this imaginary prison house. A school teacher from northern England, with her tourist candle, afterward found the doorway of this prison, which Wallace had only imagined to be there. On their way from Egypt and Palestine to the Euphrates, travellers had for centuries passed over the same path in the desert, but it was reserved for a cutter of marble inscriptions, after all these centuries, to observe the Rosetta Stone, by the help of which archaeologists can now read the inscriptions upon the tablets in the ancient palaces of Babylon and Nineveh. Millions and millions had seen the lid of a tea kettle bobbing up and down over the boiling water before that Scotchman observed it while making watches. But he was the first of all those millions whose close observation led him to investigate this force of boiling water in the tea kettle. Then he applied this power to the steam engine, which is still the great propelling force of the world. From the time of the Garden of Eden, apples had fallen in the orchards of the world through all the harvest days. Of all the billions that had seen apples falling, only Sir Isaac Newton observed the law of gravitation that was involved in their falling. All the great discoverers began with nearly the same meagre powers for observation that the rest of the world has, but early in life came to value above all other mental powers this incalculable power to closely notice, and each made his realm of observation much richer for his discoveries. Why do the majority of us go through life seeing nothing of the millions of marvellous truths and facts, while only a few keep their eyes and ears wide open, and every day are busy in piling up what they have observed? The loss of our instincts seems to be the price we pay today for the few minor acquisitions we get from school and college. We put out our brains to make room for our learning. The man who assiduously cultivates his powers of observation and thus gains daily from his experiences what helps him to see farther and clearer everything in life that is worth seeing, has given himself a discipline that is much more important than the discipline of all the schools and the colleges without it. The greatest textbooks of the greatest universities are only the records of the observations of some close observer, whose better powers of seeing things have been acquired mainly while he was taking his courses in that university under his hat. The intellect is both telescope and microscope. If it is rightly used, it shall observe thousands of things which are too minute and too distant for those who, with eyes and ears, neither see nor hear. The intellect can be made to look far beyond the range of what men and women ordinarily see, but not all the colleges in the world can alone confer this power. This is the reward of self-culture. Each must acquire it for himself, and perhaps this is why the power of observing deeply and widely is so much oftener found in those men and those women who have never crossed the threshold of any college but the University of Hard Knocks. The quickening power of science only he can know, from whose own soul it gushes free. When we look back over our life and reflect how many things we might have seen and heard had we trained our powers of observation, we seem to have climbed little and to have spent most of our time upon plateaus, while our achievements seem little better than scratches upon black marble. Mankind has a greater esteem for the degrees conferred by the University of Observation and Experience than for all the other degrees of all other universities in the world. The only thing that seems most to win the respect of real men and women for the degrees conferred by colleges is the fact that the graduates have first gained all that close observation and wide experience can confer. The lives of the men and the women who have been worthwhile keep reminding us how vastly more important is this education from ceaseless observation than all the mere learning from school courses. It takes £10 of the stuff gotten from observation and experience to carry £1 of school learning wisely. The thinking man will never ask you what college you have gone through, but what college has gone through you. And the ability and habit of observing deeply and broadly is the preparation we all need that the college may go through us. Confucius of China, Kitto of Japan, Goethe of Germany, Arnold of England, Lincoln and Edison of America stand where they stand today in thought and action solely because they had, in a masterly way, educated their power of minute attention in building up a huge business or in amassing enormous riches. Such men as Rothschild, Rockefeller, and Carnegie show us especially how vitally important to all material success is steadfast attendance at the school of attention. The colleges that today are advancing most rapidly in esteem are those which are recognizing more and more the importance of observation. They require their men to spend some portion of their college time in gaining experience in their various lines through observing the practical workings of their calling. Medical students are in hospitals, students of law attend courts, theological students engage in mission work, and engineers are found in shops. Neither lectures or speculations can take the place of these experiences. Each is helpful to the other, when only one may be had. The experience from observing actual work is far more important. Opportunities for observation of practical matters along with theory is the modern idea toward which all the best modern institutions are tending in their efforts to fit men for the active business of life. Nor has greatness from careful observation and large experience distinguished men of action alone. Shakespeare, Goethe, Bunyan, Burns, Whittier, Longfellow, James Whitcomb Riley, and a host of the great men of philosophy, science, and literature are where they are today in the esteem of their fellow men and in their service to humanity because they were the keenest among the men acute in observation. Chapter 2. Animals and the Least Things. The benefits brought to humanity through the study of lower animal life are incalculable, and could not be told in one book. With all that vivisection and post-mortem dissection have revealed to scientific examiners, contagious and infectious diseases have been nearly removed from the human family. We have been taught to live better from observing animal habits in searching for food, in building their habitats, in their mode of living, in their fear of man, and in the methods they adopt to preserve their health. All this knowledge has been gained for us for the upbuilding of humanity through the efforts of close observers. They have studied the cat by the hearth, the dog by the door, the horses in the pasture and stall, the pigs in their pens, and the sheep in their folds. Closely associated with the investigators of animal life are those who have observed the origin, habits, and influence of birds, insects, and creeping things. But what we have learned from animals in the past seems only a trifle in comparison with what they will teach when we go to them with more serious purpose and more carefully observe them. The leaders in all these investigations of animal life have all been distinguished for their power to discover in animals what has escaped other people. Professor Darwin's close observation of the doves he fed at his door opened up to him important suggestions and laid the foundation for his great treatise, The Origin of Species. When Professor Niles of the Boston School of Technology was a boy, he caught a minnow while returning from school. At his father's suggestion, he put the fish into a simple aquarium and studied its movements. When it died, he carefully examined its parts under a microscope, and this experience was the beginning of a vast knowledge of the animal realm. While a Philadelphia clergyman was visiting a farmer in northern New Jersey, the family became perturbed because their dog had gone mad. They fastened it in the kitchen and sought somebody to kill it by shooting at it through the window. A neighbour observed the dog carefully and told them it was poisoned. He advised the family to loose it in order that it might set some antidote for itself in field or forest. He told them that cats, cattle, and horses are often compelled to find an antidote for some poisonous herb they have eaten, and that the animals know more about such things than any teacher in the medical schools. As soon as the dog was unfastened, he hastened across the field to a brook and ate a weed that was growing beside the water. The dog soon returned to the house and ate heartily. After a 2 weeks' fast, the clergyman had followed the dog and observed the plant which it had eaten. After the dog had returned to the house, he uprooted the plant and took some of its leaves to a Philadelphia firm of chemists. Acting upon the firm's advice, he sent the leaves to the Smithsonian Institute at Washington, and they were found to be a valuable antidote for poison. Not only was humanity given a better medicine from this discovery, but the clergyman also derived a competency from it. This remedy for poisoning is often used in prescriptions, so even doctors sometimes go to the dogs for instructions. Like Professor Agassiz and Sir Oliver Lodge, many find their best instructors in domestic animals. The fowls around the house and the barn may be whole universities for developing the sciences. Through their dependence on nature, the hen is a more efficient instructor than the majority of college professors. She knows by instinct so much of the laws of nature that wise men may sit at their feet or her bill and learn. Perhaps she may seem a little foolish in proclaiming her achievements in egg-laying by a cackle, but her knowledge of the necessities of life, her careful oversight of her brood, the way she uses her feet and her wings, her foreknowledge of approaching storms, her means of defending herself when attacked by hawks, her knowledge of the formation of the egg and of the proper time to break the shell for the release of her chick, all these are worthy of the attention of even the greatest scientists. In an address at a poultrymen's convention, Oliver Wendell Holmes said that chickens seemed to have in them much more to study than did Darwin's doves. While Holmes was once summering at Kennebunkport, Maine, he trained 5 chickens to come to his call, to fly upon his head and to leap with open bills to catch a kernel of corn. Before the season closed, the chickens would come to his bedroom even after he had retired, making it necessary, as Dr. Holmes said, for the landlord to serve them up for dinner. Dr. Holmes' parody on Longfellow's A Psalm of Life shows what a careful observer he was, while some of Longfellow's admirers resented the parody as a slight. Longfellow himself always treated it as complimentary. He once told James T. Fields that in one couplet of the parody Holmes had excelled the entire original poem. Not like muffled drums be beating on the inside of the shell. Longfellow told Fields that there are always millions of men standing like chickens in the shell, with wings they know not how to use, having calls to a larger life outside of which they can see nothing, that some peck away until dead on the inside of the shell, while others, assisted by a friend on the outside, step out into a life beautiful and complete. In the egg or molecule we get nearer to God than we do through the telescope or by encircling the earth. He who lived nearest the first cause gets the best inspiration for visions of all greater sights or events. So the cottage is a happier place than the palace for him who wishes to get better acquaintance with what shall arouse finer thought and feeling. The cottage is the best preparatory school for the mansion, provided always that the cottage course has been thorough. He who has worn his cottage life with manly dignity shall be the man to wear his mansion life with composure. Emerson said, "The entire system of things gets represented in every particle. Uneasy is the head that wears the crown, and unfortunate is the man who gets a smattering of many things yet does not know even one small thing thoroughly." The power of little things to give instruction and happiness should be the first lesson in life, and it should be inculcated deeply. The chief need of this discontented and sinful world is to comprehend that in one blade of grass or the shading of an evening cloud there is sufficient reverence to fill the largest heart, and sufficient science to occupy the greatest passion. We saw a delicate blue flower in the grass this morning which I had never noticed before. It seemed a different flower from each angle, and when put under a magnifying glass had colours I had never noticed before in flower or art. The field where it was growing had been familiar to me for 70 years and 10, yet the flower was entirely new to me. It was so dainty and attractive and inspiring that I felt I had lost something important to my spiritual growth all these years. Something like the experience of Virgil, Guizot, Carlyle, Grotius, or like Tennyson in the Holy Grail, who declares that he had left a real and wonderful life behind to follow the unknown. This little flower in the morning sunlight awakes thoughts of years long past, of the faces of marshalled hosts of battle, of eyes deep and calm with the smile of a loving mother's welcome, of the great forgiveness in a father's affection. Had I found that flower 70 years before, I believe my appreciation of the divine power would have been greater, my heart would have been more satisfied, my soul more fully illuminated and pervaded by a holier peace. We lose ourselves in all attempts to grasp the cause of which this small flower is the result. It is impossible to find words to convey the strange emotions which this newly found flower aroused, and to tell of the distant realms my imagination visited while I meditated there. If we would free ourselves from the perplexing cares which our daily duties demand, if we would forget the worries of each day, if the losses and disappointments and the wrongs of many years did not press themselves upon us, if the demands of many duties and the demands upon our attention and the calls of friends did not interrupt, we could find in contemplating this wee flower of the field a fund of happiness which years of sorrow and misfortune could not destroy. Bacon and Burke and Niebuhr discovered how much of grandeur can come into a life from the little things about us, but they all discovered it when it was too late to go back and live the ideal life of simplicity and individuality which was suggested to them by a drop of water and a humming bird. The smallest things are the largest in importance, if they bring into our lives the largest thoughts and feelings and an incentive to largest actions for self and humanity. Why are we forever looking upon the horizon for what upon closer view lies at our feet? These little beauties of the field rebuke the wanderer and the eminent man when it says to all the world, with a sweet smile and a dainty pout, "You could have found more in my life than has ever been learned from the sages." While Zinzendorf was stranded nearly a year upon a tiny island, his vigorous mind was forced to occupy itself in observing the objects upon the shore. His examinations of the colours in the clam shell led him to say later in life at a meeting of philosophers that a lifetime study of these colours should develop more of the beautiful than all the manufactured colour combinations then known. Art has not yet been able to combine the shades shown in the shell of an oyster, and the wings of the June bug have been enlarged and copied by coloured photography, and will greatly influence all art hereafter. Man's needs shall be best supplied by beginning at the source and following the Creator in developing them into things of beauty and service. Although the Agricultural Department at Washington spent $8 million in the study of seeds and their growth by sending experts to roam over the world for investigations, yet the observations of Luther Burbank and many like investigators in the agricultural colleges throughout the country have made many more important discoveries. Their observations have brought about a greater increase of production to the acre than all the results of those who roamed the earth for the government, and no one would say that their work was not a fair investment for the nation. Observation convinces us that the sooner we get down to the simplicities of life, the longer and healthier and nobler shall life become. The healthiest are those with one loaf, and a natural hunger along with it. The noblest lives are those who are anxious to become as divine as it is possible for them to be, are ever alert for little deeds of kindness. How much richer life the poet lives who can sympathize with the field mouse like Burns, who is lifted heavenward by the fringed gentian like Byron, who gets the messages of peace from the frosted pumpkin like Riley, Like Shakespeare, we too may find tongues in trees, books in running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything, if we will but use our eyes for seeing, our ears for hearing, our heads for understanding, and our hearts for feeling. The poor man's university gives its course everywhere, and no entrance examination is requisite, other than a mind willing to concentrate upon the sublime objects which, by the million, lie within our vision. Chapter 4. Home Reading. Carlyle says that a collection of books is a true university in these days. It might be added that often the smaller the collection, the larger shall be the university. Education derived from libraries is unsafe, for book dissipation, as well as drunkenness, ends in debauchery. Toward the end of his long and wide-awake life, Dr. Holmes advised a young correspondent to confine his reading to the Bible, Shakespeare, and a good dictionary. The list of men who have been lifted to higher regions of thought and feeling and action from reading any of these three would be too long to be compressed within the covers of one book. Books are like two-edged swords, dangerous unless one knows how to use them. They either lead up or drag down, and we sink or rise to the level of the books we read. Everyone reads, but how many read to advantage? Goethe, the greatest of all the very greatest Germans, said, "I have been learning how to read for the past 50 years, but have not yet succeeded." The majority of readers resemble hourglasses. Their reading runs in and out, and leaves no traces, and some others are like housewives' jelly bags. They pass all that is good, and retain only the refuse. At best, only a small percentage of our life is spent in school. The greater part of the remainder each must pass in the university of daily life, where our education is derived from experience gained through close observation in daily contact with our fellows, and from the fellowship of books. Fellowship fits the relation perfectly, for there must be intimate intercourse, such as this word implies, or nothing. It is with books as with life. A man profits little from being merely acquainted with 10,000, and he may be incalculably injured from his intercourse with them. But a few choice friends, often the fewer the better, bring a steady growth of higher spiritual power, greater than can be had from all other influences combined. So it is with books. Acquaintance with 1,000 often renders a capable man incompetent, but a few choice friends, with whom he frequently and earnestly communes, lift him in strength of intellect and will, and tenderness and sweetness of feeling, to be the peer of the worthiest. The beginning of New England was the golden age of scholarship in America, for many of the founders of these colonies had been reared in English universities. Such was the struggle in these bleak and barren colonies for existence during the first years, that in a few generations the majority of their posterity were strangers to almost all the books of power and knowledge with which their forefathers were acquainted, and were forced to glean all they harvested from the Bible and the Almanac, especially the Almanac. The Almanac was eagerly perused by every member of the family from the dawn of the year to its setting. The reputed thrift of the plain people in this corner of the great world is largely attributable to the lessons of the Almanac, mainly Per Richard's Almanac, which the Bostonian Franklin annually edited in Philadelphia for over a quarter of a century. His chief purpose was to drive home forcibly many lessons which might encourage the colonists to get the most out of their hard and isolated lives. Peabody, the successful man of business and munificent philanthropist, said that an almanac and a jackknife were the foundation of the education through which he ultimately did so much good for multitudes of his countrymen. It should be interesting and instructive to know how many more during the jackknife epoch in New England and the generations since that time have been indebted to one book for the pluck and perseverance by which they have carved out a place of honour for themselves. Never were books so eagerly, so often, and so carefully read as these poor almanacs. Never, perhaps, has any other book except the Bible been so potent an influence in shaping the life of a nation, and shaping it to a high place among the nations whose beneficent influences have humanized the world. Many a writer has reminded us that the almanac was the textbook studied by our ancestry in beginning the enormous agricultural, commercial, mercantile, manufacturing, and financial interests, which in 4 generations have placed us in front of the richest nations of the earth. Think of the many millions of dollars invested in library buildings, and the many millions more invested in the books they shelter. Think of the 500 millions spent annually in public education, and the hundreds of millions that have been put into college buildings and college breeding. Still, from all this stupendous investment, there will never come men and women who will make any more out of their learning than thousands of men and women of colonial days who knew the contents of no books other than the Bible and the almanac. The quality of the literary attainment of those reared in a library may be higher, and perhaps not, but wider and deeper self-knowledge, self-respect, self-confidence, self-culture, self-control are the supreme objects of all life struggle and educational struggle. Where a man gets the educational tools with which to accomplish all this is not at all important. If an almanac can help one man to get the same life result as another man gets from the polishing of the greatest universities in the world, the almanac is the peer of the university. Whether materials as insignificant as the almanac have been used to attain just such results, the history of our country and of several other countries can readily prove. 3 books made up the library of Lincoln, the rail splitter, of Edison and Carnegie, the telegraph operators. But no 3 men of the nation were ever more successful in reaching the goals they set for themselves. Books are today the great universal means of knowing, and knowing them depends upon reading them rightly. It is not so important how many books we read, but how we read them. A well-read fool is one of the most pestilential of blockheads. 1 book read avails more than 1,000 skimmed. Little reading and much thinking make a wise man. Much reading and little thinking has bred the race which the plain man call learned fools, and these are mainly responsible for any ridicule that is put upon the work of school and college. In these days, when the printing press has largely superseded the pulpit and the platform, it is vitally important that men shall be taught how to read rightly, and shall be helped to habits of right reading, and no school or college that is decently interested in the welfare of the people can disregard this one duty of teachers above all others. Much of the best in thought and feeling and conduct shall depend hereafter upon the books which we read with careful observation. Every man who has read himself into higher realms is under bonds to make the source of so much bliss and blessedness as admirable and as desirable as possible to all who are strangers to the most pleasant and profitable paths of literature. It is not the quantity of our reading, but the quality that makes it and us an influence for good to our fellows. A man who has read 10 pages with real accuracy, says John Ruskin, is for evermore in some measure an educated person. You might read all the books in the British Museum, yet be an utterly illiterate and uneducated person. Our reading without digestion and assimilation is as useless as our food without them. Bacon says that reading makes a full man, but fullness without digestion is dyspepsia. The books whose reading impels us to live nobly and do noble service for others are the books, and it is a wicked waste of time to read what is a negative quantity. Whoever masters one vital book can never become commonplace. Thoroughness is the master passion in reading, and in every other undertaking, as in every other undertaking. Those who have accumulated wisdom, culture, power, riches are always prominent for their indefatigable, painstaking thoroughness. Nothing to them is a strife, for trifles make perfection, and perfection is no trife. Those who have thought most and felt most and done most from their reading have brought this master passion to it. When we begin to become acquainted with all the worthy men and women who trace the beginning of their worth to the careful reading of one book, it seems almost a loss to the world to have the libraries of the world so large. If they were all respectable occupants of their shelves, it might be condoned, but the copyright of millions of books is the only right, human or divine, for their existing at all. Many a country boy at the fireside during the long winter evenings has received inspiration from repeatedly reading 1 or 2 worthy books. These have spurred him on to fight his way valiantly through college and from there to the heights in some worthy life work. If we are true to all that manhood involves, there is no self-deception in the conviction that each one of us is born for kingship. Supreme kingship consists in a stronger moral state and a truer thoughtful state than that of other men, which enables us to guide and raise the misguided and the illiterate. Every thoughtful man and woman ultimately discovers that all education and all literature are useful only so far as they confirm this calm and beneficent kingly power. Emerson's man-thinking is the supreme about human beings. The best that can be known and experienced lies asleep in books, and one of the chief purposes for getting an education is to give us the well-made head and the finer feeling to awake this best knowledge and experience in these sleeping princes. De Quincey reminds us that all the greatest books may be divided into the literature of knowledge and the literature of power. They have all been written in utmost sincerity by the right-minded and the strong-minded. They disclose boundless fields for soul refreshment and soul expansion. In the march of civilization, the men and the nations that have forged farthest ahead since Gutenberg invented printing are the men and the nations that have had most to do with the few books of knowledge and power of the greatest and the wisest. There can be no better test of a man's thought and feelings and actions than the books he reads and the books he keeps around him, and there is none so desolate as the poor rich man who lives in a great bookless house and has never fed upon the dainties that are bred in books, as John Milton says. The very presence of books is refining, and the right kind of man would as soon think of building his house without windows as of furnishing it without books. In every well-regulated home of intelligent men and women, the library is always one of the annual items of expenditure. When we have learned how to consult the books of knowledge and power, they let us mingle with the best society of all ages. They make the mightiest men and women of words and deeds our advisers. They bring us the gold of learning and the gems of thought, and they furnish us with the soul food which brings the proper kind of soul growth. Such books are the safest of companions, for they protect us from vice and the inferior passions. More than ever they are today indispensable for all who are striving to do the higher work of civilization and Christianity. Every real book we really read gives us greater faith in the goodness and the nobility of life. As Lola says, adds another block to the climbing spire of a great soul. The other sort, which swarm from the cosy marshes of immoral brains, the sort also who rack their brains for lucre, do the devil's work for him, and are as baneful as the company of fools and vulgarians. Show an observant man your bookshelves, and he'll tell you what you are. The man who does not love some great book is not worth the time we spend in his company. We are fortunate if we are not in some way contaminated by him. If we knew the road they have travelled, we should likely find that those of modern times who have merited the crown of kings and queens for their stronger moral state and their truer thoughtful state have had most to do with some literature of knowledge and power, that they especially oftenest consulted the books of the greatest and wisest in their difficulties, and have been spurred on by their messages to the thoughts and the deeds which made them worthy. It is fortunate that today the greatest of books are the common property of the printers of the world, for they are on this account the cheapest, and many of them can be had for the price of a poor man's dinner. It needs many a page to record even the names of the men and women who have become somebody, and have done something just from reading some one worthy book which has fallen into their hands. Many believe that Franklin is the greatest American that has yet appeared, and he has said that Cotton Mather's essay To Do Good gave me a turn of thinking which perhaps had an influence on some of the principal future events of my life. As we become better acquainted with some of the great books in all departments of literature, we are surprised to find how few of them have been written by college men. This by no means belittles the good that may come from a true college course, but it does seem to emphasize that great books need some other environment for their growth than exclusive college courses. Perhaps the need is solicitude, communion with nature, and frequent intercourse with the world's greatest and best in thought and feeling and action for the work. College-bred men are in a marked minority among the authors whose great books have been and are a potent force in shaping thought and conduct in the world. It is notable how few of these have anything commendatory to say about the influence which their college life had upon them and their accomplishments. Many even of the textbooks of schools and colleges have come from men whose powers were shaped by no school. How many textbooks of medicine and law were prepared by physicians and lawyers whose knowledge was gleaned mainly from keen observation and long experience and deep thought. It was no mere college education, but the sharpest home observation and strictest adherence to their instincts and their individuality that made forceful writers of Mark Twain, the Mississippi Pilot, Bret Harte, and William Dean Howells, the typesetters, James Whitcomb Riley, the itinerant sign painter, Joel Chandler Harris and Eugene Field, the newspaper reporters, and Walt Whitman, the carpenter. Of the 4,043 Americans with over $20 million to their credit, only 61 had even a high school course. Many among them, however, had high-class mentality and secured a comprehensive practical education. They have evidently been as alert to perceive the treasures hidden from them in the world of great books as they have been to perceive the treasuries hidden for them in their various enterprises. So we find that they have consulted the master spirits of books after their daily tasks were done, while myriad of those who scoff and sneer at them now because of their millions were feasting, frolicking and dissipating. Among the greatest types of American manhood today, a large majority are the new rich men. Whatever else may be said about them, all the world acknowledges that it is the parvenus in every land who do the largest part of the greatest work. The larger our horizon becomes, the stronger is our conviction that the man himself is mainly the architect of his own fate. Others may give an occasional lift, but it is almost entirely his own work. The college can do something for the headpiece, and it should also give something for the heart side and the power to dare and to do, but all the external training in the world can never attain for the man what he can attain through his own individual efforts, provided he has lofty aims, firm resolutions, closely observes and strictly adheres to all his best inborn powers. There was no college for David, Homer, Socrates, Plato, Confucius, Alexander, Caesar, Dante, Luther, Shakespeare, Napoleon, Washington, Franklin, Goethe, Jesus, and tens of thousands of great or lesser men than these. They all marked out their own course, planned their own spiritual palaces. All the barbed wire entanglements in the world did not retard their indomitable courage, self-reliance, and self-help. Perhaps the chief use of all learning establishments, except those which have to do with what the Germans call bread studies, is to awaken the pupil's self-respect, which is the basis of all virtue, and to cultivate the powers that shall fit the pupil to consult for himself the knowledge and power books of the greatest and the wisest. They also can, in these days, do yeoman's service in giving the bread studies through which men shall be better able to do the world's work and thereby earn better wages. End of chapters 1, 2 and 4 of Every Man His Own University by Russell Herman Conwell.
An Irish musical genius, the inventor of the musical glasses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Irish musical genius, the inventor of the musical glasses, by D. J. O'Donoghue. Readers of Goldsmith will remember the passage in the 9th chapter of The Vicar of Wakefield, where the ladies from London, with all their accomplishments, threw the country-bred ladies entirely into the shade. They would talk, says Goldsmith, of nothing but high life and high-lived company, with other fashionable topics, such as pictures, taste, Shakespeare, and the musical glasses. In this last phrase, which is antithetical or nothing, Goldsmith expressed some contempt for an invention which, for several years previously, had excited much comment and a good deal of amusement among the higher classes of English and Irish society. The Vicar of Wakefield was written in 1761, when Richard Pockrich, the inventor of the instrument referred to, had been dead 2 years. Goldsmith had certainly heard a good deal of this remarkable man, a countryman of his own, and had not improbably listened to his performances upon the glasses. That he expressed at least a shade of contempt for this invention in his now proverbial phrase is clear. He had not an excessive admiration of Shakespeare, as we know, but he delicately suggests the immense distance which separates the mind of the author of Hamlet and that to which we owe the musical glasses; that, in short, this last was one of the lowest conceivable examples of the exercise of ingenuity. But we may employ in Pockrich's defence the words, or their sense, which John O'Keefe, the admirable dramatist, is said to have used them when he heard that Scott, in St. Ronan's Well, had put into the mouth of one of his characters what he considered the contemptuous phrase, "from Shakespeare to O'Keefe." "From the top to the bottom of the ladder," remarked O'Keefe. "Well, he might have placed me a few rungs up." Pockrich was by no means a contemptible person. He was one of the many notable Irishmen of his day. His ingenuity was amazing, and was employed in 100 different schemes and inventions, some of which, though scouted as chimerical by his rather unprogressive age, were eminently worthy of consideration, and were well within the region of the practical. The invention of the musical glasses has proved to be his most famous idea. It is the only one of his many suggestions which his contemporaries did not laugh out of court, but it is not by any means his highest claim to remembrance. The writers of his day recognized and appreciated the concourse of sweet sounds produced by Pockrich from ordinary drinking glasses, and lest modern readers should feel inclined to smile at the praise bestowed upon this ingenious contrivance, it need only be mentioned that some of the greatest minds of the time were enraptured with what might now be regarded as a mere toy. There are various contemporary references to the musical glasses which have more than common interest. The letters, especially, of the notabilities of the period often allude to them. In one of his letters to Mason, Gray the poet says, under date December 8, 1761, "Here is Mr. de Laval and a charming set of glasses that sing like nightingales, and we have concerts every other night." Horace Walpole, in one of his letters, also mentions them. "The operas flourish more than in any latter years. The composer is Gluck, a German. He is to have a benefit, at which he is to play a set of drinking glasses, which he modulates with water. I think I have heard you speak of having seen some such thing." And finally, in an advertisement in the St. James's Chronicle of December 3rd, 1761, there is the following paragraph, "At Mr. Sheridan's lecture on elocution, Miss Lloyd succeeds Miss Ford in performing on the musical glasses for the amusement of genteel company." Benjamin Franklin made a small improvement upon Pockrich's invention, and called it by the Italian name of harmonica, which has been Englished by the addition of the letter H. This is not, of course, the small toy generally known by that name. Brockhill Newburgh, another contemporary, refers to it as the instrument "with which the celebrated Miss Davies not long since so agreeably entertained the town," and adds, "It is no more than an improvement upon Mr. Pockrich's glasses, and it is to this gentleman's original invention we are indebted for one of the most pleasing instruments within the compass of sound." Gluck, the eminent composer, gave public performances in England and abroad upon Pockrich's glasses, and Beethoven, Mozart, and other great musicians wrote music for the improved form devised by Franklin. The latter, in a letter to Beccaria in 1762, refers to Pockrich thus, quote, "You have doubtless heard the sweet tone that is drawn from a drinking glass by passing a wet finger round its brim. One Mr. Puckeridge, a gentleman from Ireland, was the first who thought of playing tunes formed of such tones. He collected a number of glasses of different sizes, fixed them near each other on a table, and tuned them by putting into them water more or less as each note required. The tones were brought out by passing his fingers round the brim." Franklin goes on to inform Beccaria that Dr. de Laval, F.R.S., had attempted an improvement upon Pockrich's invention by greater care in choosing his glasses, and he proceeds to explain his own amended form, the harmonica, of which he gives a drawing. His idea was simply to fix upon a stand a succession of globes of varying sizes, which were also to be played upon by wet fingers. It is curious that though Pockrich's musical glasses became the talk of the country, so little was known of himself personally that one would think he had never done anything else but perform upon his delightful instrument. Yet he was a man of real parts, with a passion for projects and new plans for the benefit of Ireland and humanity. As we shall show, some of his ideas, though ridiculed by his countrymen, are not at all despicable in the light of present knowledge. He was, indeed, far in advance of his age. But only 2 biographical dictionaries, of the hundreds published, notice his name, and both of the notices, necessarily meagre, are by the present writer. Footnote: a couple of dozen lines in The Poets of Ireland by D.J. O'Donoghue, and the fuller notice by the same in The Dictionary of National Biography. End footnote. Perhaps a fuller sketch of Pockrich and of some of his ideas will not be unwelcome to Irishmen, who are always willing to hear of anything tending to the greater credit of the country. But to conclude the reference to the musical glasses. John Carteret Pilkington, a worthless son of doubtful parents, and who rooked Oliver Goldsmith, gives in his Memoirs, a book so scarce as not to be in any of the Dublin libraries, an interesting account of Pockrich, who had engaged him to sing at his performances through Ireland and England. We learn that the inventor was, when Pilkington knew him, "a tall, middle-aged gentleman, with a bag wig and a sword on," and that he was able to earn £6 a day, then a very large sum, by his entertainments. The Memoirs also describe him as a perfect master of music, who had performed most of Handel's finest compositions, and his skill in music is thus testified to. He pulled from his sleeve 16 large pins, and from his pocket a small hammer. With this he drove the pins into the deal table, all ranged one above the other, and some almost in as far as the head. He then took from his side pocket 2 pieces of brass wire, and demanded what tune I would have. I told him the Black Joke. "Then lay your ears to the table," says he, "hear and admire." I did so, and to my infinite amazement he played it with all its variations, so as to sound almost like a dulcimer. Encouraged by the applause I gave to this uncommon instrument, he took a parcel of drinking glasses and tuned them by putting different quantities of water in each. Upon these he played a number of the newest tunes in the most elegant taste, giving me delight and satisfaction." Another contemporary, a poet, and a sometime friend of Pockrich, named Brockhill Newburgh, already mentioned, who hailed from County Cavan, and was a gentleman of wealth and position, wrote many poems, among them one upon his countryman, whom he calls Captain, with the intention of ridiculing his projects. This poem, called The Projector, was to be the avant-courier of An Heroic Poem in 24 Books, to be published by subscription, and to be entitled The Pakriad, which would tell exhaustively the inspiring life and adventures of the restless inventor of new plans for the improvement of everybody and everything. This threatened epic, however, did not appear. But the notes to The Projector, which the author says was his first poetical attempt and was written somewhere about 1745, tell us of some of Pakrich's schemes. Newburgh exempts the musical glasses from ridicule, alluding to them as follows, quote, Mr. Pakrich's skill in music has been made known by his no less surprising than agreeable performance on drinking glasses, an invention entirely his own, and I cannot but wish that drinking glasses, instead of being, as too frequently, the instruments of sottishness and debauchery, were oftener applied to so innocent and entertaining a purpose. End quote. He adds an anecdote concerning the power of music, which will serve a future commentator upon Congreve's famous line, "Music hath charms to soothe the savage breast." It should be premised that Pakrich's inventions often led him into debt. Quote, It has been already mentioned that Mr. Pakrich, by an invention entirely his own, has converted drinking glasses into one of the most pleasing instruments that happy chance or invention has yet discovered. To judge of the surprising effects of Mr. Pakrich's performance on this instrument, let the reader be acquainted with the following story, which may be depended upon as fact. Mr. Pakrich, in his brewery near Island Bridge, happening to be one day seized by bailiffs, thus addressed them: Gentlemen, I am your prisoner, but before I do myself the honour to attend you, give me leave as an humble performer in music to entertain you with a tune. Sir, exclaimed one of the bailiffs, we came here to execute our warrant, not to hear tunes. Gentlemen, says the captain, I submit to your authority, but in the interim, while you are only taking a dram, here, Jack, calling to his servant, bring a bottle of the Rosa Solis I lately distilled. I say, gentlemen, before you take a dram, I shall dispatch my tune. In the meanwhile he flourishes a prelude on the glasses, and afterwards displays his skill through all the pleasing turns and variations of the Black Joke. The monsters, charmed with the magic of his sounds, for some time stand and gaze. At length, recovering their trance, they thus accost the captain: Sir, upon your parole of honour to keep the secret we will give you your liberty. 'Tis well playing upon the glasses is not more common. If it were, I believe our trade would find little employment. Newburgh informs us that Pakrich would have obtained the post of chapel master at Armagh Cathedral, which he had applied for, but that Archbishop Boulter died before the appointment could be made out. He also speaks with praise of Pakrich's musical compositions, and says that the musician had fully intended to take out his degree of Doctor of Music at Trinity College, Dublin, and to give a public performance of the pieces he had composed for the examination, but was prevented by other matters. One more reference to the musical glasses, before dealing with Pakrich's other projects, may be permitted. The Reverend Dr. Thomas Campbell, LL.D., in his very interesting and very patriotic book, published towards the close of the last century, and called A Philosophical Survey of the South of Ireland, gives a short list of eminent natives of Ireland, and especially praises Pakrich, whom he calls Pokeridge, for his cleverness. His name, he says, ought not to be lost to the lovers of harmony, as he has enriched the art by his invention of the musical glasses, now improved into the harmonica, an instrument, if not of the greatest force, yet certainly of the sweetest tones in the compass of harmony. Those who have heard the musical glasses skilfully played will readily admit their extraordinary sweetness of tone. Such as have not listened to them can hardly imagine their fairy music. The present writer has often heard them played in London to delighted crowds. Not one person in which probably had the least idea that an Irishman had procured them the pleasure. But, as already stated, Pockridge was emphatically not a man of one idea. His brain teemed with projects. His private fortune left him by his father, which was considerable, nearly £4,000 a year, according to Pilkington, only £1,000 if we are to believe Newburgh, was lavishly spent in carrying out his schemes. He practically reduced himself to poverty by the projects upon which he embarked. Like Latourdi of Molière, he was often obliged, while dazzling his friends with talk of millions of money, to borrow a mere trifle. The leading facts of his life may be told in a few words. He was born in the county of Monaghan in or about 1690. Although obviously of English descent on the paternal side, his family had long been settled in the north, at Derrylusk, County Monaghan, where they held extensive property. The family, which originally came from Surrey, became extinct about 1820. Pockridge's father raised and commanded an independent company during the Williamite Wars, fought through the late Happy Revolution, and was dangerously wounded at the siege of Athlone. In 1715, Richard Pockridge, his son, who had settled in Dublin, established a brewery and distillery at Island Bridge, but failed to make it pay. It is alluded to by Newburgh in the lines, "In brewers' grains you gold can find, to all such treasure I am blind." When, later in life, he competed for the Royal Dublin Society's premium for the best barrel of ale, and failed to obtain it, his contemporaries suggested that he consoled himself by philosophically and courageously drinking his own brew. One of his pet projects was to reclaim the bogs of Ireland, to drain them thoroughly and cultivate the land, and to plant vineyards on such parts as seemed suitable. He strongly advocated the culture of the vine in Ireland, and was laughed at for his pains. Yet an Italian visitor, not long ago, told the press that some parts of Ireland were eminently suitable for vine culture. Pockridge wrote pamphlets in support of his theories, and tried to interest Parliament and the public in them without success. He spent a large sum of money in raising geese on several thousand acres of barren mountainous land in the heart of Wicklow, and declared that if properly encouraged, he could supply the whole of the markets of Ireland, Great Britain, and France. Newburgh dismisses his project of reclaiming the bogs in these lines: "You think Peru lies in a bog, I not see there but heath and fog. Let sons of ease enjoy the shade the heaven their indolence has made. Thy cares ne'er droop, or public good, thy hopes, thy fears, thy schemes still brood. Methinks, thy labours to beguile, the barren plains of Allen smile. Where shook the trembling bog, behold, the verdant lawns new scenes unfold. Or where the wandering shepherd strayed, expands the gay enamelled mead. These spongy fens, now firm, produce the grain or grapes enlivening juice." There can be no doubt that Pockridge had some extravagant beliefs, for he was a bit of an astrologer, and talked of building an observatory on one of the Wicklow hills for astrological purposes. To these several ideas of his Newburgh devotes the following lines: "From humbler sounds that soothe our ears you seek the music of the spheres. When, far from ken of human sight, you seek some mountain's airy height, wrapped in the clouds you there survey a boundless tract of land and sea, or with a levelled tube from far descry a bog in every star, or else, to human cares descending, you read those fates you still are mending. His numerous flocks the bard next sees, not flocks of sheep, but flocks of geese. As geese by cackling saved a state. Footnote: the cackling of the Roman geese which alarmed the citizens when the Capitol was attacked, end footnote. So grazing geese may mend thy fate. See, the vast mountains and the rocks, now covered o'er with cackling flocks, nor less in number than those bands that once o'erspread the Grecian sands. Footnote: alluding to Xerxes' invasion of Greece with 3,000,000 of geese, as recorded by Herodotus. End footnote. He had excellent musical ideas, however, and saw, long before anyone else, the potentialities of the drum. He planned an orchestra of drums, 20 in number, varying in size and tone, from the smallest trebles to the bass tones, which were to be placed in a circle and to be played by one person, who was to stand in the centre and strike the drums as required. Newburgh mentions the project in the lines: "In thunder next you strike mine ear, when from the drum's tumultuous sound you deal your martial thumps around. In softer strains my ears delight, nor choose a drum but when I fight." After spending both money and time upon the invention, he turned to another project, this time a humanitarian one. He proposed to build unsinkable ships of metal for the maritime powers, and to supply each man of war with 500 tin boats, which, he contended, would float under any or all circumstances, and would prove invaluable in cases of shipwreck or collision. Newburgh, however, was one of the unconvinced. He says of Pockrich, "My friend, who dreads the boisterous main, inglorious seeks the rural plain." He was equally skeptical as to the sanity of another of Pockrich's plans, which was to provide everyone with a pair of wings for flying. Our inventor firmly held that the day would come, and soon, if he obtained the necessary capital, when men and women would never dream of walking; when, as Newburgh says, it might be as common for men to call for their wings as now they call for their boots; and when pleasure began to grow dull in the East, could order their wings and be off to the West. Newburgh's reference to this, at the time, amazing suggestion is contained in the lines: "You wing your daring flight, and range the azure fields of light. My dastard soul, of humbler birth, grovels contented here on earth." Pockrich's unfortunate marriage in 1745 (footnote: I have recovered the record of his marriage on 23rd April, 1745, with Margaret, widow of Francis White, Esquire), with a widow, whom he had been given to understand possessed much money, but who proved, apart from a small jointure of £200 a year, to be heavily in debt, was naturally made much fun of by the considerate wits of his day. The couplet, "From flights sublime in liquid air, descending, you address the fair," is that which opens Newburgh's allusion to the event, which proved anything but happy for Pockrich. His wife eventually ran away with Theophilus Cibber, the theatrical celebrity, but the boat which carried them to Scotland was shipwrecked, and the elopers were lost with everybody else on board. This was in 1758, just a year before Pockrich's own tragic death. In 1745 he had endeavoured to get into the Irish Parliament as member for Monaghan, but had failed. He contested Dublin in 1749, but, the political papers and humorous ballads addressed by him to the electors notwithstanding, again failed. That he had strong opinions upon financial matters seems clear from Newburgh's lines, "Hear him in senates next dispense The nerves and force of eloquence. or godlike raise the uplifted thunder 'gainst pensioned knaves who nations plunder. Pockridge believed fully in prophecy and in all kinds of charms, and was induced to put himself forward as a candidate for parliamentary honours by the following "facts," which, says Newburgh, were "not more frequently than solemnly related by Mr. Pockridge himself. He tells us, sitting one morning in an apartment in his brewery near Island Bridge, the doors of his house at that time being bolted and double locked, he observed a very old woman talking to his servant, the contents of which conversation were as follows. The old woman inquires whether Captain Pockridge lived there. Upon being answered in the affirmative, she replies, "I am sorry to see a gentleman that once lived so well obliged to take up with so poor an habitation," the house being at that time extremely ruinous and not inhabited for some years before. "But, old as I am," added the hag, "I shall live to see the day when Mr. Pockridge shall enjoy the estate of his ancestors, be returned, as his father was before him, knight of the shire, and possess the first honours of his country." Having said so much, she suddenly disappeared, the doors of the house still continuing double locked and bolted. Some little time after, Mr. Pockridge, in a house he frequented, happens to meet with a man born deaf and dumb. The seer, for such he appears to have been, fixes his eyes for some time upon Mr. Pockridge, with a more than ordinary attention. Then, with a piece of chalk, delineates upon the wainscot the outlines of a magnificent fabric. Proceeding, he draws a coach with 6 horses, and a numerous equipage, every now and then looking upon Mr. Pockridge, then pointing to the draught, as it were thereby appropriating these marks of grandeur to the person he had in his eye." But the project of Pockridge which excited most comment was his plan for the transfusion of blood. He declared that he could, by connecting a sick person with a healthy one by a pipe or tube, so revive the former in improving his blood that death would be almost unknown. Hence the lines in The Projector: "Pockridge shall live to see old Death resign his pestilential breath." Whereat the wags made merry, and it is alleged that many of the rectors, vicars, and incumbents of the country became seriously alarmed about the burial fees which made so large a part of their income, and joined with the heirs apparent and others who had reversions and remainders in petitioning Parliament against the impious plan. To mollify them, as the story goes, Pockridge agreed to accept a government measure enabling them to realise after the relative or other person upon whom they had a claim should have reached the age of 999 years, when also burial fees would be recoverable from Methuselah's. This sop, however, was not too well received by Cerberus. Further discussion of our inventor's projects seems unnecessary. Among them was one for turning the Archbishop of Tuam's palace at Mount Eccles, "near Dublin, into a cake house, and for that purpose treated with his grace, to whom he made several presents of young pigeons." He wanted to make an Irish Vauxhall of Mount Eccles, but the scheme never came to fruition. He did not hesitate to express his belief that, "if he lived a few years, he did not doubt to see every scheme, prediction, and prophecy of his brought to bear and fulfilled." Newburgh informs us that he was "in conversation a pleasant, jocular, and agreeable companion, and but seldom discovered any marks of an unsound mind." There is no question that Pockridge had his eccentricities. He was admittedly an old beau in dress, and endeavoured, when well on in age, to pass as a young man. Just to add one more to the many proofs that there is nothing new under the sun, not even in toilette recipes, Newberg's explanation of Pockridge's unwrinkled appearance may be quoted. It was due to the latter's recipe, which is taken from one of the notes to the Projector. Take common brown paper, steep it in vinegar, then apply it to the forehead, the skin about the eyes, or any other wrinkled part. Let it lie on some time, every half hour renewing the application. The wrinkles not only disappear, but the cheeks glow with a vermeil that excels the power of paint. Mr. Pockridge has practiced his experiment for some years past with great success." Evidently Pockridge was a man of unlimited resource. He had, among his many other peculiarities, a liking for religious disquisition. About 1745, when one Thomas Cynic, a new apostle, a native of Reading in Berkshire, and born in 1721, came to Dublin to convert the inhabitants to his own religious views, Pockridge was one of his early followers, a fact duly recorded by Newberg. "Oh, what convulsive pangs and throes tend the new birth of battered beaux! From the raised tub he hears the rant, the new, the moving, godly cant, the new, the pious consolation, that faith alone works out salvation." After a few months in Dublin, the new reformer, Cynic, disappeared, after, as Newberg suggests, fleecing his flock. Pockridge's death was a sad and unexpected one. In the year 1759, being then upon one of his musical tours through England, he happened to be lodging at Hamlin's Coffee House, Sweeting's Alley, near the Royal Exchange, London, when a disastrous fire, supposed to have been originated in his own room, perhaps owing to some new experiment, broke out one night and destroyed several houses. The unfortunate musician was among those who perished in the flames. The Gentleman's Magazine, in its account of the affair, refers to him as Mr. Pockridge, who had invented a new kind of music upon glasses. The Ladies' Magazine for 1794, page 178, quoting from A Life of Dr. Franklin, says, "The tone produced by rubbing the brim of a drinking glass with a wet finger has been generally known. A Mr. Puckeridge, an Irishman, by placing on a table a number of glasses of different sizes and tuning them by partly filling them with water, endeavoured to form an instrument capable of playing tunes. He was prevented by an untimely end from bringing his invention to any degree of perfection. After his death some improvements were made upon his plan. The sweetness of the tone induced Dr. Franklin to make a variety of experiments, and he at length formed that elegant instrument which he has called the harmonica." After Pockridge's death, Newberg wrote a mock elegy, which has some amusing lines, commemorating the Projector's various schemes and inventions, and with a sly allusion to his gallantries. "Mourn him, ye bogs, in tears discharge your tides, no more shall Pockridge tap your spongy hides. Ye geese, ye ganders, cackle doleful lays, no more his mountain tops your flocks shall graze. Be silent, dumb, ye late harmonious glasses, free from surprise, serenely sleep, ye lasses. Let drums, unbraced, in hollow murmurs tell how he that waked their thunders silent fell. Let tempests swell the surge, no more his boat, secure from wreck, shall on the billows float. No more, ye sons of Nappy, shall his beer or nut-brown ale your drooping spirits cheer. To his own castles, built sublime in air, quitting his geese and bogs and glassy care, with blood infused, and, like a meteor bright, on his own pinions, Pock has winged his flight." End of An Irish Musical Genius, The Inventor of the Musical Glasses, by D. J. O'Donoghue.
W. Kent and Company's Late David Bogue's Annual Catalogue, April 1859. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. W. Kent and Sons, Late David Bogue's Annual Catalogue, April 1859. New Illustrated Works. The Merry Days of England. Sketches of the Olden Time by Edward McDermott. Illustrated with 20 large engravings from drawings by Joseph Nash, George Thomas, Burkitt Foster, Edward Carbold, etc., and ornamented with numerous initial letters and tail pieces by Harry Rogers. Handsomely bound in cloth, decorated in the manner of the Elizabethan period. Crown quarto, 21 shillings, cloth gilt, or 34 shillings Morocco, elegant or antique. Dreamland, by Mary Elizabeth, illustrated by Jessie MacLeod, and printed in tints by Hanhart. The list of illustrations comprises the poet's dream, youth's dream of ambition, the exile's dream, age's dream of the past, dream of the criminal, the conqueror's dream, the merchant's dream, the miser's dream, the murderer's dream, a dream of happiness, a dream of plenty, a dream of peace, the dream of the brave knight. This book, from the very exquisite manner in which it is got up, deserves a place on every drawing-room table. Demi quarto, richly bound, 21 shillings, plain, 42 shillings, highly colored. The Loves of the Poets, or Portraits of Ideal Beauty, being a series of original steel engravings drawn by the most eminent artists and engraved by Mote, with illustrative text by Tennyson, Wordsworth, etc. Demi quarto, richly ornamented, 21 shillings, plain, 42 shillings, colored. The Miller's Daughter by Alfred Tennyson, illustrated with 17 steel engravings, drawn by A. L. Bond and engraved by Mote, with a portrait of the author. Small quarto, handsome cloth binding, 16 shillings, Morocco, 24 shillings. The Fables of Aesop and Others, translated into human nature, with 25 humorous illustrations by Charles H. Bennett, author of Shadows. Small quarto, ornamental boards, 6 shillings, plain, 10 shillings 6 colored. A more amusing and else a more instructive work it is not easy to imagine. Observer. Christmas with the Poets, a collection of English poetry relating to the festival of Christmas. Upwards of 50 engravings from drawings by Burkitt Foster, and numerous initial letters and borders printed in gold. New edition with additional embellishments, super royal octavo, richly bound, 21 shillings, Morocco, 31 shillings 6. Merry Pictures by Comic Hands, being a collection of humorous designs by Phiz, Croquill, Doyle, Leach, Meadows, Hine, etc., with illustrative text. Oblong folio, handsome cover by Croquill, 12 shillings. Milton's L'Allegro and El Penseroso, with upwards of 30 illustrations drawn and etched by Burkitt Foster. The text printed in red. Super royal octavo, neatly bound, 21 shillings. Morocco, 31 shillings 6. Altogether one of the handsomest and most beautiful books which has come under our notice. It deserves a place on every drawing-room table. Morning Post. Longfellow's Poetical Works, illustrated. New and enlarged edition, including Evangeline, Voices of the Night, Seaside and Fireside, The Golden Legend, and other poems, with 170 engravings on wood, from designs by Burkitt Foster, Jane E. Hay, and John Gilbert. Crown octavo, 21 shillings, cloth, 30 shillings, Morocco. Evangeline, separately, 10 shillings 6, cloth, 16 shillings, Morocco. Voices of the Night, Seaside, etc., 15 shillings, cloth, 21 shillings, Morocco. Longfellow's Golden Legend, illustrated. A new and revised edition with numerous alterations and notes by the author. Illustrated by Burkitt Foster. Crown octavo, 12 shillings, cloth, 21 shillings Morocco. Longfellow's Courtship of Miles Standish, and Other Poems, illustrated by John Absolon, Burkitt Foster, and M. S. Morgan. Crown octavo, 7 shillings 6 cloth gilt. No reader can fail to perceive how natural and charming is this poem. Examiner. For other editions of Longfellow's works, see pages 9 and 10. Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, profusely illustrated by William Harvey, with memoir by Rev. George Cheever, D.D. Third edition, crown octavo, 12 shillings cloth, 18 shillings Morocco. Large paper, 42 shillings cloth, 60 shillings Morocco. The Christian Graces in Olden Time, a series of female portraits beautifully engraved by the best artists, with poetical illustrations by Henry Stebbing, D.D. Imperial octavo, 21 shillings, richly bound and gilt, 42 shillings colored. The Heroines of Shakespeare, 45 portraits of his principal characters, engraved under the superintendence of Mr. Charles Heath, from drawings by the best artists. Imperial octavo, handsomely bound in Morocco, 42 shillings. Colored plates, 3 pounds 13 shillings 6 Proof before letters on large paper, 5 pounds 5 shillings, handsomely bound. Poetry of the Year. Passages from the poets, descriptive of the seasons, with 22 colored illustrations from drawings by Burkitt Foster, T. Creswick, E. Duncan, William Lee, C. H. Weigel, H. Weir, David Cox, and other eminent artists. Imperial octavo, large paper, 21 shillings. The Cartoons of Raphael, from Hampton Court Palace, engraved by John Burnet, with descriptive letterpress and critical remarks. 7 large plates, 24 inches by 34. In wrapper, 31 shillings 6 or colored 63 shillings. The Gallery of Byron Beauties. Portraits of the heroines of Lord Byron's poems, from drawings by the most eminent artists. Super Royal octavo, Morocco, 31 shillings 6 highly colored, 3 pounds. Heath's Waverley Gallery. Portraits of the principal female characters in the writings of Scott. 36 highly finished plates. Super Royal octavo, splendidly bound in Morocco, 31 shillings 6 with colored plates, 3 pounds. Gallery of the Graces, or Beauties of the British Poets. 36 beautiful female heads by Landseer, Boxall, F. Stone, etc., illustrating Tennyson, Campbell, Rogers, Landon, etc. Super Royal octavo, 31 shillings 6 Morocco, with colored plates, 3 pounds. Portraits of Ladies of Distinction at the Court of Her Majesty Queen Victoria. A series of charming portraits of the young female nobility, beautifully engraved by the most eminent artists. Proof impressions, Imperial quarto, price 2 pounds 2 shillings, handsomely bound. Curiosities of Glassmaking. A History of the Art, Ancient and Modern, by Apsley Pellet, Esquire, with 6 beautifully colored plates of antique vases, etc. Small quarto, cloth, 12 shillings. Museum of Painting and Sculpture. A collection of the principal pictures, statues, and bas reliefs in the public and private galleries of Europe. This work, which contains engravings of all the chief works in the Italian, German, Dutch, French, and English schools, includes 1,200 plates, and is an indispensable vade-mecum to the artist or collector. In 17 handsome volumes, octavo, neatly bound, with gilt tops, 4 pounds 14 shillings 6 The Bible Gallery. 18 portraits of the women mentioned in Scripture, engraved from original drawings with letterpress descriptions. Imperial octavo, handsomely bound, 21 shillings, with plates beautifully colored, 42 shillings. The Women of the Bible. 18 portraits, forming a second series of the Bible Gallery, handsomely bound, 21 shillings, colored, 42 shillings. The Language of Flowers, or The Pilgrimage of Love, by Thomas Miller, with 8 beautifully colored plates, second edition, small octavo, cloth, 6 shillings. Morocco, 7 shillings 6 Milton's Poetical Works. Paradise Lost and Regained, Comus Samson Agonistes, L'Allegro, etc., with essay on Milton's life and writings by James Montgomery, illustrated with 120 engravings by Thompson, Williams, Owen Smith, etc., from drawings by William Harvey. 2 volumes, crown octavo, 24 shillings, cloth, 34 shillings, Morocco. Cowper's poems with life and critical remarks by the Rev. Thomas Dale, and 75 fine engravings by J. Owen Smith, from drawings by John Gilbert. 2 volumes, crown octavo, 24 shillings, cloth, 34 shillings, Morocco. The handsomest of the editions of Cowper, Spectator. Thomson's Seasons and Castle of Indolence, with life and critical remarks by Allan Cunningham, and 48 illustrations by Samuel Williams. 12 shillings, cloth, 17 shillings, Morocco. Beattie and Collins' Poetical Works, with an essay on their lives and writings, and illustrations engraved by S. Williams, etc., from drawings by John Absalom. Crown octavo, cloth, 12 shillings, Morocco, 17 shillings. Sir Walter Scott's most popular works, the illustrated editions: 1. The Lay of the Last Minstrel; 2. The Lady of the Lake; 3. Marmion, A Tale of Flodden Field; 4. Rokeby. These elegant volumes are uniformly printed in foolscap octavo and illustrated with numerous engravings on steel. Price 7 shillings, cloth, 10 shillings 6pence, Morocco elegant. Biography, travel, etc. Men of the time, or biographical sketches of eminent living characters. Authors, architects, artists, composers, capitalists, dramatists, divines, discoverers, engineers, journalists, men of science, ministers, monarchs, novelists, painters, philanthropists, poets, politicians, savants, sculptors, statesmen, travelers, voyagers, warriors, with biographies of celebrated women, greatly enlarged edition with several hundred additional memoirs, small octavo, 12 shillings 6pence, cloth. The Life and Remains of Douglas Jerrold, by his son Blanchard Jerrold, containing also a quantity of interesting correspondence with some of the principal literary men of the day, with a portrait on steel, crown octavo, 12 shillings, cloth. Here we have Jerrold at home, and a more beautiful and winning portrait of a man of letters does not, we think, exist. Athenaeum. The Heroes of England, or England's Warriors by Sea and Land, being stories of the lives of the most celebrated soldiers and sailors from Edward the Black Prince to the present time, with illustrations by John Gilbert and a portrait on steel of General Havelock. Foolscap, octavo, 6 shillings, cloth. The Boy's Book of Modern Travel and Adventure by M. Johns, author of Children's Bible Picture Book, Historical Tales, etc., illustrated with 8 engravings from drawings by William Harvey. Foolscap, octavo, cloth gilt, 5 shillings. Relics of Genius. Visits to the last homes of poets, painters, and players, with biographical sketches, by T. P. Grinstead, again with illustrations. Square 16mo, 6 shillings, cloth gilt. The fondness for literary gossip is one of the most marked characteristics of our times, and to those who would indulge in it we can hardly recommend a pleasanter companion than Mr. Grinstead. Morning Herald. The Wars of the Roses, or Stories of the Struggles between York and Lancaster, by J. G. Edgar, beautifully illustrated, foolscap, octavo, 5 shillings, cloth. These tales somewhat remind us in their easy and picturesque style of Sir Walter Scott's celebrated and fascinating performance, "It is the very book to put into the hands of a manly boy." Critic. The Boyhood of Great Men as an Example to Youth, by John G. Edgar, with cuts by B. Foster. 4th edition, 3 shillings 6pence, cloth, 4 shillings gilt edges. It would have been a matter of regret to see such a book badly executed. That regret we are spared, for this little volume is simply and well done. The biographies are numerous and brief, but not too short to be amusing, and as thousands of boys thirst for greatness which is acquired by ones and tens, there will be thousands glad to read a book like this. Examiner. Footprints of Men, or Biography for Boys by J.G. Edgar, cuts by Foster, 4th edition, 3s. 6 pounds cloth, 4s. gilt edges. A very useful and agreeable volume. It is useful as biography, is always an important ally to history, and it is useful because it gives another blow to the waning idea that any eminence has ever been attained without severe labor. Standard. Boy Princes are scions of royalty cut off in youth, by John G. Edgar, with illustrations by George Thomas. Foolscap, 8vo, 5s. cloth. History for Boys, or Annals of the Nations of Modern Europe, by John G. Edgar, with 8 illustrations. Foolscap, 8vo, 5s. cloth. Southey's Life of Nelson, illustrated with numerous engravings on wood from designs by Duncan, Burkitt Foster, Richard Westall, etc. Crown 8vo, 6s. cloth, morocco 10s. 6d. The Boat and the Caravan, a family tour in Egypt and Syria, with engravings on steel from original drawings, 4th edition, foolscap, 8vo, cloth, 5s. morocco, 8s. 6d. A Ramble through Normandy, or Scenes, Characters, and Incidents in a Sketching Excursion through Calvados, by George M. Musgrave, M.A. Post 8vo, with numerous illustrations, 6s. 6d. cloth. The Wonders of Travel, containing choice extracts from the best books of travel. Foolscap, 8vo, plates, 3s. 6d. Curiosities of Modern Travel, being Yearbooks of Adventure, 4 volumes. Foolscap, 14s. cloth. Romance of Modern Travel, 3 volumes. Foolscap, 10s. 6d. cloth. Architectural Works. Raphael and J. Arthur Brandon, An Analysis of Gothic Architecture, illustrated by a series of upwards of 700 examples of doorways, windows, etc., accompanied with remarks on the several details of an ecclesiastical edifice, by R. and J. A. Brandon, architects. 2 volumes. Royal Quarto, £5 5s. The Open Timber Roofs of the Middle Ages, illustrated by perspective and working drawings of some of the best varieties of church roofs, with descriptive letterpress, by R. and J. A. Brandon, Royal Quarto, uniform with the above, £3 3s. Parish Churches, being perspective views of English ecclesiastical structures, accompanied by plans drawn to a uniform scale and letterpress descriptions, by R. and J. A. Brandon, architects. 2 volumes, large 8vo, containing 160 plates, £2 2s. Winkle's English Cathedrals, architectural and picturesque illustrations of the cathedral churches of England and Wales. New edition with the Manchester Cathedral. 186 plates, beautifully engraved, by B. Winkles, with historical and descriptive accounts of the various cathedrals in 3 handsome volumes. Imperial 8vo, cloth, £2 8s. The 3rd volume, comprising Lichfield, Gloucester, Hereford, Worcester, Durham, Carlisle, Chester, Ripon, Manchester, and the Welsh cathedrals, may still be had separately to complete sets. Price 24s. in 8vo. Glossary of Architecture. Explanation of the terms used in Grecian, Roman, Italian, and Gothic architecture, exemplified by many hundred woodcuts. 5th edition, much enlarged. 3 volumes, 8vo, 48s. Introduction to Gothic Architecture, by the editor of the glossary, with numerous illustrations. 4s. 6d. cloth. Domestic Architecture. Illustrations of the ancient domestic architecture of England from the 11th to the 17th century, arranged by John Britton, F.S.A., with an historical and descriptive essay. Foolscap, 8vo, 5s. cloth. Gothic Architecture. Details of Gothic architecture, measured and drawn from existing examples, by James K. Colleen. 2 volumes. Medium quarto, £5 5s. Gothic Ornaments, drawn from existing authorities, by James K. Colleen. 2 volumes, £7 10s. Principles of Gothic Ecclesiastical Architecture by Matthew H. Bloxham, with an explanation of architectural terms collected from building contracts and other sources prior to the Reformation. 10th edition, greatly enlarged, and illustrated with 300 woodcuts. Beautifully printed in small octavo, 7s. cloth. Nearly ready. Poetry. Longfellow's Poetical Works. New and complete edition, including Miles Standish, with a fine portrait and other engravings. Foolscap, 6s. cloth, 10s. 6d. Morocco. The Courtship of Miles Standish and Other Poems, new edition. Foolscap, 5s. cloth gilt. Cheap edition with illustrations, 1s. boards. The Song of Hiawatha by H. W. Longfellow. New edition with the author's latest corrections, with illustrations. Cheap protective edition, foolscap, 2s. 6d. Cloth gilt, 2s. sewed. The Golden Legend by H. W. Longfellow, 2nd edition. Foolscap, 5s. cloth. Cheap edition, 1s. 6d. cloth. 1s. sewed. Poe's, Edgar Allan, Poetical Works, with a notice of his life and genius by James Hannay, Esquire, printed on superfine toned paper and beautifully illustrated by Winnert, Godwin, Harrison Weir, and Anclay. Crown octavo, cloth, gilt edges, 5s. Goldsmith's, Oliver, Poetical Works, with a notice of his life and genius by E. F. Blanchard, Esquire, printed on superfine toned paper and illustrated by John Absalom, Burkitt Foster, James Godwin, and Harrison Weir. Crown octavo, cloth, gilt edges, 5s. Poems by Alexander Smith, 5th edition. Foolscap octavo, cloth, 5s. Sonnets on the War by Alexander Smith and by the author of the Balder, 1s. sewed. Griselda and Other Poems by Edwin Arnold, foolscap, 6s. cloth. Robert Burns, A Centenary Song and Other Lyrics by Gerald Massey, quarto, 3s. sewed. The Ballad of Babe Christabel and Other Lyrical Poems by Gerald Massey, 5th edition, 5s. cloth. Craig Cook Castle, a Poem by Gerald Massey, 2nd edition revised, foolscap, 5s. cloth. Rev. Thomas Dale's Poetical Works, including The Widow of Nain, The Daughter of Jairus, etc. New and enlarged edition, foolscap octavo, 7s. cloth. Morocco elegant, 14s. Poems by Edward Capern, Rural Postman of Biddeford, Devon, 3rd edition with additions. Foolscap, 5s. cloth. Ballads and Poems by Edward Capern, author of poems. Foolscap, 5s. cloth. Egeria, or the Spirit of Nature, by Charles Mackay, LL.D. Foolscap octavo, 3s. 6d. cloth. Town Lyrics by Charles Mackay, crown octavo, sewed, 1s. Lauren and Other Poems by G. T. Coster, foolscap octavo, 3s. cloth. Fiction and Amusement. Old Faces in New Masks, a series of literary, scientific, and humorous essays by R. Blakey, Ph.D., author of The History of the Philosophy of Mind, with an illustration. Octavo, 7s. cloth. Longfellow's Prose Works, Hyperion, Kavanaugh, and Outremer, foolscap octavo. Uniform with Longfellow's Poetical Works, with numerous engravings, 6s. cloth, 10s. 6d. Morocco. The Traditions of London, Historical and Legendary, by Waters, author of Recollections of a Police Officer, crown octavo, 5s. cloth. Parlor Magic, a manual of amusing experiments, transmutations, sleights and subtleties, legerdemain, etc. New edition, revised and enlarged, with the addition of several tricks from the performance of Houdin, Robin, etc. 4s. 6d. cloth. Acting Charades, or Deeds Not Words, a Christmas game to make a long evening short, by the Brothers Mayhew, illustrated with many hundred woodcuts, 5s. cloth. A Cracker Bonbon for Christmas Parties, a collection of humorous dramas, poems, and sketches by R.B. Brough, profusely illustrated by Hine. Cloth 3s. 6d. Round Games for All Parties, a collection of the greatest variety of family amusements for the fireside or picnic, games of action, games of memory, catch games, games requiring the exercise of fancy, intelligence, and imagination, directions for crying forfeits, etc., 2nd edition, 5s. cloth gilt. Shadows, 25 amusing engravings by C. H. Bennett, ornamental wrappers, 2s. 6d, colored 4s. 6d. Where's Shadow? Here, sir, Shadow. Shakespeare. The notion that has seized Mr. Bennett's fancy is an old one, and he has worked it out with great humor. A comic figure makes a shadow really more comic than itself, and it excites an amount of agreeable curiosity and gratification on seeing the one figure to imagine how the artist will contrive to make it reflect another. Morning Chronicle. Grimm's Household Stories. All the most popular fairy tales and legends of Germany collected by the Brothers Grimm. Newly translated and illustrated with 240 engravings by Edward H. Winnert. Complete in one volume. Crown octavo, 7s. 6d. cloth. Adventures of Robinson Crusoe complete. Reprinted from the original edition with illustrations by Stothard. Crown octavo, cloth, 7s. 6d. The Young Lady's Oracle, or Fortune-telling Book. A fireside amusement with plate, 1s. cloth. Useful Works, 1s. each, neatly bound. Etiquette for Ladies, 41st edition. Etiquette for Gentlemen, 35th edition. Etiquette of Courtship and Matrimony, with a complete guide to the forms of a wedding. Language of Flowers, with illuminated covers and colored front piece. Handbook of Pencil Drawing, plates. A shilling's worth of cents. The Weather Book, 300 Rules for Telling the Weather. The Ballroom Preceptor and Polka Guide. Ballroom Polka with Music and Figures. Scientific Works, etc. Letters on the Great Exhibition, and its results on the arts and manufactures, delivered before the Society of Arts by some of the most eminent men of the day, in 2 series, price 7s. 6d. each, neatly bound in cloth. Suggestions in Design, including original compositions in all styles, with descriptive notes for the use of artists and art workmen, containing nearly 600 hints for workers in metal, wood, ivory, glass, and leather. The Potter, Weaver, Printer in Colors, Engraver, Decorator, etc., by Luke Limner, quarto, 16s. cloth. Your Book of Facts in Science and Art, exhibiting the most important discoveries and improvements of the year, and a literary and scientific obituary, by John Timms, F.S.A., editor of the Arcana of Science, foolscap, octavo, 5s. cloth. This work is published annually, and contains a complete and condensed view of the progress of discovery during the year, systematically arranged, with engravings illustrative of novelties in the arts and sciences, etc. The volumes from its commencement in 1839 may still be had 5s. each. This book does for us what we have not done for ourselves. It stores up every useful bit of information to be found in the records of learned societies or announced through scientific and news journals. Globe. Ably and honestly compiled. Athenaeum. The Literary and Scientific Register and Almanac for 1859, with an ample collection of useful statistical and miscellaneous tables, dedicated by special permission to H.R.H. the Prince Consort, by J.W.G. Gutch, M.R.C.S.L., F.L.S., late Foreign Service Queen's Messenger. Price 3s. 6d. Roan Tuck. As perfect a compendium of useful knowledge in connection with literature, science, and the arts, as it is necessary everybody should have acquaintance with. It is, in short, a little volume which will save the trouble of hunting through many books of more pretension, and supply offhand what without it would require much time and trouble. Times. Dictionaries. Webster's Quarto Dictionary, unabridged, containing all the words in the English language, with their etymologies and derivations, by Noah Webster, LL.D. Revised by Professor Goodrich, with pronouncing vocabularies of Scripture, classical and geographical names. New edition carefully printed in large quarto volume, 31 shillings 6pence, cloth 42 shillings calf. The only complete work. All the octavo editions are abridgments. All young persons should have a standard dictionary at their elbow, and while you are about it, get the best. That dictionary is Noah Webster's, the great work unabridged. If you are too poor, save the amount from off your back to put it into your head. We can have no hesitation in giving as our opinion that this is the most elaborate and successful undertaking of the kind which has ever appeared. Times. The veteran Webster's work is the best and most useful dictionary of the English language ever published. Every page attests the learning and talent, and sound judgment, and nice discrimination, the great industry, profound research, and surprising perseverance of the author. It is a very manifest improvement on Todd Johnson, and contains many thousand more words than that of any other English dictionary hitherto published. Examiner. Webster's Smaller Dictionary, condensed and adapted to English orthography and usage from various sources, by Charles Robson, Crown octavo 5 shillings embossed. Webster's Pocket Dictionary, 32 mo, 6 shillings 7pence. Miniature French Dictionary, in French and English, English and French, comprising all the words in general use. The remarkably comprehensive nature and compact size of this little dictionary admirably fit it for the student and tourist. Neatly bound in roan, 4 shillings. Morocco gilt edges, 5 shillings 6pence. Comic Works. George Cruikshank's Works. My sketchbook, containing more than 200 laughable sketches, by George Cruikshank, in 9 numbers, 2 shillings 6pence plain, 3 shillings 6pence colored. Scraps and Sketches, in 4 parts, each 8 shillings plain, 12 shillings colored. Illustrations of Time, 2 shillings 6pence plain, 5 shillings colored. Illustrations of Phrenology, 8 shillings plain, 12 shillings colored. The Bottle, in 8 large plates, 1 shilling, and on large paper 2 shillings 6pence, or printed in tints 6 shillings. The Drunkard's Children, a sequel to The Bottle, 8 large plates 1 shilling, printed in tints 6 shillings. These 2 works may be had stitched up with Dr. Charles Mackay's illustrative poems, price 3 shillings, the poems separate 1 shilling. The Comic Alphabet, 26 humorous designs, in case 2 shillings 6pence plain, 4 shillings colored. The Loving Ballad of Lord Bateman, with 12 humorous plates, cloth 2 shillings. The Bachelor's Own Book, being 24 passages in the life of Mr. Lambkin in the pursuit of pleasure and amusement, 5 shillings sewed, colored 8 shillings 6pence. The Comic Almanac, from its commencement in 1835 to 1853, illustrated with numerous large plates by George Cruikshank, and many hundred amusing cuts. Any of the separate years, except that for 1835, may be had at 1 shilling 3pence each. Comic Adventures of Obadiah Oldbuck, wherein are duly set forth the crosses, chagrins, changes, and calamities by which his courtship was attended, showing also the issue of his suit and his espousal to his lady love. Large octavo with 84 plates, 7 shillings cloth. The History of Mr. Ogilby, showing how by the polish of his manners, the brilliancy of his repartees, and the elegance of his attitudes, he attained distinction in the fashionable world. 150 designs, 6 shillings cloth. Shadows, 25 amusing engravings by C. H. Bennett, ornamental wrapper, 2 shillings 6pence, colored 4 shillings 6pence. Where's Shadow? Here, sir, Shadow. Shakespeare. The notion that has seized Mr. Bennett's fancy is an odd one, and he has worked it out with great humor. A comic figure makes a shadow really more comic than itself, and it excites an amount of agreeable curiosity and gratification on seeing the one figure to imagine how the artist could contrive to make it reflect another. Morning Chronicle. The Fables of Aesop and Others, translated into human nature with 25 humorous illustrations by Charles H. Bennett, author of Shadows. Demi-quarto ornamental boards, 6 shillings plain, 10 shillings 6pence colored. This will be a popular book. Mr. Bennett's first venture, The Grotesquely Treated Shadows, was a decided hit, and he seems to have the knack of combining comicality and fancy in such proportions as shall be appetizing and digestible for the public. Spectator. The Sandboys' Adventures, or London in 1851, during the Great Exhibition, by Henry Mayhew and George Cruikshank. Octavo cloth, 8 shillings 6pence. The Comical Creatures from Württemberg, from the Stuffed Animals in the Great Expedition. Square cloth, 3 shillings 6pence, colored 6pence. Comical People Met With at the Great Exhibition, from drawings by J. Granville. Small quarto, 3 shillings 6pence, colored 6pence. New Books for Old and Young, by John Timms, F.S.A. School Days of Eminent Men, with sketches of the progress of education from the reign of King Alfred to that of Queen Victoria, and memoirs of the school and college days of the most eminent men in British history, with illustrations, 5 shillings. Curiosities of Science, Past and Present. Contents: Physical Phenomena, Sound and Light, Astronomy, Geology and Paleontology, Meteorological Phenomena, Physical Geography of the Sea, Phenomena of Heat, Magnetism and Electricity, the Electric Telegraph, with frontispiece and vignette, price 3 shillings 6pence. Popular Airs Explained and Illustrated, an entirely new edition, with frontispiece and vignette, price 3 shillings 6pence. Curiosities of History, with new lights, with frontispiece and vignette, price 3 shillings 6pence. A cabinet volume well restored, well arranged, pleasant to read, useful to consult, containing a multitude of historical elucidations, neatly stated and judiciously grouped. Leader. Things Not Generally Known, familiarly explained, with frontispiece and vignette, price 3 shillings 6pence. Anyone who reads and remembers Mr. Timms' encyclopedic varieties should ever after be a good tea-table talker, an excellent companion for children, a well-read person, and a proficient lecturer. For Mr. Timms has stored up in this little volume more knowledge than is to be found in 100 books that might be named. Athenaeum. A second volume of Things Not Generally Known is nearly ready. Curiosities of London, exhibiting the most rare and remarkable objects of interest in the metropolis, past and present, with nearly 50 years' personal recollections, in a volume of 800 pages, price 14 shillings, with a portrait of the author from a painting by T.J. Gulick. A wonderful little dictionary of London is this volume by Mr. Timms. There is so much out-of-the-way reading in it, such apt introduction of personal experience, and such a quantity of agreeable illustration, drawn from both books and men. We heartily commend this volume. Examiner. Painting Popularly Explained, with historic notices of the progress of the art, by Thomas John Gulick, painter, and John Timms, F.S.A., in small octavo, 6 shillings. Juvenile Works. Captain Reed's Books of Adventures for Boys. The Young Yeagers, a narrative of hunting adventures in southern Africa, by Captain Mayne Reed, author of The Boy Hunters, The Young Voyagers, etc. Second edition, with 12 illustrations by William Harvey. Foolscap, 7 shillings cloth. The Bush Boys, or the History and Adventures of a Cape Farmer and his Family in the Wild Karroos of Southern Africa. Second edition, with 12 illustrations. Foolscap, 7 shillings cloth. The Desert Home, or English Family Robinson, with numerous illustrations by W. Harvey. 6th edition cloth, 7 shillings, with colored plates, 9 shillings. The Boy Hunters, or Adventures in Search of a White Buffalo, with numerous plates by Harvey. 5th edition cloth, 7 shillings, colored, 9 shillings. The Young Voyagers, or Adventures in the Fur Countries of the Far North, plates by Harvey. 2nd edition, cloth, 7 shillings, with colored plates, 9 shillings. The Forest Exiles, or Perils of a Peruvian Family Amid the Wilds of the Amazon, with 12 plates, 3rd edition, 7s cloth with colored plates, 9s. The Plant Hunters, or Adventures Among the Himalaya Mountains, plates by Harvey, cloth 7s. Ran Away to Sea, an autobiography for boys with 12 illustrations, cloth 7s. As a writer of books for boys, commend us above all men living to Captain Mayne Reid. Wherever his new book goes this new year, there will be abundant delight for hours of reading and plenty to talk of by the evening fire. Toils and adventures, dangers, darings, and sufferings are narrated in the most vivid manner, thoroughly fascinating the mind of the reader, and retaining it in fixed and eager attention till a crisis of some kind is reached. Take our word for it, boy friends, if you become Captain Mayne Reid's boys' readers on our recommendation, you will thank us for it with all your hearts, and praise the book more enthusiastically than we have done. Nonconformist. Mr. H. Mayhew's Books of Science for Boys. The Wonders of Science are young Humphrey Davy, the Cornish apothecary's boy, who taught himself natural philosophy and eventually became president of the Royal Society. The Life of a Wonderful Boy Written for Boys, by Henry Mayhew, author of The Peasant Boy Philosopher, etc., with illustrations by John Gilbert, 2nd edition, foolscap 6s cloth. A better hero for a boy's book Mr. Mayhew could not have found, and no writer would have treated the story more successfully than he has done. We have long been in want of a young people's author, and we seem to have the right man in the right place in the person of Mr. Mayhew. Athenaeum. The Story of the Pleasant Boy Philosopher, or A Child Gathering Pebbles on the Seashore, founded on the life of Ferguson, the shepherd boy astronomer, and showing how a poor lad made himself acquainted with the principles of natural science, by Henry Mayhew, author of London Labour and the London Poor, with 8 illustrations by John Gilbert, and numerous drawings printed in the text, 3rd edition, 6s cloth. Told with the grace and feeling of Goldsmith, and by one who has that knowledge of science which Goldsmith lacked. It is as if Brewster and poor Goldie had combined to produce this instructive and beautifully told tale. Era. Mr. J. G. Edgar's Books for Boys. The Wars of the Roses, or Stories of the Struggles between York and Lancaster, by J. G. Edgar, with 6 beautiful illustrations. Foolscap 5s cloth. The Boyhood of Great Men as an Example to Youth, by J. G. Edgar, with cuts by B. Foster. 4th edition, 3s 6d cloth, with gilt edges, 4s. Footprints of Famous Men, or Biography for Boys, by J. G. Edgar, cuts by Foster. 4th edition, 3s 6d cloth, 4s gilt edges. Boy Princes, by John G. Edgar, with illustrations by George Thomas. Foolscap 8vo, 5s cloth. History for Boys, or Annals of the Nations of Modern Europe, by J. G. Edgar. Foolscap 8vo, with illustrations by George Thomas, 5s cloth gilt. The Heroes of England, or England's Warriors by Sea and Land, being stories of the lives of the most celebrated soldiers and sailors from Edward the Black Prince to the present time, with illustrations by John Gilbert, and portrait on steel of Havelock. Foolscap 8vo, 6s cloth. A Boy's Book of Modern Travel and Adventure, by M. Johns, author of Children's Bible Picture Book, Historical Tales, etc., illustrated with 8 engravings from drawings by William Harvey. Foolscap 8vo, 5s cloth gilt. The Home Lesson Book, illustrated with nearly 300 engravings containing the Home Primer, the Home Natural History, and the Home Grammar, in one volume, handsomely bound in cloth gilt edges, foolscap, 3s plain, 5s 6d colored. The Home Story Book, beautifully illustrated, containing the Well-Bred Doll, the Discontented Chickens, and the History of Little Jane, in one volume, handsomely bound in cloth gilt edges, foolscap, 3s plain, 5s 6d colored. The Boy's Own Book, a complete encyclopedia of all the diversions, athletic, scientific, and recreative, of boyhood and youth, with several hundred woodcuts. New edition, greatly enlarged and improved. Handsomely bound. 8 shillings 6 Morocco 14 shillings. The Little Boy's Own Book, an abridgment of the Boy's Own Book for little boys, 3 shillings 6 neatly bound. Grimm's Household Stories. All of the most popular fairy tales and legends of Germany, collected by the Brothers Grimm. Newly translated and illustrated with 240 engravings by Edward W. Wenert. Complete in 1 volume. Crown octavo, 7 shillings 6 cloth, with gilt edges, 8 shillings 6. The Rival Kings, or Overbearing, by the author of Mia and Charlie, etc., with illustrations by Williams. Foolscap, 4 shillings 6 cloth. Mia and Charlie, or A Week's Holiday in Rydale Rectory, with 8 engravings by B. Foster. Foolscap, 4 shillings 6 cloth. Sidney Gray, A Tale of School Life by the author of Mia and Charlie, with engravings. Foolscap, 6 shillings cloth. The Heroes of Asgard and the Giants of Jotunheim, or Christmas Week with the Old Storytellers, by the author of Mia and Charlie, with illustrations by C. Doyle. Foolscap cloth, 5 shillings. Southey's Life of Nelson. Finely illustrated edition with engravings from drawings by Duncan B. Foster and others, partly printed in the text and part in tints on separate pages. Small octavo, 6 shillings neatly bound, and Morocco 10 shillings 6. Memorable Women. The Story of Their Lives, by Mrs. Newton Crossland. Illustrated by B. Foster. Foolscap octavo, 3 shillings 6. The Boat and the Caravan. A family tour in Egypt and Syria, with engravings on steel from original drawings. 4th edition. Foolscap octavo, cloth, 5 shillings. Morocco 8 shillings 6. The Young Student by Madame Guizet, with engravings. Foolscap, 3 shillings 6 cloth. Adventures of Robinson Crusoe complete, reprinted from the original edition with illustrations by Stothard. Crown octavo, cloth, 7 shillings 6. The Whaleman's Adventures in the Southern Ocean, by the Rev. Henry T. Cheever. Edited by the Rev. W. Scoresby, D.D. Foolscap octavo, 4 shillings 6. Parlor Magic. New edition revised and enlarged, with the addition of several tricks from the performance of Messieurs Houdin, Robin, etc. 4 shillings 6 cloth. The Young Islanders. A Tale of the Seaward House Boys, by Jeffries Taylor. Tinted plates, foolscap, 3 shillings 6 cloth. Child's First Lesson Book. Many cuts, square cloth, 3 shillings 6, colored plates 6. Bingley's Tales About Birds. Illustrative of their nature, habits, and instinct. Plates 3 shillings cloth. Bingley's Tales About Travelers. Their perils, adventures, and discoveries. Plates 3 shillings cloth. Bingley's Tales of Shipwreck and Other Disasters at Sea. Plate 3 shillings cloth. Bingley's Stories. Illustrative of the instinct of animals, their characters and habits. Plates 3 shillings cloth. Bingley's Stories About Dogs. Illustrative of their instinct, sagacity, and fidelity, with plates by Thomas Landseer. 3 shillings cloth. Bingley's Stories About Horses. Illustrative of their intelligence, sagacity, and docility. Plates 3 shillings cloth. Bingley's Bible Quadrupeds. The natural history of the animals mentioned in Scripture. Plates 3 shillings cloth. Original Poems for My Children, by Thomas Miller. Profusely illustrated. 2 shillings 6 cloth. George Cruikshank's Fairy Library. Edited and illustrated by George Cruikshank. 1. Hop o' My Thumb, 1 shilling. 2. Jack and the Beanstalk, 1 shilling. 3. Cinderella or the Glass Slipper, 1 shilling. Harry's Ladder to Learning. Picture books for children, price 6 each plain, 1 shilling colored. Harry's Hornbook. Harry's Picture Book. Harry's Country Walks. Harry's Nursery Songs. Harry's Simple Stories. Harry's Nursery Tales. Or the 6 bound in 1 volume, 3 shillings 6 cloth, or with colored plates 6 shillings. Bertie's Indestructible Treasury, printed on calico and illustrated with 100 pictures. Square 16mo, 3s. 6d cloth. Little Mary's Books for Children, price 6d each, profusely illustrated. Primer, spelling book, reading book, history of England, scripture lessons, first book of poetry, second book of poetry, Babes in the Wood, picture riddles, Little Mary and her Doll, natural history. Little Mary's Treasury, being 8 of the above bound in 1 volume, cloth 5s. Little Mary's Lesson Book, containing primer, spelling, and reading, in 1 volume, cloth gilt 2s. 6d. Comical Storybooks with colored plates, 1s. each. 1. The Weasels of Holmwood. 2. The Wonderful Hare Hunt. 3. Story of Reynard the Fox. 4. Lady Chaffinch's Ball. 5. Alderman Gobble. 6. A Comical Fight. Home Books, in cloth 1s. each, colored 2s. 6d. Home Lesson Books. The Home Primer, nearly 200 cuts. The Home Natural History, cuts. The Home Grammar, cuts. Or in 1 volume, gilt edges, plain, 3s, colored 5s. 6d. Home Story Books. The Well-Bred Doll, cuts. The Discontented Chickens, cuts. The History of Little Jane and Her New Book, cuts. Or in 1 volume, gilt edges, plain, 3s, colored 5s. 6d. Indestructible Books. Indestructible Lesson Books, price 1s. each. 1. Alphabet. 2. Primer. 3. Spelling. 4. Expositor. 5. Reading Book. The Indestructible Lesson Book, being the above 5 in 1 volume, with 125 pictures, price 5s. Indestructible Pleasure Books, 1s. each, colored. 1. Bo Peep. 2. Mother Goose. 3. House that Jack Built. 4. Wedding of Cock Robin. 5. Death of Cock Robin. 6. Mother Hubbard. 7. Cat and Mouse. 8. Jenny Wren. 9. Old Woman and Her Pig. 10. Little Man and Maid. Manuals of Instruction and Amusement, 1s. each, neatly printed and illustrated. 1. Manual of Flower Gardening for Ladies by J. B. Whiting, Practical Gardener, 2nd edition. 2. Manual of Chess by Charles Kenny. 3. Manual of Music by C. W. Manby. 4. Manual of Domestic Economy by John Timms. 5. Manual of Cage Birds by a Practical Bird Keeper. 6. Manual of Oil Painting with a Glossary of Terms of Art. 7. Manual for Butterfly Collectors by Abel Ingpen, Plates. 8. Manual of Painting in Watercolors. Elementary Drawing Books by Monsieur Julien. Studies of Heads by Monsieur Julien, Professor of Drawing in the Military School of Paris, lithographed by T. Fairland. 6 numbers, 2s. each, or cloth 14s. The Human Figure, a series of progressive studies by Monsieur Julien with instructions. 6 numbers, 2s. each, or cloth 14s. By George Childs. Drawing Book of Objects, nearly 500 subjects for young pupils and drawing classes in schools. 6 numbers, 1s. each, cloth 7s. 6d. Drawing Book of Figures, sketches from life at home and abroad, several hundred figures, 6 numbers, 1s, or bound 7s. 6d. English Landscape Scenery, sketches from nature for finished copies, 6 numbers, 1s. each, cloth 7s. 6d. Little Sketch Book, Easy Studies in Landscapes, Figures, etc., improved edition, 14 numbers, 6d, or 2 volumes, cloth 4s. each. By J. D. Harding. Early Drawing Book, Elementary Lessons, 6 numbers, 1s. 6d, or in cloth 10s. 6d. Phillips Etchings of Familiar Life, 3 numbers, 1s. 6d. Sutcliffe's Drawing Book of Horses, 6 numbers, 1s, cloth 7s. 6d. Worsley's Little Drawing Book of Landscapes, etc., 14 numbers, 6s, or 2 volumes, cloth 4s. each. Miscellaneous works. William's Symbolical Euclid, chiefly from the text of Dr. Simpson, adapted to the use of students by the Rev. J. M. Williams of Queen's College, Cambridge. New edition, 6s. 6d. cloth, 7s. roan. An octavo edition may also be had, 7s. cloth. This edition is in use at many of the public schools. King's Interest Tables, or sums from 1 to 10,000 pounds, enlarged and improved with several useful additions by Joseph King of Liverpool, in one large volume, octavo, 21s. Health for the Million and Manual for the Toilet, with hints on the physical training of children and the treatment of invalids in old age. Also the means of averting the noxious agents in general use in the principal arts and trades, by William Jones, F.S.A., author of How to Make Home Happy. Foolscap cloth, 4s. 6d. How to Make Home Happy, or Hints and Cautions for All, with 500 odds and ends worth remembering, by William Jones, F.S.A. Small octavo, 4s. 6d. cloth. Panoramic View of Palestine, or the Holy Land, before the destruction of Jerusalem, depicting the sites of the various localities mentioned in Scripture, with references, in a folding cloth case. Plain, 2s. 6d. Colored, 3s. 6d. On sheet plain, 1s. 6d. Colored, 2s. 6d. Tilt's Cabinet Library Editions. 1. Dr. Johnson's Lives of the English Poets. 2. Boswell's Life of Johnson. 3. Oliver Goldsmith's Works. 4. Hervey's Meditations and Contemplations. These works are clearly and beautifully printed by Whittingham, each comprised in a handsome foolscap octavo volume. Their elegance and cheapness render them very suitable for presents, school prizes, or travelling companions. Price 6s. each, neatly half bound in morocco, or 9s. calf extra. Tilt's edition must be specified in ordering the above. The Book and Its Story, A Narrative for the Young, by L.N.R., dedicated to the British and Foreign Bible Society, with an introductory preface by the Rev. T. Phillips, Jubilee Secretary, 11th edition on fine paper with a new plate. The first reading of the Bible in Old St. Paul's, engraved expressly for this edition. Crown octavo cloth, price 4s. The Book and Its Story, 12th and the People's Edition, 72nd thousand, price 2s. in paper boards or limp cloth, 2s. 6d. cloth boards. Ditto gilt edges, 3s. Handsomely bound in morocco, 8s. The Book and Its Story in the French language, having been issued by the Société des Livres Religieux à Toulouse. The publishers of the English edition have imported a quantity for the use of schools and students of the French language. Price 4s. The Book and Its Story in the German language, with a preface by Dr. F. W. Krumacher. Price 4s. cloth. This is an entire translation of that noble English work of which Dr. Osterlag of Basel had already given us an abstract. No one would suspect from the simple headings of this attractive and popular volume that they are the doors to such treasure houses of instruction and edification. German Review. The Book and Its Mission, Past and Present. A monthly magazine of which 3 volumes are already published, containing not only a survey of the progress of the Bible among heathen nations, but France, Brittany, Spain, Italy, and Sardinia also pass under review. The particulars of the female Bible missions, which are now beginning to excite general interest, and which are being carried on in St. Giles, among the dust heaps at Paddington, in Westminster, Spitalfields, Clerkenwell, etc., are at present only to be found in these volumes. Demi-octavo cloth, 3s. Gilt edges, 3s. 6d. each. Continued in monthly parts at 2s. The History of the Painters of All Nations, by M. Charles Blanc, late Directeur des Beaux-Arts of France. The illustrations executed under the artistic direction of M. Armengaud of Paris, in one handsome volume, half Rhone Royal, quarto, price 30s. Only a few copies of this splendid work remain in print. Memoirs of the Queens of Prussia, by Emma Wilshire Atkinson. This work especially includes the period between 1701, the date of Frederick I's assumption to the title of king, and the present time, and it is intended to describe the lives and as much as can be ascertained of the private history of the 6 princesses who bore the titles of Queens of Prussia during that period. Demi octavo, price 10 shillings 6d. cloth. St. Leonard or the Missionary, a Vision. The scene of the poem is laid in India in the days of Akbar. The hero suffers death at an auto da fe at Goa. Price 3 shillings 6d. 12mo cloth. The Ladies' Drawing Room Book, containing upwards of 30 magnificent engravings with 64 pages of appropriate text. Also 104 pages of full directions for working in crochet, point lace, embroidery, etc., with explanatory engravings consisting of nearly 100 patterns in every department of ladies' work. Price 10 shillings 6d. Elegant cloth, gilt edges. This beautiful work will never be reprinted, and but a very few copies remain in print. Daniel Webster's great orations and senatorial speeches, comprising his eulogies on Adams and Jefferson, orations on the first settlement of New England, on the Bunker Hill Monument, and his reply to Hayne on the sale of public lands, etc., with a beautifully engraved portrait of Mr. Webster. Price 2 shillings in handsome cloth boards. Miss Kennedy's new novel, Shreds and Patches, or Pathos and Bathos, A Tale of Fashionable Life, by Jane Kennedy. Crown octavo, handsome cloth, 3 shillings 6d. The work is admirably written, and being pervaded by a healthy and improving tone, it may safely be placed in the hands of the young of both sexes. Morning Post. The Balance of Beauty, or The Lost Image Restored, by Jane Kennedy, author of Sketches of Character, Julian, Young Maids and Old Maids, Things Old and New, etc. Price 3 shillings 6d, neatly bound in cloth. Miss Kennedy may take it for granted that those who judge purely upon the merits of her literary performances, and with thorough impartiality, will do her the justice to inform the public that her last tale shows abundant proofs of cleverness, a shrewd appreciation of character, and an earnest disposition to be useful for the promotion of sound learning and accurate religious training. We have come to this conclusion after a careful perusal of The Balance of Beauty, and have much pleasure in recording such an opinion of its merits. Weekly Messenger. Lionel Fitzgibbon and His Parrot, illustrated by the author of The Balance of Beauty, etc. A nice present for boys and girls. Price 3 shillings 6d, cloth gilt. The Angler's Complete Guide to the Rivers and Lakes of England, by Robert Blakely, Ph.D., New and Revised Edition. Foolscap with an illustration by Burkitt Foster, and an illustrated wrapper. Price 2 shilling, boards. The Life of Alexis Soyer, by his 2 secretaries, containing a number of receipts never before published, a complete system of vegetarian dietary, a proposition for a college of domestic servants, etc. Price 2 shillings, ornamental boards. To read the book is to learn that the life of a cook may not be without high aspirations and entertaining incidents. Morning Post. The unpublished receipts and odds and ends of gastronomy are worth the money charged for the whole affair. Morning Herald. Hints for the Table, or The Economy of Good Living, with a few words on wines. Price 2 shillings 6d. This is a wonderful book. Morning Star. The Gourmet's Guide to Rabbit Cooking, or How to Cook a Rabbit in 124 Different Ways. Price 1 shilling. 700 Domestic Hints in Every Branch of Family Management, by a Lady. Price 2 shillings 6d. The Wit and Opinions of Douglas Jerrold, a collection of the bright thoughts, pungent sarcasms, and words of wisdom uttered by this celebrated man, edited by his son, small octavo, in the press. Recollections of a Detective Police Officer, 2nd Series, by Waters, being a collection of incidents of the same thrilling interest as those contained in the 1st series, in the press. Horticulture, Gardening, etc. The Cottage Gardener's Dictionary, describing the plants, fruits, and vegetables desirable for the garden, and explaining the terms and operations employed in their cultivation with an alphabetical list of synonyms. Edited by G. W. Johnson, Esquire, editor of the Cottage Gardener, etc., etc. 3rd edition. Crown octavo, strongly bound in cloth, 8s. 6d. Glennie's Handbook to the Flower Garden and Greenhouse, comprising the description, cultivation, and management of all the popular flowers and plants grown in this country, with a calendar of monthly operations for the flower garden and greenhouse. Just published, a new and thoroughly revised edition, by George Glennie, editor of the Gardener's Gazette and the Gardener and the Practical Florist, etc., etc. Crown octavo, cloth, gilt edges. Price 5s. 6d. Glennie's Catechism of Gardening, containing the elements of practical gardening or plain questions and answers. Arranged for the use of schools by the Rev. J. Edwards, second master of King's College, London, and particularly adapted for agricultural and village schools. 18 mo, sewed, 9d. Glennie's Garden Almanac and Florist's Directory for 1859, 22nd year, containing the management of an amateur's garden during the year, new plants, flowers, etc., to come out in the spring, and other useful information. Price 1 shilling. The Vegetable Kingdom and its Products, serving as an introduction to the natural system of botany, and as a textbook to the study of all vegetable products used in the arts, manufactures, medicine, and domestic economy, arranged according to the system of de Candolle, illustrated with nearly 300 engravings, and containing an enumeration of 7,000 genera and 4,000 synonyms, representing about 100,000 species of plants, by Robert Hogg, author of British Pomology, the Manual of Fruits, and co-editor of the Cottage Gardener. Crown octavo, handsome cloth, 10s. 6d. Manual of Flower Gardening for Ladies by J. B. Whiting, Practical Gardener. Royal, 24 mo, sewed, price 1 shilling. Treatises on the Robertsonian Method. German without a Master, 6th edition. A course of lessons in the German language. First series, containing introductory exercises in reading, writing, and speaking German, as well as a simplified method of declining the nouns, never before published, together with full instructions for the guidance of the learner in pronouncing the language. Price 2 shillings. Second series, containing advanced exercises in reading, writing, and speaking German, together with rules for conjugating the verbs and directions for making use of the German written character. Price 2 shillings. Third series, containing concluding exercises in reading, writing, and speaking German, and directions for the learner in continuing the study of the language. Price 2 shillings. The whole course of 18 lessons may be had, neatly bound in cloth, lettered. Price 7s. 6d. French without a Master, 50,000. A course of lessons in the French language, containing an explanation of the chief idiomatic difficulties of the language, a practical introduction to French conversation, and a complete treatise on the pronunciation. Intended for the use of persons studying the language without the aid of a teacher. Price 2 shillings. Spanish without a Master, 4th edition. A course of lessons in the Spanish language, containing a general view of the construction of the language, together with a practical exposition of the pronunciation, for the use of persons studying the language without a master. 2 shillings. Latin without a Master, new edition. A course of lessons in the Latin language, containing a general view of the structures of the language, exercises in reading and speaking Latin, together with a complete treatise on the modern English pronunciation of the language. Price 2 shillings. Italian without a Master. A course of lessons in the Italian language. Price 2 shillings. English without a Master. A course of lessons in the English language. Price 2 shillings. Price 1 shilling monthly, the National Magazine. A journal devoted to literature and art, and equally an organ of both. An art magazine, but not one to which literature is merely incidental. A literary magazine, but not one to which art is a mere adjunct. Attractiveness of subject and of treatment is studied in every department. Tales by acknowledged authors occupy considerable space. Reviews, essays, varieties of travel and adventure, humorous sketches, and occasional reports of public matters find due place, thus forming altogether, whether regarded from a literary or an artistic point of view, a magazine of surpassing interest and beauty. 4 volumes handsomely bound, priced 7 shillings 6pence, each have been already published. Volume 5 just published, handsome cloth gilt, 7 shillings 6pence. Cases for binding 1 shilling 6pence each. Price 2pence monthly. The Book and Its Missions. Dedicated to the British Informed Bible Society and to the friends of the Bible circulation throughout the world. Edited by L.N.R., author of The Book and Its Story. The plan of this cheap periodical, which has obtained a wide circulation, is distinct from that of any other, and it aims at a character less ephemeral. The Book of God itself is shown to map out the whole world into 5 divisions by its own reception in it, past and present. It may be traced to the ancient church, which primarily received it, to the lands where the priests now hide it from the people, to those where a false book has supplanted it, to those where it is yet unknown, and finally to the Protestant countries from whence it goes forth to be the light of the earth. This progress is illuminated in the Book and Its Missions by historical and geographical details, carefully collected from the best authorities, in order to interest the general reader, and to afford, especially to the young, a more realizing sense of the mighty work the Bible is accomplishing afar off and near home. It is very suitable for circulation in schools. While the principles of the Bible Society do not permit its office-bearers to accept the responsibility of editing such a magazine as the present, it yet enjoys their unqualified recommendation, and much of the matter passes under their direct supervision. Published monthly, price 2pence. Numbers 1 to 40 are all in print, also in volumes, cloth, plain, 3 shillings, or gilt edges, 3 shillings 6pence. Volumes 1, 2, 3 are now ready. End of W. Kent and Company's, late David Bogue's, Annual Catalogue, April 1859.